All right, Kamui, did
All
you
right,
want
Oodie,
to?
should we stay in their StreamYard or should we?
I mean, you're the one who hates StreamYard. I'm just saying, like, it
Yeah,
looks
no, I'm
good for
joking.
visuals. Okay, no, never
Let's
mind.
start
All
a
right, go
Discord.
and start a
Let's make a
call.
Discord call.
Yeah. Did you want to do call or do you want to do a start a stage?
I guess it depends on whether you
Oh
want other
yeah, we
people to
probably
join.
should start a stage for free game whenever he joins.
Oh yeah, okay, that answers that.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna exit out of StreamYard then. Okay, I guess he's gonna do it first.
It's so funny how much I yelled
Crazy.
when they said I was so out of somewhere. I know I stood up, and that's part of it. With this mic, if I stand up, it's louder than when I sit down, just because of physics. But I was also yelling.
So Kamui, I see Immortal Phoenix is in the audience. Do we want to have Immortal Phoenix
Oh,
join?
we absolutely gotta ask him.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad you knew where I was going with that.
Wait, maybe not live.
Wait, hang on, wait. See, you saw who else joined for a second there too, right?
Yeah, I was like, yo, that's crazy.
I know. As I was at the middle of saying, I was like, oh, Carly, back out of that sentence.
Yeah. I want to ask, but I don't know if we should ask live.
Well, I'm gonna.
It depends on what the answer was.
I guess so, yeah. I feel like we should ask it privately and then ask it publicly.
Yeah, probably.
Looking at the podcast
Okay.
topics, the last one we did for chapter 6 would be discussing Kawaki week ? Do we want to start there?
I assume you mean the scene.
The scene, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'll go
Okay.
fast, and you can do whatever you want. I'll be back.
What do you think about how freaking god dang weak Kawaki is now, huh?
Okay, so I think it was kind of expected for some reason because, like, okay, here's the thing. So Kawaki didn't really have to train as hard as he could. I mean, hard as he needs to do. I mean, okay, let me rephrase that. Kawaki didn't really need to train as hard as pretty much anyone in the village because, well, he pretty much have access to all of Ishiki's abilities without Ishiki residing within his karma seal. So I think it's more so like, Kawaki just doesn't see the importance of training. And so I think the chapters are displaying that very effectively that, anyone can pretty much sneak up on him. If like for example, Mitski pretty much was able to let me collect my thoughts together because I had to because I was pretty much doing something before I got here. But Mitski, yeah.
I was gonna say, if you want to think why, I can go. The way I would look at this is, I don't think, based on Kawaki in chapter 58, we've seen his mindset on things. If there is something he cannot yet defeat, or if he just needs to defeat that threat, Kawaki's mindset is to train, like life or death train, so that he can overcome that threat. That's the whole reason why he threw fit in chapter 58. It's like, yo, this shit ain't gonna work. We need to train better. We need to get stronger faster. And obviously he doesn't get his way because he loses to Boruto, but that's kind of the way he wants to go about things. So yes, he got the massive insane power up from Ishiki's karma seal being restored, but that doesn't. So I think there's an aspect of laxness to Kawaki I'll come back to, but generally speaking, his mindset does seem to be like, until I kill Code, who should be stronger than him in his eyes, because as far as Kawaki's concerned, Code is stronger than Jigen. Does he even think? Maybe now he does, but in part 1, did Kawaki think he was stronger than Jigen for any reason? I don't know. Maybe he did, but maybe he didn't, because he always saw Jigen as this godly person way stronger than him. So Kawaki's mindset could have been like, yo, I need to get as strong as possible so that way I can beat Code and I can beat Boruto. We don't know. What I do know, though, is Kawaki looks down on the other people. He has Otsutsuki powers, who he does revere as being like the best powers. He looks down on everyone, even freaking Damon. I'm gonna kill you, Damon. It's like, no, you're not. You're not strong enough to beat Damon. He looks down on everyone. unless he like actually needs to kill them in their history. So he's kind of got this weird personality in that sense. But so obviously Kawaki's got to come to look down on shinobi in some form or another. He's declaring the age of shinobi's over. I think it makes sense for Kawaki to underestimate ninja. He wouldn't expect Mitski to just knock him out. Either just as a person, Mitski wouldn't attack him, or he thinks he's above that. He's not, though. And I think that's good for Kawaki's character. That doesn't necessarily mean he didn't train, but it could be Kawaki trains like crazy while looking down on everyone else, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I mean until we actually see him fight, we don't know. I don't see Kawaki just not trying to get stronger. I don't see Kawaki just sitting on the couch doing nothing, given how dedicated he is to being able to kill Boruto. He knows Boruto's going to train, and if he doesn't do shit, it's like, you know, how much of an idiot can you be? Like,
yeah. Because
I feel like Kawaki probably trained, but I feel like Kawaki looks down on way too many people, particularly ninja.
So
I would say like
Go ahead, Will.
I was gonna say sort of like a god complex in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Not quite god complex, but like superiority complex. He just views Otsutsuki as being like the pinnacle. It seems like that, and that's who he wants to kill. It's like the only way we can beat Otsutsuki is using Otsutsuki powers. He doesn't think ninja can beat Otsutsuki. He thinks Otsutsuki can. He recognizes he has Otsutsuki powers, so of course, based off what we've seen, he's gonna look down on the ninja who aren't Otsutsuki.
So Kamui, tell me where I'm wrong in my analysis here, okay? So base Mitski, negative one shot, mental amped, full all out, full power Kawaki.
Absolutely, because Mitski is beyond Otsutsuki like territory. Like easy, of course Mitski would. Like it
Negative one shot. Base Mitski.
Exactly. I knew that from the beginning. I always knew that. I see no problem with that.
Kawaki. Okay, in all seriousness, as funny as it is to see Kawaki just passed out there in front, like just chilling, just laying down. I'm not gonna lie, that was hilarious. You need to go see Free Game's reaction when he read the chapter. That was hilarious when he got to that part. Because no one was expecting it. That's the thing. In the previous panels, you see Kawaki standing up. Then the next panel, you see Shikamaru talking to Mitsuki. They're just talking about Boruto. Next panel, you just see like a bird's eye view of just Kawaki just knocked out on the floor. It's so funny. But I will say this sort of thing has happened all the time within the Naruto franchise. The most notable example is obviously Black Zetsu was nowhere near 2-Eye Rinnegan 10 Tails Madara level, God Tree absorbed. But obviously it's not that he got behind him and like snuck up behind him. No, he just wasn't expecting it. Like Madara knew he was
and
there.
That's what's important about the scene itself is that Madara wasn't expecting that to ever be a thing that would happen to him.
Yeah. It's not that he got caught off guard, because that's implying that he didn't even know Black Zetsu was there. He just thought his comrade was behind him. like of course he's not.
Yeah, it's like with Mitsuki and Kawaki, like I don't think Kawaki, for any reason whatsoever, would have thought, oh, Mitsuki's about to knock me out here. It's like, I feel like there's an example of this, not quite to this extreme, but like, well, yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of examples where a character kind of just does this to like, they just were not ever expecting, like when Jiraiya knocks out Naruto before he throws him off the cliff.
Yeah.
Jiraiya just randomly did that shit. Like Naruto wasn't expecting Jiraiya to do that. You know what I mean? It's just a random example. Like Kawaki's not expecting it. But I love it for Mitski.
Exactly. No, I think it's great. Especially a reason why Kawaki wouldn't expect it. It's more than just Mitsuki's his comrade. These past 3 years, he's treated Kawaki like he's basically a god from what we know. So
exactly, like he is like of all people, he wouldn't think Mitski was gonna be the one to do that.
Yeah. Like it's just a straight up
then,
betrayal.
I mean, also not only that though, from Mitsuki's perspective, it's like, oh yeah, Mitsuki's totally on board with me killing Boruto. You wouldn't expect him to stop him. I mean, maybe you could say he would think that Mitsuki would want to keep him safe or something. But yeah, he wouldn't expect him to just knock him out.
Yeah,
It is not something Kawaki expected.
Yeah, it was the same thing for Ishiki. He wasn't expecting Kawaki to use a shadow clone, and so that way he can implant his karma seal onto him and reincarnate into him, only to realize that it wasn't actually Kawaki, it was just a clone of him. And it was like,
Yeah, like
dang.
Ishiki didn't even
Yeah.
know he had the shadow clone jutsu. Like how would
Yeah.
like why would he expect that for any reason?
And what's weird is that a
So
lot of yeah.
That
What's weird is that a
said,
lot of people.
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say it's weird that a
Sorry,
lot of
for
people
three.
think that you know, Ishiki with this Byakugan should be able to tell that's not the real Kawaki. But that is nowhere near as well, that's nowhere near what's stated in the original Naruto manga, because during the fight between Naruto and Neji, Neji couldn't even, figure out who the real Naruto was. He was able to see the chakra pathway system in each and every clone, and pretty much each clone had I would say, the same chakra as the original.
Yeah, Naruto made it so they had an even amount
yeah.
of chakra per clone.
Yeah, so that way he wouldn't be able to. So that way, he wouldn't have. So that way, Neji wouldn't be able to figure out who is the real Naruto and who isn't. So
I mean, even then though, you can use deception with that. Naruto could hypothetically make one random clone have like 80% chakra, for example, and then make Neji think it's the real one, much like how he had one clone just sitting in the back.
Yep.
Yeah.
So even then, it's not a foolproof method because you can literally just deceive someone with that same tactic. So
Yep.
It's kind of what he did
So
versus
it's
Kaguya, but with the
yeah.
Truth Seeker orbs instead.
Yep.
yeah, exactly. Like where he just made one clone look like it should be the real one when it wasn't. You can do that.
Side
Yeah,
note, do you
so
think because that clone
only
was the
thing-
diversion, it had less chakra anyways? Just be like, I'm gonna just sacrifice that clone regardless. Like, I'm just gonna give it as little as possible.
Honestly, because of the Truth Seeker orb thing, he could have gotten away with that, but I don't think he necessarily did. I think he just made a normal clone. Like they're probably pretty
Yeah.
even.
Yeah, I guess it
Because you
depends
gotta
if
factor in if there's
knew.
like 2,000 shadow clones, that's 1/2000th worth of
Yeah,
chakra.
that's
It
fair.
ain't that much to lose that clone. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like it doesn't matter at that point. I will say though, if Ishiki had activated his Byakugan, he wouldn't know that which was the shadow clone, but he would have been able to see that there was a second Kawaki, 20 meters behind him. That's where the Byakugan would have come in. He would have known that there was one of the two was a clone.
Yeah, but he's not a ninja, so he wasn't gonna use ninja
But even then, though,
tactics.
if he chooses
He
one
looks down on people
first, like he was done at that point. He used up the last of his strength. So if he chooses
Yeah.
the wrong one, you know what I mean? Like,
Well, people like to
And it's-
say that he died
yeah.
there because he ran out of chakra. We know that shouldn't be the case because it's stated that takes a tremendous amount of chakra to implant the karma seal. Well, he did that in his dying moments.
what? No, but the point is like that may have doing the karma seal then may have used up the last of what life force he had left. Like it
But
might
we
have
know
just
how much
expensed
life force he
the rest
had.
of it, and then
He had no more time left.
yeah. But I mean, like the point is, it takes a tremendous amount of energy, but we don't know 1% of his. I mean, we don't know the.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know how weak Kaguya made him, but
I mean, I wouldn't say 1% is a
which
tremendous
is
amount.
absolutely
But...
that's actually crazy to think about. So Kaguya made him weaker than he was at when he was already 1 minute left after Baryon mode, I guess. Like Kaguya left him that much more to death. Like,
Yeah.
what?
And
it makes sense to me.
That's crazy. Like, how off guard was Ishiki? Like, how off guard?
I mean, it makes sense to me if
Well, just
Kaguya
like any
used Bone
Otsutsuki.
Ash. Yeah, just use Bone Ash in his back so it's like decapitate his essentially his half
But
body.
no, but the
by
problem
second
though is that but here's the problem with that. Ishiki can't just not die from that. He doesn't have regeneration in the first place. He would have just died if it was Ash Bones.
But yeah,
No, but
he
I'm
was
saying to
able
bisect
shrink
himself.
himself.
Like,
Yeah, just cut off the limb before
Yeah.
it crumbles.
oh, you think she hit him in the foot? Like she would have had to hit him
Yeah.
in the lower body then.
Yeah, like a zombie bite, basically, just cut it off.
And do you think that
I mean, maybe.
Kaguya
You've never
may have
seen
fed-
Ishiki fight that way, but hypothetically, yeah, if he cut himself in half, I guess, to
Yeah.
avoid it. kind of like in JJK, just not to keep it vague, what Todo does in season 2 versus
Yeah,
Mahito.
Mm.
The same idea.
Yeah. Only thing I'll say with that is he also is missing one of his
Anyway.
hands, but you could say maybe he sacrificed his hand to cut his body off because it was like already crumbling where his hand was or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, yeah, it does make the most sense though, because it's like if Kaguya's gonna off guard him with a bone, that's actually like a very easy like way for her to kill him with an off guard attack. She literally just gotta poke him, he's dead. Essentially, anything else, it's like, how would she even accomplish this?
Because what else in her arsenal does she even have that could off guard him in the first place? She can't just switch to the lava dimension. That's not gonna off guard him.
Yeah, I'm like, I guess if she randomly pops out an expansive truth seeker orb and it just obliterated those parts of Ishiki.
Would that
before he
even work? I
escapes,
think he'd be able to
like-
just. I think he can just touch truth seeker orbs. Can he not?
I mean, he could probably. Okay, here's another weird thing with that. Like, he should be able to like touch them. Well, I guess it depends. He doesn't have 6 paths senjutsu, but like theoretically, I think the Otsutsuki should be able to do it regardless. But like, for example, though, if Naruto was like had his arm sliced by a True Seeker Orb staff, kind of like what Madara does to Minato, even though Naruto is capable of touching them, would it still prevent regeneration all the same? Like it should, right? It still should nullify ninjutsu. Like it should still do what it does. So if I mean, I guess in Naruto's case, his regeneration is that considered a ninjutsu? I don't know, but assuming it was, like, shouldn't that still nullify it? In which case, if she just obliterates half of his body, shouldn't he, be screwed regardless?
It's stated that it's not the 6 path senjutsu that gives Naruto resistance to the truth seeker orbs. It's actually tremendous.
Yeah, it's because he has
chakra.
so much chakra, is what it says, basically. And so for that reason, I think Ishiki should be capable of like kicking a True Seeker orb. But what I'm focusing on is like if he's like has an arm chopped off by one, I think that should still affect him. That Ishiki can't regenerate anyway. But I feel like, yeah, a True Seeker orb shouldn't just be like, nope, it doesn't do anything to him. Like if a freaking regular ass sword could hypothetically chop off his arm, I don't see why a True Seeker Orb staff can't do it. You know what I mean? I think it's just that it doesn't have the same auto you can't touch it effect. Like Ishiki can tap it and be fine, but if it slices off his arm, it still slices off his arm. I don't think it just auto just 0 or 100. You know what I mean? I feel like it's still objectively better than a sword.
Yeah. Do you know where the scan is?
So, with that in mind, if she randomly at close distance got right behind him and popped out an expansive Truth Seeker orb, but you didn't notice, I think that could theoretically work, but I don't even know if Kaguya had that back then or not.
Do you know where the Truth Seeker orb
it's weird because when
trying to find
Which
Truth Seeker
one?
orbs,
Like
where Naruto kicks it away and
like
it
a data
says
book
why
one?
he's able to. Yeah, in the data book.
I probably sent you it when I asked you to translate those panels.
What panels?
Yeah, exactly. How do I check pin messages on the desktop version?
I have to wonder if being a 10-tail Jinchuriki will make any much of a difference in Boruto.
Oh,
I mean,
I'm
it'll
sure it'll
make
make
a
a big
difference.
difference. I mean, like that is still. I mean, like imagine if Konohamaru became the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Like now he at least has a chance of fighting.
Yeah.
It's gonna make a big difference. Absolutely.
I mean, for Naruto, what it makes
if Naruto became
because,
the
like-
10 tails Jinchuriki, dude, they were complaining about how much weaker he got when he lost Kurama. Imagine if he gained beyond Kurama. Also, I put it in chat. It's kind of blurry, but it gets the point.
Speaking of beyond Kurama, I think Mello mentioned something about a story.
Oh wait,
about,
I put in podcast topics. Whoops.
What was it? 9-tailed fox ascending into Nirvana or something. Mello mentioned about some, I would say, folklore story about the 9-tailed fox ascending into, I would say, heaven and becoming something new. becoming like a more powerful version of itself. I can't remember what the story was about. That's what I'm looking up right now. Into hold on.
Oodie, I put it in chat by the
Yeah.
way. It's the one above Madara's head, to the left of the circle.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh yeah, the mythical fox.
All right. But anyways, back to Kawaki. I think it's really funny that he's just 0 for 2 so far in Two Blue Vortex. 6 chapters and he's done nothing.
Zero. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, well, that's, I mean, it's for the best. I mean, because what's funny though is, initially, so I didn't think Kawaki was going to interrupt Boruto versus Mitski at first. Like, I figured like they were gonna confront each other without Kawaki. The reasoning, in prediction-wise, wasn't because Mitski would knock Kawaki out. It was because of Jura targeting Naruto. Kawaki isn't just gonna ignore that, you know what I mean? Like, he would have to deal with Jura. So that was what I was thinking, but I guess the Divine Trees haven't attacked yet, so it's just Mitski did it himself.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think is actually gonna happen in that fight? I know what I want to happen. I want Mitski to slam Boruto until the fight ends and neither of them die. But what do you think is actually gonna happen?
That's not gonna happen.
Well, I've heard
Boruto's
that.
got this.
I hope not.
I really hope this fight is just like, I really hope this fight's not short at all. Like, for some reason,
it's gonna end next
I
chapter?
don't know.
Do we even want it to end next chapter? How long do we want it to be? And then how long do you think it's going to be?
Well, if it's gonna be like a major fight, I would rather it be like 2, maybe 1 chapter at least.
So I want the fight, realistically speaking, I want Mitski to be blatantly better. If I had my way, Mitski will be stronger than base Boruto. Boruto will have to use his karma, and then they'll be pretty even. And it's just like the fight, nobody like, destroys the other, basically. But honestly speaking, I don't think I expect Boruto to use karma in this fight, and I don't think I expect the fight to be ridiculously long. I honestly think it's gonna be pretty short. I think a chapter or 2 maybe. I don't think it's going beyond that.
Yeah, I think a chapter.
Yeah, I'm worried. I really don't want Boruto to just kind of like win. I do think Mitski is going to do better than Code did, though. I honestly do.
I don't, because Mitski shouldn't be stronger than Code. Not even close.
No, but I've heard
even if he's not physically stronger, Mitski will just fight better. Boruto's not just gonna immediately defeat him with 1 attack or 2 attacks. I don't think Boruto is just gonna destroy on the way to Code. That's not
what he did against Code, but
I think
he literally did, dude. Code grabbed him. He got halfway there, and then he dodged Code a couple times, and then he hit him with Rasengan Uzuiko, and that was it.
First of all, Boruto went on the offense against Code first. Code never got the shot to go in first. Mitsuki's going after Boruto here.
What do you mean?
Boruto doesn't even want to fight Mitsuki.
Okay.
Okay, so it's like the first half of Naruto versus Sasuke.
For Boruto to...
Sasuke was only attacking Naruto at first. Naruto was on the defense.
So then how does that make it more likely for Mitski to do worse than Code? If Boruto's not fighting him back, he literally has a free advantage in that case.
Boruto's not going to end the fight immediately.
I'm not debating who's stronger. I'm saying that I think Mitski will do better.
Okay.
And also, you said
I don't think Code did bad.
First. No, he didn't. Boruto literally just starts walking. Code teleported behind him. So Code technically made the first move.
I'd say Boruto walking was the first move.
And Code is going to hit Boruto
because he activated Uzuiko, and Code didn't know what to do because he's never seen it before.
Just turned around, reacted, and why is my
Code?
Oh my god!
Code literally
but anyway,
was,
and then Code grabbed.
Code was reacting to Uzuiko.
His arm, like.
Yeah, he was pretty much reacting to Uzuiko, but he didn't know how the jutsu worked. and also
He
Code
doesn't
was
have
kind of
to.
thinking that
But that informs his
Code thought
reaction.
that. Yeah, but Code wasn't really expecting Boruto to have a new jutsu up his sleeve. So he came in thinking that, that he was basically like some that he had some one-trick pony move sets, or that he was only going to stick to like certain moves.
Okay, so
or
in the
just have
tuning
certain
exams,
jutsu sets.
the prelims, who did Lee fight? It's a pretty simple question, right?
Wait, we're talking about
yeah, the tuning exams, the
which
prelims.
tuning
Who
exams?
did
Like
Lee fight?
OG tuning?
Yeah, the OG tuning exams. Who did
Boruto
Lee
or
fight?
OG?
Oh my god.
Okay, Lee fought
Well,
Gara.
I mean, do
Lee-
you mean his
Oh!
official match or just anyone he
really?
skirmished with?
Because I think Lee fought Gaara's mom. He didn't fight Gaara.
I mean, he fought Gara.
No, he was fighting Gaara's mom. Yeah, that's who he was fighting. He never fought Gaara.
That's fine.
Here. Okay,
Exactly.
so
Dumb argument.
Wait, what's the point in that? What's your point?
The point is that he's fighting Boruto. He's not fighting Uzuiko. So he's reacting to Uzuiko.
I mean,
I didn't say that he wasn't fighting
Nope.
Boruto. I'm saying
No.
that he.
Exactly. Uzuiko informs his decision of his fight. Gaara still made the
Wait.
first move, even though Lee was fighting Gaara's mom.
Yeah, but
oh yeah.
Code made the first move by sending Claw Grime. Like, the Claw Grimes are an extension of Code at this point. If Code throws them at Boruto, then he made the first move.
Did he even throw them at Boruto?
The only argument for Boruto making the first move is when he appeared on Code's face, okay? Like, that's... If you want to count that, fine.
That's not
But
a
that's really what it
move.
boils down.
He could stand on Code's face
Okay,
a million
then Code
times.
made the first move by
okay.
having the Claw Grime attack.
If he stands on Code's face a million times, Code and Boruto are both still at 100%. It's not a fight.
Okay, then Code made the first move.
It's nonsense.
Regardless of that, Oodie, the point is, I don't think, like, whether Code wasn't expecting it, blah, blah, blah. The point is, Boruto quickly handled Code. I do think Mitski will not be handled as easily, regardless of why. That's just what I think. I think Mitski will do better, regardless of why.
Okay, I don't think Code was handled easily, first of all. Second of all, I don't think Code was handled quickly. Code was handled over the course of what,
Boruto,
3 chapters? It took 3 or 4 chapters?
He did not fight. No. Boruto did not fight Code for 3 chapters. He fought Code for 1 chapter, and he talked to Code for 3 chapters.
Okay, then same thing's gonna happen with this Mitski fight. They're not gonna be fighting for long.
Boruto, it's fight-wise, Boruto essentially, ignoring the Claw Grime, we won't even count that. Boruto really just, like, it was a very short sequence with Code. It was just, he started, Code grabbed his hand, he started Uzuiko, but didn't really do a whole lot. Then he started dodging Code.
You got your order of events.
It was very
backwards.
quick and done. It was
started Uzuiko first.
Like,
that's why he grabbed his hand. Was Code grabbing Boruto's hand in the Code arc?
Huh?
No, because Code wasn't doing Uzuiko. Or Boruto wasn't doing Uzuiko. And we grabbed his hand because he was doing Uzuiko.
He didn't know what it was. He just grabbed him because he thought, like, if I grab your hand, you can't hit me with the thing in your hand.
Exactly, because he doesn't know what it is. That's why he grabbed his hand. Because he doesn't know what it is.
Okay, that's all fine and dandy.
Okay.
Mitski, for one thing, has so far been using long-ranged attacks on Boruto. He has the ability to do so. Code technically does, but he doesn't do it anymore for some reason. They decided to get rid of that ability, but they didn't get rid of it, but you know what I mean. But Mitski has been consistently attacking from a distance, which means Uzuiko is literally irrelevant as long as Mitski does that. Now Boruto might use it on Mitski as a way to essentially beat him without really hurting him, which is fine. It makes sense if Boruto tries it. But yeah, I think Mitski will do better, and I hope he does.
Okay.
I mean, you say, why should Mitski's stronger than Code? That's crazy. Oh, that's so big. base Boruto stronger than Code is just as wacky, out of the realm crazy. Beginning of end of part 1. Do you think that base Boruto was going to be stronger than Code was stronger than Jigen? Probably not. You probably thought Karma Boruto would, not base Boruto. And if base Boruto is doing it, what the hell? Why can't Sage Mitski do it?
We don't know why Boruto's stronger, though. We just know he is, but we don't know not only why, but even
You're right.
if
We don't know
Mitsuki
why.
is.
And if Sage Mitski is stronger than that too, we don't know why outside of Orochimaru's Sage power is godly.
Yes, but you're
okay?
saying if. We
But we
already confirmed Boruto is. It's not an if for
That doesn't mean
Boruto.
Mitski can't be.
It doesn't mean he can't be. We just haven't got it confirmed yet. So it's a farther level.
Exactly. I'm just saying I think he'll do better than Code. It's a prediction. Neither of us is right yet.
Okay, fair enough.
We have to wait and see. I'm just saying, I mean, it's subjective to determine who did better. Essentially, it's a matter of like, if they're both handled quickly, I'm going to say it's pretty even. They were both handled quickly. If Mitski is like really putting the work on Boruto, hypothetically, I'm just going to go with the other extreme. He's really beating Boruto up in base, and then Boruto has to use Karma too just to contend with Mitski. Okay, I'm going to definitively say Mitski did better in that case. But like, if it's, yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see.
I think if they're handled at the same pace, then Code automatically still takes the W in this regard, not because he's stronger, but because Boruto is having to hold himself back from killing Code, whereas for Mitsuki, he's having to hold himself back from trying to go all out.
What?
He's like, at the end of the chapter, he's like, sorry, Mitsuki, this is probably going to be a little rough.
Yeah.
He says, I'm going to have to get a little rough with you, Mitsuki.
Yeah, so he doesn't want to fight
He didn't want to kill
kind of force.
Oh, yeah, but Oodie, that's why Rasengan Uzuiko, the same thing he used on Code, is perfect for Mitsuki. He can just affect him with this jutsu so Mitsuki can't fight. And be like, okay, I'm going to undo it if you stop attacking me. Here's my story, whatever the hell he wants to say. It's literally the perfect jutsu for both of them.
Well,
like,
for all, as far as we know,
Mitsuki doesn't make it difficult to land. That's the first jutsu I would expect Boruto to want to use, because it's perfect for his goal. He can defeat Mitsuki without really actually hurting him. He's just going to make him dizzy.
Will Uzuiko even work on Mitsuki, though?
Why wouldn't it?
I mean, I could totally see it not working on him. He's Orochimaru's clone.
Well,
he's poison resistant. Okay. I don't think he's OP. I think he just has a lot under his belt.
Poison resistance should have zero effect on Uzuiko, okay?
Let's be real, it kind of should.
But,
because one of the things in poison is the side effects.
Okay. A poison might have a side effect of dizziness, but that has nothing to do with your immunity to poison. No, that's not, no.
No, I think he's going to be immune to the symptoms.
No,
Uzuiko might affect him,
have
but it's not going to make it different.
Besides just, I mean, maybe he will. But based off how it seems to work, that it's not like you took a drug that made you dizzy. It's like it seems to be like it's physically affecting you to make you dizzy. It's like it's literally spinning you in a circle. I think that would still affect Mitsuki if you spun around in circles, for example.
I just don't see it affecting Mitsuki in the same way.
Remains to be seen.
He's not even human.
Let's say that is the case. Mitsuki's immune to Uzuiko. In that case, Mitsuki is objectively going to do better than Code because Boruto will be forced to use other means, and he won't just be able to just one-tap him and done. He's going to have to, like, actually beat him down, essentially, then. He can't hack him down.
He's not
unless
forced.
He's got some other crazy jutsu that does work.
Well, first of all, he wasn't forced to use Uzuiko versus Code, and he's not forced to use Uzuiko against Mitsuki, even if he's immune.
Okay, you're right, he wasn't forced to use on Code. You know why he did it? Because it was a quick and easy way to defeat Code without killing him. Or it was just, it's the best thing to do on Code. It also was a strike back from the planet, as he put it.
Man, you know another quick and easy way to defeat Code without killing him? Punching him in the face till he stops.
You're right. And maybe Boruto has the ability to do so, although personally, but maybe Boruto does have the ability to do so. In which case, he would just have potentially at the same. The point is, we don't know how strong they are. Yeah.
We have an idea of how strong Boruto is. We have no idea how strong Mitski is.
Correct. It's literally pure conjecture. Like I think Mitski will do better, regardless of why. I don't care if it's because Boruto holds back so much, Mitski does better. I'm still gonna serve my point. Mitski will do better in that case.
The last fight we've seen him in the manga was the Boro fight, and he was very bad against Boro by himself.
That's not true.
Only thing he did was the poison
the most
resistance.
important things versus Boro.
I would not consider the most important thing.
Also, no, I wouldn't say he was doing the worst, because if you look at the first of all, he was the most resistant to the virus. Like, he showed the strongest physical body to just not be paralyzed. Like, he was affected by the virus. He wasn't immune to the virus without the antibodies. He was just not knocked out as quickly. Also, I mean, a lot of times I've always thought part 1, base Mitski versus base Boruto. I'm going with base Mitski.
I agree.
I think Kawaki and Mitski had the strongest bases, at least up until chapter 58.
But also, look at how we left Mitski in the time skip. Sage Mode Mitski wasn't keeping up with fatigued Boruto.
I know. Rant on why that doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
It doesn't make sense. It physically doesn't make sense. Mitski in Sage Mode is blitzing Deepa, who was capable of blitzing Boruto on several occasions. That's how much faster Sage Mitski is than base Boruto. Boruto's also injured, literally covering his eye with one hand. You know how much slower you are when you don't use your other arm? Quite a bit slower. So he's literally handicapped off of... It doesn't make any sense.
It's not looking good.
Not to mention, he was stalled by Team Shikanai with Shadow Possession Jutsu. Mitski talked to Sarda for 5 seconds. It literally doesn't make sense how Mitski didn't find Boruto.
And also, just based on this latest chapter, it's not looking good for Mitski. He's not contending with Boruto.
How, based on this chapter?
Based on this chapter, there's nothing Mitski has which is even coming close.
We don't know that. I mean, Mitski's running speed seems to be pretty quick. I mean, I'd like to imagine flying as an advantage of you can just fly over all the buildings. Mitski's got to run around him and shit. You caught up to Boruto immediately.
That's no way. You are not using that as Mitski is not bobbing and weaving, running through the Konoha ground area to keep up with Boruto.
Okay,
is he so
jump.
Strong, he's basically flying himself.
Crazy. He must be fast.
To be honest, he's probably doing what Mike Guy does and just kicking off the air. Let's be real.
Okay, if he can do that, that's pretty damn impressive.
Well, if you ask Daigo, he's the strongest in the series for that, but...
I mean, like I said, it remains to be seen. Like I said, Boruto is going to use flying Raijin a ton to dodge shit, just like he already did. Boruto's got and he's probably going to show some new jutsu as well, but yeah, we'll just see what happens. I'm fully gonna say, I'm biased. I want Mitski to do really freaking well.
I know.
Okay, I want to see him slam Kawaki in particular. But for now, Boruto is what I'll have to deal with. And then I want to see him beat up Kawaki. That's all I care. That's all I ask for. Once I get that, my dream will come true.
I mean, based on what we've seen, Mitski tried to catch Boruto off guard twice in the latest chapter. First, when he first showed up and wrapped Boruto around with a snake. Boruto used flying Raijin to escape before the snake could even bite him. How quick was that? Off guard at that. Freaking, he hip thrusted to throw his sword out to teleport to his sword. Mitsuki's not contending with that at all. And then Mitsuki tries to use a snake from underground. Boruto just flies up. There's no way he's even
I don't
close.
think that one's as
he sends a whole barrage of snakes at
Boruto.
He just uses a slight amount of purple lightning just to cut up all the swords like he's Sasuke fighting final form Orochimaru. It's not even close.
Yeah, but
and let's be real. He was not flying there to escape from Mitski. He knew Mitski was following him with the snake the whole time. He was flying slow, probably just to let Mitski catch up, just to go to the edge of the village, just to fight Mitski by himself for a minute. If Boruto wanted to, he could escape from
I think he was flying
easily.
away like to talk to Shik. I mean, he knew Mitski was following him,
Kawaki?
but I don't think he was trying to
Kamui?
lure Mitski to the. No,
it's
he
not.
was
My
trying to just
hearing went
go
out again.
away, talk to Shikamaru,
Okay.
but he knew that Mitski was clearly following him, and is like, "Sorry, dude. Like, I got business too."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so he knew he was there.
Like, I don't think the point was to fight Mitski in the woods instead of where they were. The point was to get away from Mitski, talk to Shikamaru, but he knew that wasn't working, and it was like, I have to fight him first.
Well, then he would just get rid of the snake and then just fly away again. The reason Mitsuki...
Then he didn't know the snake was following him. But he might not have known the snake was on him.
Let's be real. He knew the snake was on him. Let's be real.
Code didn't know the toad was on him.
That's ridiculous. He knew. That's how he knew Mitsuki was following him in the first place.
Mitsuki's snake might have masked his chakra signature.
Mitsuki was... Okay, the snake can't do that, first of all. Second of all, the snake... doesn't matter because Mitsuki was out of sight and he knew that Mitsuki was still following him. How did he know?
Mitsuki might not have been out of sight. He might have just been keeping tail with him.
Really, your argument there is Mitsuki should have been not hiding his chakra signature and he could sense Mitsuki? That's
Maybe,
really your argument there?
Well, the point is he could tell. Maybe Boruto sensed how ridiculously OP Mitsuki was, and he's like, oh, there's no way he won't catch up to me.
But if that's the case, he could just use flying Raijin to teleport anywhere else right now. He doesn't have to fly.
Well, no, because technically, yeah, he could have just... Well, no, because it depends on where his markers are. Like, if he doesn't have a mark, he has to stay within 100 kilometers for Ino's jutsu to talk to Shikamaru. So he can't just teleport, to Kashin Koji or something. But if he doesn't have a marker, like, anywhere besides on his sword, for example, unless he throws the sword to the other side of the village, teleports, does shit like that, it's like, okay, that's not gonna work.
But if he teleports
Boruto's
out
best
of
bet
range...
would just to be to fly. Realistically, I don't know why Boruto doesn't just fly 100 kilometers into the sky to talk to Shikamaru. Unless Mitsuki can attack that far up. Like, that's honestly what he should do.
That's funny. If Boruto teleports out of range of Ino's jutsu and then back in range, do you think it cancels out the jutsu? Or do you think it just, like, he's out of range, but once he comes back in range, he's back in range? Like, do you think the call ends, quote-unquote?
I get what you're actually asking.
Yeah.
It's like if I just go walk outside of my range of my AirPods, I won't hear you. I'm technically in the call with you, but I wouldn't know what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, what happens when you walk back is the question. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good question. That's a community poll question right there.
Yeah.
By the way, Immortal, I think
I don't know.
So,
as a small side note, though, what's crazy is Ino's distance. Just for reference, a click is a kilometer. In the Code arc, Kawaki and Boruto and Code were 40 kilometers away from the Leaf Village, and they were outside of the Leaf Village by that point. Ino can go over double that, 2.5 times that distance. She can still talk to you.
Yeah, but then you also look at how far Hinata can see with the Byakugan. It becomes a little bit less impressive. But I think it's still even further than that. Immortal, can you turn down your TV?
No, I thought
my bad.
Hinata's Byakugan was like a couple thousand kilometers. Wait, no, not a couple thousand.
I was about to say.
How far can she see? I thought it was... hold on, let me just look it up.
I forget. It could be a couple hundred. It could be...
I thought it was like 8 kilometers or something.
No, it's like 20 something, I think, last time I remember. Or that could have just been at the beginning of
20
Shippuden.
kilometers.
20? Okay. Is that for Boruto, though?
No, it's 20 kilometers.
Is that for Boruto, though?
I don't know. I mean, it's updated March 22nd, 2022, so probably.
We'll just say it is. We'll say
I think Neji's was like 1,800, 1,000. Yeah. Neji was...
meters?
Okay. Interesting. Hold on. This is just according to a Reddit post, but I did think this. Okay, it said Neji had 360-degree vision, but only for 800 meters.
That's not true.
Adult Hinata could see 20 kilometers ahead,
but only with tunnel vision. So she can't see 360 that far ahead.
Yeah, that's just not true.
I don't know. I don't know where they got the info from, but
they made it up. What do you mean?
But I'm just seeing.
It's completely not true at all.
Just seeing. Well, I don't know where the information even comes from, so I don't know.
The only time, well, it came from that guy is where it really came from. The only time we even hear about 360-degree vision is during the Kitamaro fight with Neji, so we don't even know if it affects other Byakugan. Obviously, the obvious assumption is it does, which means it should affect Kaguya, which is how Sakura punched. But that never gets cleared up. He can't just train that. That's just something that always applies to him. And so, like, with the Kitamaro fight, he did not have 360-degree vision within 800 meters because he couldn't see the spider's 360-degree vision 5 meters above him. Of course it's not true.
No, it was only, well, there's the exception of the one blind spot. He can't see that, so it's not actually true. It's like 359-degree vision, essentially.
Exactly, but that's not 360 is the
true
point. But we know that.
I know, but like they say 360 in the show just to emphasize like he sees all around him. But technically, it's not true 360 because there's the one blind spot.
But the that blind spot applies for the whole.
I don't know where the
no 800 meters
I don't know where the Hinata distance thing came from. I don't even know where that comes from. The 20 kilometers thing.
I forget where.
Probably
not definitely stated.
But everyone's saying focusing her vision in a single direction, Hinata can see far distances as far as 20 kilometers. All these are saying it. So I think whatever novel, wherever it's from, specifies focusing in a single direction. Yeah. Not that she sees 360 for 20 kilometers.
It's possible. I know Ino's doing this like off the grid, but it's possible Ino is using some sort of Yamanaka technology to amp her aid as well. Something to what like Ino's father was doing to work.
Great. Well, I mean,
we don't see anything, nothing to
at least visually, she's not hooked up to it right now.
Yeah.
Because, for example, in the war arc, Ino, Ichi, and them were hooked up to some technology. Ino is not.
Technology
the other people in the detection team are, but Ino isn't. So it does seem like Ino is just genuinely doing this herself.
Yeah, I agree. It does seem like that. It could also be like the Konoha bubble amp thing. I don't know. Like with the Kushina arc, there was just a random seal in the village.
It's possible, but at the same time, I don't think so because hypothetically, if Ino was using like the ninja tech technology, for example, I don't think she could actually hide that from the detection team. Like if she's like, it would be in the technology. I feel like they would be able to access it. So I feel like it has to be her solo.
I mean,
Boruto to guarantee it's only her, Shikamaru, and Boruto. I think this seems more likely.
Boruto was hiding it.
Huh?
Boruto was hiding his ninja tech when he was in the tuning exams.
No, but what I meant was, for example, if Boruto uses ninja tech secretly, if you were to examine that ninja tech later on, like Katasuki could say, oh, he used the purple lightning one, because, you know, he could examine it, maybe tell it was used, is what I'm saying. So the ninja tech team could maybe, like, I don't know if it would, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know how the thing works, but I don't think she's using it.
Yeah, I'm saying if she did confiscate technology, she would do it with the knowledge that she could revert it back to the way it was. She wouldn't just steal it knowing they would find it. It's like, if she took it, then she's getting away with it. If she didn't take it, then it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, but also I don't think she did because it was just an on-the-fly, like, she walked away, spoke to Shikamaru personally. She wasn't using ninja tech, but she just talked to Shikamaru immediately after the office. And then she's like, yo, can you do this? Hook me up to Boruto. I don't think she just went, oh, let me go get my tech real quick. I think she just did it.
I don't know, there's a lot of panels of her walking away from the Hokage office. Maybe that was implying something.
I feel like they would have included a panel of her picking up the tool if that was the case.
Okay.
Also, this is kind of random.
Oh, yeah.
Completely random. Actually, no, two things. But one of them is completely random. So it was funny when I was listening to my chapter review. Mind transmission jutsu sounded a lot like mind transfer shinjutsu. Like if you like said mind transfer shinjutsu sounds like mind transmission jutsu. It's crazy. The mind transfer shinjutsu. I thought of that. And a good segue to the next topic. We're gonna skip ahead.
Ino is Otsutsuki? Question mark, question mark,
Yeah, I was wondering about
Any
that.
guesses on what I'm referring to? Okay. So think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Ino hooked up to Boruto via her jutsu, like her chakra. It's a chakra connection. Boruto is masking his chakra signature, and she did that. So the only people who have been able to do that are Otsutsuki, who can sense each other. So what do you think?
The only thing
Ino and Otsutsuki?
with that is Ino clearly wasn't sensing Boruto in the village. In fact, you could argue she did the same thing that Mitski did. Oh, he's probably in the south. I'll just connect to someone in the south and hope it's Boruto.
No, but I don't think that would work because think about how conveniently lucky that would be, given that Boruto was sitting right next to Sarada and Sumire. Wouldn't they get caught in that too?
Well, that's actually a good point, because Sarada and Sumire are sitting one person distance away from each other. Okay, just connect to the middle area and hope it's Boruto.
Let me look this up.
I think it would
I
also
want to see
be...
if there's a databook page for the mind transmission jutsu.
It'd be really funny as well if Ino was just connecting to like random citizens in the south. Hey, are you Boruto? No, okay, bye. Hey, are you Boruto? Obviously, she would like know the connection of everyone that's there, so she'd be like, all right, I'm not connecting to this person, but like maybe there's like an unknown person there that she could connect to, and then that would be the only unknown person there, so that would obviously be Boruto. That's the only realistic way I could see it. And my guess is it would be not through a chakra signature thing. She would connect through some other means. Like, it's a mind transmission, so maybe Boruto can connect via the mind, and that's not chakra related. Boruto has a mind, regardless if he's human or Otsutsuki.
Like, can't Ino just like hijack Otsutsuki's consciousness and make them do whatever she wants them to do?
For about a millisecond before
They'd
the
probably just kick her out.
Otsutsuki, yeah, before it chakra flexes. But yeah,
I was just wondering, like, how impossible of a task would that be for her? Like, how much? Whew! It'll basically be like the same thing as a jinchuriki fighting against a tailed beast for control over its power.
honestly, at this point, the gap in power is so huge that for Obito, it was like 1 second. For an Ishiki level opponent or higher, they might not even notice it, because out of instinct, they might just kick her out before they're even aware that they're under it themselves. Almost like antibodies fighting off a disease in your body. Like, you don't know it, you're not personally aware of it, but it's still happening subconsciously.
Interesting.
Definitely. So I think it's fair to say, going back to Boruto's flying Raijin, that he very clearly, obviously, has a marking seal on his sword. One thing he could have done is just left his sword with him, flown away, have Mitski chase him, and then just teleport back to his sword with where Sarada is.
That's what I was thinking, like, as a joke thing that he could just do. Like, just mess, like, if he puts one marker in 2 different locations, so that you just keep going back and forth until the conversation's over.
Yeah.
Going back to Ino's jutsu, though, so here's the thing, though. When they didn't know when Boruto was... Right? Actually... This is so weird, because, like, when in the Code arc, Ino didn't just, like, you know, telepathically talk to Boruto or anything, like, because it seemed like, because she didn't know where he was, so she couldn't, like, just go talk to him. But, like, if he's masking his chakra, I don't know, dude. I don't get, like, if they master chakra signature, I don't get why they would be able to talk to him.
I don't
Maybe
think
it's a thing of they don't know where they are.
Directly linked.
It could be a thing
But,
of like,
like,
oh,
if
Boruto's
she doesn't
within my
truly know
range.
where he is,
Yeah.
but like Boruto was within her range. I mean, if she has
No,
a
I'm
100-kilometer range, if she just assumes Boruto's probably in my range, like, would it just work?
No, but think about it this
Like,
way,
to what
Kamui.
detail does she need to know their location?
Think about it like Call of Duty. So if I get a counter UAV, I can't see you on my mini map, but I could still hit you with a kill streak if it's like an area of effect.
Yeah, I know, but if that's the case, Ino could just activate her jutsu up to 100 kilometers, and she would just auto connect to Boruto as long as he was in a 100-kilometer radius.
Yeah.
It's an area of effect. So he's just there. So
So-
why would she not just do that?
But here's the thing. Well, if she doesn't know that he's there, then it doesn't matter. Like, for example, if I'm in a 1v1
No,
lobby
but
with
she
you,
just assumes he probably is. But like, what if she just thinks he is, and he is?
then she could connect. But why would she just randomly think he is out of nowhere?
Why would she assume that Boruto got over 100 kilometers away in like 2 minutes?
When?
In the code arc.
In the code arc, that's what you're talking about. Was she even involved in the code arc?
Yeah.
You said yeah? When?
But yes, like she's part of the team that's supposed to be finding Boruto and Kawaki. Like Naruto's like, never mind, just switch your search for Boruto. That'll help us find where Kawaki is. It's not like just like talks to him, says, hey, oh, found Boruto. Hey, where are you? It's Naruto just senses him and just starts heading that way with Sage Mode. It's not like ever communicates with them or anything. Like,
Okay, but to be fair, first of all, he wasn't masking his
we've
chakra
never
signature, so
seen
he could be
Ino
tracked.
like connect to someone without knowing where they are.
Yeah, so the team should have been able to track him from the get-go. First of all, they didn't need Sage Mode Naruto. That's just bad writing. Because Boruto told them exactly where he's going and where Kawaki is. It was so frustrating reading those 2 chapters back to back in like 2 months because no one was listening to Boruto in an emergency situation.
I know, dude. It was listening to Nishi instead of Boruto.
It's literally, that might be the most
Like, freaking
frustrated I've
Nishi,
ever
dude.
been with the entire Boruto franchise, aside from maybe the time skip. That's like a different.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
different
I
type
don't know
of
about that.
frustration.
Like, yeah, different reasons. But Code's core is the claw mark on his head. Dude, we still don't know why the hell he has a claw mark on his head. Like, he just chose to put it there as far as we know.
Well, the claw mark on his head has had utility. Like, he was able to pull Damon out through it. As well as
Exactly,
I think some
it
other
has
claw
utility.
marks.
So as far as we know,
or
Code just
programs.
put it there. But if that's the case, my other question is, what's with the scars underneath it? We still don't know what the hell that's about.
The scars underneath it?
Yeah, there's plenty. So many panels have these marks that look like either a closed eye or scars on his forehead underneath the claw mark.
I'm not sure what you're talking
There's so
about.
many panels with it.
I'd have to see what you're talking about.
I'm surprised you don't know off the top of my Immortal, do you know what I'm talking about? Like, I'm surprised you don't.
Wait, huh? Say it again.
On Code's forehead, underneath his claw mark, have you noticed like the markings that kind of look like either a scar or a closed eye?
Yeah,
feel
pretty
you're
much.
Yeah, okay. So you
Yeah.
know what I'm talking about.
It's kind of weird
I'm just
because
gonna
like
look.
Can you show me what you're
I
talking
think
about?
I think it will be more for
Yeah, I'm trying to find a. Okay, this will.
Please, yeah.
There's tons of panels, but I'll just go with this for now.
I would
it's
chalk that up
possible
to-
it's actually just hair pinched underneath the claw mark as well. Yeah, I'll say that is possible, but it doesn't really look like hair. But I'm just
Well-
gonna take a bunch of random images from random chapters and covers, and yeah, we'll do one at a time.
Okay.
But
Yeah. Well, I guess
just
while
keep
you're doing that, I'll
doing
bring
till
up the next topic. So, how old are those elders? Those
Not
elders are
long,
pretty old by now.
yeah.
It's
yeah,
another
probably
3
years
years
old, but-
later.
Well, assuming they're Hiruzen's age, Hiruzen was 69 when he died. Then you have 3 or 4 years until probably 4 years to the fourth Great Ninja War, like the day when Naruto's birthday is. And then it's 16 years beyond that, and then another 3 years beyond that. So you have 19 plus 4 is 23 plus 69. So they're probably like 92-ish.
Crazy.
Somewhere around that area.
How old was Onoki?
Probably in the
I don't
70s,
know.
maybe 60s.
No, he was older
No,
than
no,
that.
Onoki was older than that when he died in Boruto.
Spoiler alert.
Onoki was probably similar age, honestly. I think he's
Yeah.
probably a similar age to them. But Onoki died not by old age, but because of Ku.
I think the oldest person in Naruto has to be the not elder, but like the old lady who knitted the 7 Hokage jacket or whatever it is? Because she knitted Hashirama's as well.
Her or Kakuzu, one or the other.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with her
Kakuzu's
still.
gonna be one of the older.
Yeah. Well, Kakuzu might be older now that you say, because I could imagine Kakuzu being like 30 when he fought Hashirama. Probably wasn't that old, but I
So
don't
well,
know.
it depends on his exact age relative to Hashirama. But if you assume, because Kakuzu's even older than Madara, mind you, than old man Madara. If they were born at about the same age anyway.
Yeah.
Kakuzu lived on several years beyond that. So,
And I could imagine
let's
the
think.
lady that knit the Hokage jacket was probably like her young 20s, if not earlier.
Well, actually, okay, let's think about this. So, assuming Hiruzen was, assuming when Hiruzen was born, like Hashirama is like 13-ish years older. So that way, like, maybe even more. Like, Kakashi's 26 beginning part 1 when Naruto's like 12, 13. So let's just say 14 years older than Hiruzen when he was born. So that would mean when Hiruzen was 69, Hashirama would have been 83. Oh, actually, they might be older than Kakuzu might have only been like 86 or so when he died. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so not only did Kakuzu already die like 19 years ago at this point, or 20 years ago, I guess, technically, that's crazy, but maybe 21. But I would still say the old lady is still older anyways.
How old's Granny Cat?
We have no idea. I don't think they say at all.
She's probably like a millennium year old.
But
Well,
obviously,
actually, well, I mean, we all know who the oldest character in Naruto is, Black Zetsu.
yeah, exactly. So obviously the oldest human characters would be those, but then there's like 10 different random various animals or Otsutsuki, alien, whatever that we could also
Yeah,
name.
Gamamaru.
Exactly.
Oh,
Yeah,
actually,
and
according to
Otsutsuki.
the anime, Gamamaru's even older than Black Zetsu because he's still alive and he was born before Black Zetsu.
Yeah.
All right, I just sent a bunch of photos in chat. By the way, Oodie.
Yeah.
I think I sent some more. Like the point is, you can see this thing under his skin and all.
Yeah.
So this makes me think it might be hair, given that it's white in this one. And the top one, it looks almost red. So it might be hair, but in the other ones, it looks more like a scar. Like if you look at the one, oh wait, I forgot one. This one I'm about to send, for example. I don't know if that looks like hair, really.
This doesn't look like hair. I'll give you that.
It
doesn't
doesn't
look like wrinkles.
It really doesn't.
No, it does look like a scar.
To me,
I don't know. It kind of looks like he got like electrocuted in the forehead or something. Like it just depends on the image you're looking at.
it's a little weird, but it does look like a bunch of scars. It looks like a scar.
If I had to guess,
Yeah, at least
maybe
it's
some
like
sort of
summon lump.
if I had to guess, it's actually just what his skin looks like because he put the claw mark on top of it. Like I think if he removed that claw mark, his skin would go back to looking normal, assuming it's not scarred from it. But I think it's from
that's what I was
on.
thinking. It might just be like his skin scrunched up from the claw mark, for all we know. Granted, though, his one on his wrist doesn't have that problem, so I don't know.
And if we get some crazy cool Code backstory of him like covering up this battle wound or something, that'd be crazy. Yeah,
speaking of Code stories, like when are they gonna actually like give us some more exposition on Code's backstory?
Do we even?
Because like all we know is that he was one of the kids that was taken into experimentation by Jigen, so he can place a karma seal onto one of them to see if one of them is going to be his perfect vessel. Turns out Code was a failed vessel, but was still able to use a karma seal, a white karma seal. And in chapter 6, we learned that the white karma seal was actually a lump of Otsutsuki essence, mainly Ishiki's. That's interesting.
Just given where the story's at, I could either see like Code essentially reflecting on his backstory just when he's off alone before he does anything, or one of the Divine Tree people revealing it, either to themselves or to Boruto or whoever, saying something about Code's backstory with their just random ass knowledge, or Amado. I guess Ada. One of the four would be the people to bring it up.
But it's kind of tricky as for like what is Code even going to do moving forward is a good question because like he said, it seems like these divine trees will just kill you on your own. So I'll let them do it. Like he already knows Boruto beat him. Like I think Code's smart enough to know that like now that he's lost his claw grime army, he stands a worse chance now. So it might not be wise to just like randomly attack Boruto again.
Did he lose his Claw Grime army?
As far as we can tell.
I mean, they're seemingly not in Konoha anymore, but I don't think he sent all several thousand of them there, and 4 of them turned into.
Yeah, but, okay, but here's the.
Changes.
Well, okay, but there's 2 things. There's 2 things. One is the storage place. I mean, it depends on where he stored them away. Where's the storage place? The Ten Tails dimension, or was it somewhere else, like Boruto's hideout, for example? Which I still hope is the case, but I don't know if it is. If the storage place was somewhere else, okay, then he probably still has them. If the storage place was the Ten Tails dimension, honestly, then I don't think they're there, because, like, where are they? It's also possible that, like, because like there's a time limit, like the Ten Tails was going to evolve. It seems like the Rinnegan one that attacks Kawaki was just a random one that was starting to evolve. It didn't fully get there, obviously, but it was starting to. It could just be that, like, when the Ten Tails evolved, that was it. There just is no regular Claw Grime anymore. They're either all evolved ones or gone, for all we know. I don't know.
Speaking of evolved Shinjus, so a lot of people are still stuck on Jora's identity. Some people assume that it's either one of these 4 choices. Either Kawaki, Gaara, Kakashi, or Soege. And I've seen a lot of people on Instagram.
No, there's more people than that. There's also Jigen and Ishiki.
No.
Who is Soege?
Jigen and Ishiki, but it's just like, here's the thing. Listen.
Soege is the guy who saves Sarda.
Oh,
and gets
okay,
big.
you're right.
Listen, so here's the thing. Some people
I've also heard Aruka.
Yeah, but I've also seen a lot of people kind of discredit the theory that it could be Ishiki or Jigen, because I don't know, maybe it's because like they don't really see the resemblance.
Bro, yeah, I'm fine with discrediting them.
It's either Ishiki, Kawaki, or Jigen. It's not Gaara, Aruka, or Soleil.
It can't.
No. See, those have ground legs. I'm fine with discrediting Jigen though, specifically. I think Jigen specifically, we can just throw him out. There's
See, here's the thing. I always wholeheartedly believe that Jora is like the main body of the Ten Tails, but I never would have expected that he would actually be the main body of the Ten Tails with Ishiki's essence imbued into him. The reason why I'm saying that is because we don't have a backstory on Jura, not like the other 3. The other 3 we know that they are Sasuke, Bug, and Moege. We know how they became Shinjus and how they got, entrapped within trees. And their chakra is what gave birth to their, I would say, Shinju avatars, sort of. But Jora, he just came out of nowhere. He appeared right above the Ten Tails' cage, and he starts saying, the line about chakra and how it's basically like a part of the entire. I wouldn't say a part of the entire planet. Let me go back to chapter 4.
He was saying that like the chakra of the planet, we divine trees exist to suck that chakra out of all living things and form a chakra. Like, I mean, I'm with you. Like, dude, I think he's the main body of the Ten Tails. Like,
he has to be
so clearly. Because the thing is, if he wasn't, it's like, why is he the clear leader? Why is he the one with the same markings as the Ten Tails' cage? Why is he the one with the cube with those markings? It's like there's so many things that point him to being it's just like, why would he be so different if he wasn't the main body? So I feel like he has to be.
No, I wouldn't say him flying above where the Ten Tails cage was is any evidence of it. I think that's more of an artistic
I wouldn't say that either, but like the point is he's very clearly distinct from the other 3 for a lot of reasons. For example, just the fact that he's the only one that didn't fight in chapter 4 is as simple as that is. He's the only one who didn't do it. Granted, I guess you could say Bug's the only one without a name, but like, okay. The point is he's distinct from the other three in a lot of ways that the other three aren't distinct from each other. So it's like he feels like he has to be more main body at least.
I have to. It's like well, yeah. So it's like I wholeheartedly believe that he is the main body of the Ten Tails. And then when Chapter 6 came out and they were talking about and Boruto was talking about how Code's white karma seal is literally nothing but a lump of Otsutsuki essence, well, mainly Ishiki's, I was thinking, okay, so this could probably be the main body of the Ten Tails with Ishiki's essence inside of him, which could explain his demeanor and how he sat on that black cube and why he wants Naruto. I didn't want to believe it was Gaara because how did Gaara get bitten by Ten Tails? And why would Code need to go to the hidden sand village?
Exactly. It's so random.
Like, why would Code need to go to the hidden sand village to expand his army to see how powerful his claw grimes are? I don't know. No one seems to want to, think about that for some reason.
Guard just doesn't make it. This honestly, the same goes for like Aruka. It's like, yeah, Aruka means something to us, but it doesn't mean anything to. It's just is too random. It's like, is that really like if that's gonna be the case? Wouldn't they make Sasuke the leader in that case? Why would they make these random bozos the leader of the group? It's like, no, the leader has to be more important than freaking Sawagi.
And more powerful. But
exactly, it's like otherwise Sasuke would be the leader. You wouldn't have Jura be the leader.
And what's crazy is that like when Ada was kind of breaking down that the chakra of the individuals that are in the god trees is what created these things. Well, we see that Soege and some other guy in the background has been by the claw grimes, but we don't see an evolved Shinju from them. Or like a Shinju lookalike from them.
Interesting though, because Boruto says this thing involves everyone who turned into a tree. So it does remain possible that we just haven't seen the others. It could otherwise it wouldn't be everyone, and Boruto would just be wrong.
Yeah.
Or it could be that their chakra just isn't potent enough, or
that's what I said. It might be the I thought that too. Like only the strongest. There's a threshold potentially. As an example, we know that a chakra fruit forms, it's supposed to form when the divine tree is like sucked out like a sufficient amount, otherwise they just won't get a fruit, right? So it could just be like if these guys are in a sense a type of fruit in a way, like it's a new Seedly born out of Sasuke's tree, it's this guy. It might mean that the person needs to have a sufficient amount of chakra to even get to this point. That is possible. So like Moegi and Bug might be like the bare minimum.
Yeah, I don't think. I don't think we can have thousands of Ishiki plus level combatants running around, because if we did, the Earth's just done. I'm sorry. There's no level of plot armor or power of friendship that could possibly come close to overcoming any level of that godlyhood.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Exactly.
Like if there was like 6 people, okay, but it's like just how many were bitten in that invasion. If it's only the other 2 people too, fine. But it seemed like the characters were implying a lot of people got bitten. Like Shikamaru's like, are they trying to create a forest? Well, I mean, 2 trees, I wouldn't call that a forest. Like,
so yeah, it probably could be that there are a lot of people who are bitten by the claw grimes. Oh yeah, go ahead.
He said.
It could be that a lot of people were bitten by the claw grimes, and Kishimoto probably just didn't have time to show it to them. I don't want to assume that will be the case, but here's the thing: there's only 4 Shinjus now, and we have already came up with the theory that the only reason why there's only 4 of them could be because their chakra just isn't strong enough or potent enough to create another evolved Shinju, which would explain why there's only 4 for now, because I think Soege and the other guy that got bitten just didn't have strong enough chakra or potent enough chakra to have their own Shinju avatar-esque sort of thing. Which is where Sasuke, since he's like a reincarnation of Indra and so forth and so on.
I
His
think it's
chakras are
self-explanatory.
yeah, like he's pretty much like going to be like of premium quality.
He's one of the closest things to a Suzuki without being in a Suzuki.
Yeah, pretty much.
The interesting one's Bug. It's like, damn,
Bug?
he was strong.
Well, he's Kara,
See,
so who knows?
so
Modified
Bug,
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
interesting.
I assume Bug actually could fight. We just didn't see it, yeah. Because he's like an outer member of Kara, so you think
Yeah.
he's probably in the realm of like Garo and Ao and stuff. Like he's Boru's right hand man.
So silly to
Like,
think about that
he
Bug
has-
is defeating Ao.
Here's the thing.
Literally,
Bug
it
has
seems so weird, but like, I mean, maybe he is.
Yeah.
Bug has no. We don't really know if Bug has any jutsus in his arsenal. But what we do see from the Bug Shinju clones is he's able to create a giant carnivorous, I would say, plant-like maw.
Yeah, it's
From
like
his
a
arm.
a giant crab claw almost. I figured that might just be Bug's ninja tech abilities. I don't know.
I think that could just be an ability unique to the Shinjus.
I think so as
It
well
could be.
because
We
the
don't know.
others are discussing eating these people. I don't think. Okay, it'd be really, really weird if Jura just spent like weeks cannibalizing, cutting up Naruto's corpse and like eating him down like his normal mouth. Like he's not eating fingers
Oh, I
at a
could
time.
Dude, I don't know, bro. I could totally see Jura being. If he is, I'm just saying, if Jura is related to Jigen or Ishiki, I can absolutely see him cooking him, getting a nice fine dinner with Delta. But absolutely getting the line out. Absolutely, he's doing it that way.
Oh my
But
God.
for real though, the regular claw grimes just bit people in the neck like normal human biting, like if they're vampires. It's not like they grew out a giant mouth or some shit.
Yeah, but
So I
Jura has
figured that-
consciousness. He's
assumed
not
they were
gonna
gonna-
want to turn into a tree like that.
Exactly. He does not want to lose that consciousness because if he eats an
Then he's not
Otsutsuki
gonna
like
devour them.
Exactly, he's just
I
gonna
know,
take
but-
their chakra. But that's what the claw grimes were originally meant to
No,
do in
but
the
it's
first place.
implied that yeah, but honestly speaking, okay. So we were talking about this before where we don't really know. This chapter makes it even weirder. I don't know whether the act of biting necessarily matters more than just absorbing, because according to Boruto, he makes it seem like it's the chakra that's important. They're trying to eat chakra. They're not
Yeah.
necessarily trying to eat the flesh and bones. So I don't know if eating chakra is
absolutely
necessarily
not.
different than absorbing chakra, but if it is the same, then absorbing their chakra would make them turn into a tree, regardless.
I mean, is
of
it
if it's bitten or
absorbing
not.
and eating the same thing? You're consuming it.
I would say.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey, free game, everybody. I mean, look at Samehada. Are we calling Samehada a Shinju? It's like the
but
same thing.
No, somehow. I mean, actually, in a way, somehow
That's not in
kind
the
of is
same
like
context, though.
DuckTales.
Yeah, exactly. Literally
It
identical.
was somehow created from the DuckTales.
That's not
Imagine
the
if it
same
was.
context, so.
Yeah.
Yo, but I liked your I was listening in the background, Mortal Phoenix. I liked your theory about the about him being like the main body of the Ten Toes. I don't think
Yeah.
I ever heard that one before. That's pretty
Yeah.
interesting.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, you
'cause-
have absolutely.
yeah.
If you watched our podcast,
Yeah, 'cause
Y'all
I always-
podcast too long.
I don't agree with people saying that Jura is Kawaki, because here's the problem with
either.
this. Like Kawaki was never bitten by a claw grime, and also some people are saying it's Kawaki because they're mentioning the scene where the claw grime has slammed Kawaki, and they're assuming
Yeah.
They saying the
Or-
Renegon absorbed his chakra,
yeah. I was like, what the fuck?
or he touched him and absorbed his chakra.
No, I
I'm like,
agree.
what?
I agree
I was
with
like,
it.
where was it
so here,
stated
I'm gonna
or
play devil's
shown that that was
advocate,
the
but
case?
also argue against. Well,
Like,
okay,
why
so-
is everybody else stuck in a tree besides Kawaki though? Then
Because he's Otsutsuki.
Yeah, so
That's-
I mean, there's aspects
is
where I
Jura's
can see
Kawaki's
the idea.
consciousness? Like it doesn't
sure.
really make any sense for him
Makes
to be
sense. It makes
Kawaki.
perfect sense. The reason they didn't show it artistically is because they're waiting for the reveal.
Yeah, but then
No,
you
but
look
the
at
thing is, like that clock grind didn't turn into it. Like I said, Oodie, I'm gonna make sure you
it
know
didn't.
this.
I know.
If the Ten-Tails devours an Otsutsuki, it turns into a tree. If it devours a human, it still turns into a tree, just less good of a tree. So that clock grime should have turned into a tree. if it absorbed Kawaki's chakra. Unless absorbing is different from devouring. If it is the same, he should have turned into a tree. Instead,
I'm gonna
it
go find
just
a quote
got killed.
because I disagree.
See,
Oodie, they say it in 900 different chapters.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go find the chapter where you're
Ten-tails
wrong.
turns into a tree. Like what quote? Every time they mention it, it's when a Ten-tails eats an Otsutsuki that it becomes the divine tree. That's the whole point. It's the point.
It's
And
in
then
the
when they
chapter.
devoured the humans,
chapters.
when they devoured the humans, they were like a defective divine tree because humans
Yeah,
aren't
Sarda
Otsutsuki.
made
Like,
made a point about that.
Exactly. That's what I'm
yeah,
gonna
the
look
point
for.
is.
She was saying like they were still conscious or something like that.
yeah, they're still
the
conscious.
point, Oodie, isn't that they became a tree because they're humans. It's because it's that it didn't become the proper tree because they were humans. They become a tree regardless. The point is, a human tree sucks. Otsutsuki tree is a divine tree that actually works.
Okay, so let me ask you
That's the
right
point.
now: is Hidari, Jura, Matsuri, or the bug one, are they trees right now, Kamui? Would you classify them as trees?
That's the weird.
Their main
fucking
bodies,
thing.
that's what I'm
yeah.
talking about.
Wait.
So you know what? Maybe it
show
did
their
turn
main
into a
bodies yet.
tree.
We didn't see their main bodies yet, so we don't know. Like we haven't seen Bug's main body. We only seen the Shinju version of Bug. So until we see Bug's
we've
main
seen
body, then that will
his main
confirm it.
body's in the tree. So that's
Yeah,
why,
they're-
for me at least, I've been leaning towards the idea. This could be wrong, but I've leaned towards the
I don't
idea that
remember
like
that.
the
Seeing
bug,
him in a tree.
it's in chapter 3, right when Code goes to the Ten-tails dimension, they show us the bug tree, and in chapter 4. But anyway, so Sasuke Hidari, he doesn't have to be this way, but I get the feeling that like Hidari was essentially like birthed out of Sasuke's tree. Like he's a seed that popped out. Essentially, it's like his son in a way. It was created from Sasuke's tree. Could be wrong. It could have just poofed. I don't know. But it doesn't literally form. But Oodie, my point though is whether or not Jura would form elsewhere, the clock grind that theoretically absorbed Kawaki's chakra still didn't turn into a tree of any sort.
I don't think it has to.
Facts.
That's how it's supposed to go. But it should. If he's absorbing his chakra and that it counts as eating, then he should have turned into a tree right then and there.
We saw every other character, even the ones that didn't get turned into Shinju, turn into trees.
But every other character is
hypothetically, if that clock rhyme was just using a telepathic send chakra to the main body power, like it just sent it to the main body should have turned into a tree right then and there too.
True.
But maybe it did.
That's
Maybe it turned
kinda
into Jura, which is a tree, apparently.
No, it didn't. We literally see
listen.
the main body later in that chapter, not yet Jura. So the thing is, what they've implied, what Boruto says in this chapter, which I still find weird, is that they've essentially already become trees. So even though they don't look like trees and they're weird, kind of like Ten-tails, it's like
they're humanoid trees.
halfway
They're
there.
humanoid
And
divine
it kind of seems
trees.
like they're halfway there. They've evolved beyond Ten-tails, but they're not like a proper divine tree yet, essentially. And that's because of Code's, and this is where this would support the Ishiki thing, is, well, if Ishiki's essence through Code was making them evolve, then Jura, the Ten-tails' main body, may have just already, regardless, if it's Ishiki, I think it already was there. But the point is, it might already have Ishiki's chakra. That's why the main body is resembling, it would be Ishiki related. The other ones also acquired, Sasuke, Moegi, or whoever's chakra. Honestly, I don't even know where they came from, because if they came out of,
Came from Ishiki.
if Hidari came out of Sasuke's tree,
Came from
that
Kawaki.
makes sense to me. If he didn't, I don't fucking get it.
No, I think they came from the roots
I was-
of the Ten-tails itself, which was in that cage. Could have come from
Maybe they could
underground.
have came from the Ten-tails' chakra.
Could have came from that room from
Coming
chapter
out.
5 where they were all just sitting down, where that cube was. Could be a different
But
dimension.
where is that room?
Could be in that Ten-tails dimension. But I put the proof in chat. It says, this is a defective divine tree because it devoured the wrong thing, in reference to Soegi.
Yes, Oodie, that's the point. It's a
That's what we
defective
was just
divine
saying.
tree.
Okay,
It's
and
supposed to be a
Jura-
normal divine tree.
And Jura
Hold on,
isn't
time out.
defective. Jura's a normal divine tree.
Well, he's not normal.
To me, he's
You know what I
more
mean. He's
than
not
a normal
defective.
divine tree.
But he's not defective.
So it can't be Soege.
Neither is Moeki's Matsuri tree. She's not defective.
What do you mean by defective?
Like, I would say, like,
I don't know. That's the series. I mean, not
defective
this.
as in, like,
Well, I think defective is, like, for example, the tree that Sarada's sitting on, that tree isn't trying to absorb Sarada and everyone else and grow into a divine. It's not doing anything. It's just done. It absorbed one person.
Yeah, like if you go back to the war arc, like the
defective.
divine tree was like trying to capture everybody that had chakra.
Exactly.
So I hear
Yeah.
what you're
It's
saying.
not doing that stuff. That's why it's defective. I don't know what the deal
Maybe
with
because it's
the
a
other
juvenile
war.
perfect-
Ten Tails though. Like the other
basically,
Ten Tails was a full grown Ten Tails in the war arc. We're
Yeah,
dealing with a
mental.
juvenile Ten Tails in this arc.
But we don't know if the
Mhm.
10,000 in the war arc was fully grown. If anything, it was technically just
yeah, it
born.
was.
It's way bigger than the 10 tails that we see in Boruto.
We don't
It
really
was-
know that.
It
Bro,
actually is.
they wouldn't have made a point of calling it a juvenile Ten Tails.
Trust me, you don't want to get
Also,
into a
did you-
size debate of the 10,000s with Kamui.
Here's the thing.
No, you don't want to get with Oodie.
Here's the thing. The 10 tails that we see in the war arc had the power to destroy an entire continent. And also, like, the lore about it says that it can terraform planets.
Bro, I'm
And
not gonna
we've
lie.
seen-
The ghetto
yeah.
statue is more intimidating than the Boruto den.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but now you have to compare that to the Boruto one. How many
nice, like,
continents could the
whatever
Boruto one
dentist
destroy? I
that-
don't know.
Whatever dentist Ishiki brought that 10 tails to just got rid of its intimidation
Wow.
factor. It's got like those nice teeth, like it's just
Yeah,
not
he was
scary.
nice veneers. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
I would have loved it if the younger one had some sharp teeth.
We don't even know if
Nah,
it's
I like the
younger.
Yeah, it would just be
veneers.
more intimidating.
Yeah, more intimidating. But I'm
Nah, I
guessing
like the
they're
veneers.
I'm guessing they're trying to, like, make it clear that since it's a juvenile, it's not going to have its full set of teeth until it devours an Otsutsuki or evolves in some way.
But okay, but here's the actual weird thing though.
The reason this is happening is
one of
because
these
of code anyways, so no, it just wouldn't work like that because
Yeah.
code's changing the process. It would just be how it is normally. But yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the weird thing though. But yeah, so why is it so different with Code's influence than like anything else?
Seemingly because
Maybe
of Ishiki.
code.
Maybe it has something to do with Shibai. I mean, Boruto said
that's
it's
what I
because of his
said.
karma.
Hmm?
Boruto said it was because of his karma, though.
Yeah.
Code didn't use the thing is Code didn't use his white karma. We saw the scene. Code didn't actually use the white karma seal.
He doesn't have
So,
to.
I
He just
would-
used his
He
claw
still
mark.
has it.
I would disagree. The thing
Yeah,
is,
but that doesn't necessarily like when Kawaki, like say Kawaki in chapter like 30, when he's not using his karma seal, is he using Ishiki's chakra?
Okay, look at it
I
this
don't
way.
think so.
Look at it this way. You could seal a jinchuriki into
Yeah,
the
see,
ghetto
yeah,
mazo
because
when
he
they're
was
in their
still
base.
using hold on, because he was still using his dojutsu without his karma.
No. When he's not using, I've said chapter 30, before he's even awakened, or Boruto, for example. Boruto, versus Ao, when he didn't use the karma seal, he had a karma seal. Was he using Momoshiki's chakra?
Oh no,
In
because he
base.
wasn't a full vessel at the time, though.
Okay, but you can
base
seal.
Boruto in chapter 68. Is he using Momoshiki's chakra?
Okay, I guess not.
No, that's what I'm saying though. He wasn't a 68. Was he a full Otsutsuki? No,
He's
he
100%
wasn't
a
full-
Susuki. Is he using Momoshiki's chakra when he's in base?
I want to say yeah. It will only make sense because he is 100% Momoshiki at that point. Just Momoshiki hasn't taken over his consciousness, but I would assume that
The
they
answer
still
to that
incorporated
depends.
karma seal because the flash forward scene, he still activates his karma seal, which means the karma seal most likely gives him a boost of power, so he's drawing off of
But
Momoshiki's
that's
power.
the thing, though. So on one
Mhm.
hand, it makes sense if Kawaki was 100% Ishiki right now. Then in base, he would just be using Ishiki's chakra. But if that's the case,
Right.
what's up with the karma seal then? Because
Exactly.
the whole thing is Ishiki's chakra is in the karma seal.
Karma,
So
right.
when he's at 100%, when he uses the karma seal, he could use 100% of Ishiki's power. But that shouldn't apply to his base then, like because that's the point of
Yeah.
the karma seal. That's when they use the chakra. So which is it? Like,
Yeah, that's kind of confusing. I agree with you on that one.
because like, and then when in the Amado, Sasuke, Shikamaru, that whole conversation during the Ishiki versus Kashin Koji fight, Sasuke asked what happens to karma when the Otsutsuki resurrects.
But do you know
Amado
that they
says
said that
the-
they're going to change that flash forward scene up a little bit? It's not going to be the exact same flash forward scene
Yeah, I
that
don't
we
know
get
what
when they get to it, though. They said they're going to change it
yeah,
because
so
they
we don't
didn't really know
what
what they was going for when they like started off Boruto.
yeah, they don't know what the
Like
hell
with
they
the
were
Joe
doing.
God
They
and
just won
everything.
it.
Yeah,
But
it just wanted a cool scene.
yeah, it was a clickbait scene. But in the thing with Amado, he says that when Ishiki resurrects, for example, the karma seal like dissolves essentially onto the vessel. It spreads out, disperses, and it just integrates. So that implies that that's when all of the essence and chakra and stuff flows onto the vessel's body. It's when they resurrect. Otherwise, it's just in the karma seal. When they use the karma seal, they're using it. So if that's the case, I don't think base Kawaki right now is using Ishiki's chakra unless he's using either the dojutsu or the karma seal. Otherwise, he's using Kawaki chakra. Like, and if that's the case, it should apply to Code. So, it depends on how you want to interpret things. But
I mean, well, Code, he never got Ishiki's like DNA. His karma seal
but
is like
he's
a
still,
blanket.
regardless of whether it's secretly Amado Ninja Tech, whatever, the point is he's got a white karma seal, and that thing has some type of power. So I don't know that. I mean, granted, Code. This is why it's so freaking weird. Okay, so in Code's case, though, his hair turned white and all this crap, got long eyelashes, painted nails and stuff, after he got his white karma seal, seemingly because of the white karma seal, because when the limiters
No, that wasn't when he got the white. No. He had his white karma seal already, and then he got his limiters removed, and that's when he transformed into that.
Exactly, which means that, well, the only reason he got the limiters was because of his power after getting the white karma seal. So in the flashback, before he got karma, in the anime at least, we see he has red hair. With the limiters on, he has red hair. When the limiters are off, he has white hair, which kind of indicates that the karma seal, which made him strong, made his hair turn white. If it did that, then clearly it affected his body, which means it's not just in his white karma seal.
I'm under the assumption that he was special in a way, and he was like, I think he got his limiters placed on him before he got the karma seal experimented on him.
I mean, that means that Amado lied then, because the whole reason he got the limiters was because the reaction with Code's white karma seal was astounding, and Jigen wanted him nerfed. That's what he said.
It's kind of funny because I was about to do a video on explaining how sentience was triggered within the 10 tails, and I had assumed that it was Code's claw marks because Code's claw marks are a fusion of iron from his blood and his chakra. So I had assumed Code imbued his essence within the 10 tails, which triggered sentience within the 10 tails. But chapter 6 says otherwise, and that would be Code's white karma seal that have trigger sentience within the 10 tails because it's Ishiki's essence being imbued into the 10 tails, which that in of itself does make sense for why Jura would have similar facial features and similar demeanor to Ishiki. And his target, Naruto, obviously.
Yeah. That makes the most sense.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah, and in that case, I think it's still the claw marks because that was the avenue from which Code did this. It would just mean that the Ishiki essence or whatever was just in the claw marks.
Wasn't the claw marks a Shibai ability as well, though? Wasn't it?
So it didn't. Amado didn't state that it was.
Amado never said. Yeah. So basically, the way the sentences were structured, Amado said like, in addition to Ada and Damon's abilities, Code's claw marks are also Shinjutsu, as is the Daikoku 10, as is Kawaki's Daikoku 10 and Shikona Hikona that he inherited from Ishiki. That's something very close to that anyway. So the point is, he didn't say that Code's claw marks came from Shibai. What he did do, though, was group Code's claw marks with Ada and Damon, and then proceed to say Kawaki's abilities are also Shinjutsu, but they're from Ishiki. He specified Kawaki's come from Ishiki, though. So it's like, based off that, we also just know Ishiki doesn't have the claw marks. So it's like he's implying it's the same as Aiden and Damon, but it's possible it's a third Otsutsuki that he just chose not to tell us.
Maybe he could have been a
I'm about to say, can we be under the assumption that all Otsutsuki know some type of Shinjutsu?
Definitely.
Yeah, I think every single Otsutsuki uses Shinjutsu.
Yeah.
Well, then Momoshiki have to kind of go and research what Amado was saying to make sure it was the truth.
Well,
Oh,
he just said he knew all Shinjutsu, but I don't recognize Ada's ability as
Oh,
a
got you.
Shinjutsu.
Right. You're
And then he
right. You're right.
thought about it and said, "Oh, I get it. She must have omnipotence. That's why this is
Mm,
happening."
got
Essentially.
you. Got you.
mm.
Okay. Okay.
So to a certain extent, yes, Momoshiki definitely knows Shinjutsu, and it will stand to reason that Ishiki himself would also know Shinjutsu. But then we circle back to Kaguya, and since Shinjutsu as a power, as like the new power meta within the Boruto franchise, hasn't been an established concept in the early parts of Naruto.
Kind of. She didn't have to weave hand signs.
Well, she
Yeah,
didn't,
so
but her
honestly,
jutsus were classified as ninjutsu at
yeah,
first.
Yeah,
it's
but that
essentially a
was
retcon.
Hagoromo doing that though. When you watch Kaguya fight, you don't see her weave any hand signs.
Yeah, and I'm not
So
saying that she.
honestly speaking, yeah. So in the Naruto data books, it says ninjutsu for these things.
Yeah.
So it would be a retcon, but there is something I will say is I think yin yang release abilities are Shinjutsu because if you look at the databook page for yin yang release, it's identical to what Amado's saying about Shinjutsu. It's
In what
ninja
context?
developed ninjutsu based off yin yang release. Like the secrets of ninjutsu are most certainly rooted in the fragments of yin yang release. That's literally what Amado is saying about ninjutsu and shinjutsu. And if you look at what the yin yang release abilities examples are, it's creation of all things jutsu, Naruto
Right.
whipping out a new
True.
eye for Kakashi. It's all the
True.
crazy things. So
Like
it kind of seems
Izanagi.
like essentially yin yang release are shinjutsu. That's the impression I'm getting. And all the yin yang release jutsu are crazy. So it makes sense
Definitely.
if that's how you look at it. In which case, a lot of Kaguya's jutsu probably do fall under yin yang as an Otsutsuki. That's just what I'm thinking it is anyway. So in a sense,
I think it says
it's
that in the
a
data
sort of a
books.
retcon, but also just a name change.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
I actually
can be.
do have the character data book, but not data book number 4.
Yeah, I just have to look up. I don't own the data books, but
Yeah, it's
you can
weird.
find the yin yang release one online.
Mhm.
Well, I said
I've looked at
we
it
all
plenty,
have a data
so.
books. It's called google.com.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Granted, half of them aren't translated.
That's not true, is it?
What?
Some of them, well, some aren't translated, or some just have bad translations, I should
Okay,
say.
fair enough.
So one thing we do know is that yin and yang release are just like two governing energies, sort of like primordial spiritual energies. So
Yeah, like yang
Yeah.
is physical energy, yin is spiritual energy. It's
Yeah.
like the purest form of those energies if you use yin or yang. Like if you use yin release, you're just using pure spiritual energy. Yang release, just pure physical energy. Yin.
Which one does
chakra-
Shikamaru
chakras
use?
comprised
Shikamaru
of?
use
Shikamaru uses yin.
Yin.
Choji uses
Yin.
yang. Uchiha use yin. Senju use yang.
And I'll
generally,
never be
So,
able
like,
to
light and
know
darkness,
which one is which.
basically.
I'm always going to
It's
say the
fine.
opposite.
So, as an example, though, the best way to describe yin yang release is comparing like Kekkei Genkai versus just mixing two chakra natures. So,
Mhm.
for example, when Naruto and Yamato against Kakuzu, Naruto uses the wind release jutsu, Yamato uses the water release. They make
Mhm.
this hurricane combination jutsu. That's not the same as what Haku does with ice release. So the same thing applies with chakra versus yin yang release. So chakra, you're mixing it. It's like mixing a wind release and water release jutsu. Yin yang is like the Kekkei Genkai, like the ice release. That's the best way to look at it. So that's why it's different. And I think Shinjutsu is the same thing. It's just using
It's
it
the
better.
same thing. It's the same thing, but it's like on steroids. Like
I don't even think that Shinjutsu is really on steroids from Yin Yang release. Like,
Well,
honestly speaking,
I would
like
say
Sukuna Higana, is that really on steroids from the creation of all things jutsu? I don't
So-
know, bro.
no.
On Google, it says I looked up who has yin and yang release. It says so far the only users of yin and yang release include Hagoromo, Hamuro Susuki, Asura, Kaguya, Madara, and Obito. After becoming a 10-tailed jinchuriki, and Naruto was given access to 6-path sage mode by Hagoromo in the Fourth Shinobi
Yeah,
World
it's
War.
all the Otsutsuki related things, you know,
And
like
then-
coincidentally.
Yeah, and then we got the definitions here. Like, what is yin release? Yin yang release.
hold on, yin yang release. Shadow and light style is a nature transformation that combines yin release and yang release, two natures that exist outside of the 5 basic elements, like fire, wind, all that stuff.
Yeah, it's like a Kekkei Genkai of yin and yang, essentially. Best way to think of it.
Yin yang release can also be used to nullify the effects of all ninjutsu.
Yep.
And a good example of this is the truth seeking balls.
Yeah, that was yin yang.
Yep.
Yeah, and also this one is a little bit vague, but it's possible the rods that like Madara, Pain, Obito use have a similar effect, because Madara does just like nullify Sasuke's Susanoo or Amaterasu infused Susanoo arrow with a rod. It literally just nullifies it. So they might have somewhat of a similar effect, just not as good as Truth Seeker orbs.
Okay, so I looked up what is yin release. Yin release is the manipulation of shinobi's spiritual energy, and yang release is the manipulation of shinobi's life energy. When combined together, both form yin yang release, the rarest and most powerful nature transformation in the series.
Yeah. So, like, for example, a genjutsu almost always, with like an exception of Izanagi, is just yin release. It's just imagination, essentially. There's no physical energy. It's literally all your mind. Something like medical ninjutsu would most likely just be physical energy. You're not creating new form out of nothing. You're just adding life energy into someone and making them heal, essentially. And it also would fit in the whole Senju have yang release. What is Hashirama known for? Healing. Same with Tsunade and so on. The expansion jutsu is a yang release jutsu. Sorry. Shadow possession is yin release, literally a shadow, like shadow style. Pretty easy. That's how you should remember Oodie. But yeah, anyway, honestly speaking, like they kind of sound like the same thing. I'm gonna do a video on it, breaking it down at some point in my life. But I think that's all it is. But it's still crazy OP, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to see who has what, like who has yin release and who has yang release, but I think you already explained that.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a big list, but like genjutsu users have yin release. The Nara clan has yin release. The Senju tend to have yang release. Akimichi clan yang release. Medical ninjutsu users yang release. There's some other random examples somewhere probably. Real quick, free game, because I don't think you were here for this. Did you know that Ino might be in Otsutsuki?
Wait, what?
I have evidence. Okay, so it would make sense at least, right? That like if Ino's gonna connect her mind transmission jutsu to talk to you, she probably needs to like be able to like detect your chakra, right? Seems to make sense. So Boruto is masking his chakra signature in chapter 6. You notice how Ino connected to Boruto with the mind transmission jutsu, despite that?
Yeah, but hold on.
So does she detect Boruto's chakra? The only other person to sense Boruto's presence was Kawaki.
Kawaki, and then, but hold on. But Kawaki, and then it was transmitted over to Shikamaru from what's his name? Damn, he's my favorite character right now. I'm getting sleepy. Sorry, Mitski. So I don't. That's kind of weird. But the whole the whole Yamanaka clan, the whole Yamanaka clan can do that though. So
no, they can't find Boruto. They didn't even know he was there.
No, not find Boruto. I'm just talking about like this the mind transfer jutsu type.
Yeah, but you gotta be able to find his chakra.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think that was just a plot hole. Honestly, I think that.
No.
I don't think they thought that through.
True.
No, yes, but I think the best answer you can actually give is probably that it was off screen, but they must have asked Ada, Mitski asked Shikamaru to ask Ada where Boruto is, even though Mitski could literally just go ask her, literally in the same house. But he asked Shikamaru, and if that actually happened, if Ada told him where Boruto was, that's probably how found him, is my guess.
Yeah. Or Boruto
real
just
answer
wasn't masking his chakra no more.
Yeah, he unmasked it right at the nick of time.
I mean, Shikamaru transmitted to him first. No, oh, he needs Ino to do it though.
Yeah, he needs Ino for that. So.
You're right.
Well, assuming
Mm-mm.
Boruto unmasked his chakra and then remasked it, do you think Ino could pick up on his chakra signature even though it's masked?
Well, when he unmasked it. When after.
Yeah, like if he sent out a ping.
I would say
basically.
that. I think if Boruto like undid his chakra signature and Ino found him, started talking to him, and then he remasked it, I don't think the phone call would end, but maybe it would.
Well, I mean, remask it before she even connects.
That one's even tougher.
Yeah.
But it depends on how it works. Honestly, we don't actually have an answer.
Sure.
We were discussing how it might work, but
Okay, what about this? What about this?
Quite frankly, even if Ino, honestly speaking,
Okay, we're not.
I feel like Ino should have to be able to like feel her chakra to do this. It just makes more sense to me. So
Yeah,
even if
makes
Ada
sense.
said, "Hey, Boruto is over there," and Ino can't sense his chakra, I feel like she shouldn't be able to use this jutsu. Just honestly speaking, I don't think she should be able to.
I mean, any other jutsu
honestly,
works.
even if she wasn't Otsutsuki, it could sense Boruto regardless. It doesn't seem like Boruto's chakra signature is still masked. So I feel like she still should be able to use the jutsu.
Was it ever implied that she needed to sense your jutsu in order to
No.
speak to you telepathically?
I don't know why Kamui
It's never described
so
one way or
adamant on
another.
this.
All we know is she's only ever used it on people she could sense.
There's been like 2 people in the entire series where that wouldn't be the case.
Exactly, and she never used it on them before now, so that's
Oh
why
my
we don't know.
God. Okay, well,
But
clearly
it's
we do
never
know
been a
this is
situation
happening.
where that was a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think she's an Otsutsuki. I think that's far fetched. I think that was just
No,
something
obviously
that's
not.
altered.
Obviously not. It was just a joke.
But it's a dope theory though. Like if you wanted to do a video on it,
obviously
it'd be a
she's
dope
not an
video.
Otsutsuki. The point was just to say that she talked to Boruto while his
No,
chakra
yeah,
signature
I
was
get
masked.
it. That's why I had to think about it. I was like, yo, he makes a good point. Like, how did she do that?
The way I see it, Ino can just hit Boruto with the ability because she has chakra. It's like any other jutsu. It's like the mind transfer jutsu. So she could do it on a frog. She could do it on the ramen guy. Okay, ramen guy has chakra, but you know my point. The point is, Sasuke could do the fireball, fire style jutsu on a random object that doesn't have chakra. Just because the object doesn't have chakra doesn't mean it can't be affected by the jutsu.
I mean, honestly speaking, Boruto still has chakra even when he. Well,
Yeah.
actually, when they master chakra, I assume they still have the chakra.
They have
just can't
to
be
because it's
detected.
how
absolutely.
they
Isn't that
move
what
around.
Mu did?
Like Kawaki was
Yeah,
masking his
like
chakra, but he was still
Mu
jumping on trees.
Masked his chakra signature the same way, I'm pretty sure. Third Tsuchikage or second Tsuchikage. He's just not an Otsutsuki, but he could do it.
Yeah.
It's not like he lost his chakra. He literally does it during his fight, I think, at some point, doesn't he?
His case is a little
Like
bit
during the
different.
fight,
he
too.
makes himself invisible and flies around at least.
Yeah, he's a little bit
And
of a
during the
different
fight
case,
too,
but
it was
yeah.
like kind of like Ada who told everybody that Boruto was there, even when he was fighting Code. So it wasn't like they sensed his chakra, like, oh, Boruto's here. It was Ada.
No, I don't think Ada told him.
Yeah, she did, because that was the reason why when he felt the planet shaking and stuff like that, she was interested in, well, not interested in his new jutsu or whatever, but she was watching the fight.
She was watching the fight, but we never see her say anything like,
Ada
hey, Boruto's
definitely never
here.
said
Like,
anything.
Boruto was just detected by the village. They just said, oh, Boruto's chakra is detected above us.
Yeah.
Like, the sensory team just detected him because he stopped masking his chakra signature.
So you can
That's
assume
it.
that, you can assume when he came back in the village, then that he unmasked his chakra, no?
Yeah, I think so.
So, Kamui, I got a question for you. If other Yamanaka clan members randomly just business call out of nowhere, decided they needed to call Ino at this moment, do you think that would end the call with Boruto, or do you think they would accidentally link up to this call with Boruto?
Call disconnected.
I think Ino has to accept the call.
Interesting.
So I think she could just like I think she could just hit like
voicemail.
yeah, like deny and just like not answer the call, I think.
Sorry, this is Ino's
Could she put
mind.
people
I'm
on- could
currently
she put people
thinking
on
right
hold?
now.
That's so funny. Do you think she could put them on hold? Like she could
I'm
pause the
crying.
call, talk to them, be like, "Hold on, I'll get back to you in a couple minutes," and then go back to Boruto.
Yo, I'm fucking crying right now. Oh my gosh. She had a voicemail message. Sorry, you reached Eno.
You have reached Eno Yamanaka.
I'm currently thinking right
Please leave
now.
a
Please
message
get back
after
to
the
me.
beep.
You guys are crazy, bro.
I mean, well, how do you think it would work?
Hey, I'm the one that asked the
I
questions.
don't
That
know.
means
I
I don't
think she
have
gets the
to. answer.
transmission no matter what. Like, and she can choose to ignore it or not. But that could be annoying.
I mean, other
Like, get the
characters
fuck out
can't
my
do
head.
that. It seems like other characters are surprised when other people just start randomly
Yeah,
talking in their mind.
exactly.
But Eno's a different
It's not like
case
it's a
because
ring
she's
in their ear.
Yamanaka.
Like, oh shit, Shikamaru's trying to talk to me right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yo,
They're
that'd
like,
be kind
oh,
of
Eno?
trippy. Just have someone
Or
start
Shikamaru?
randomly talking in your head. Like, no warning
Yeah,
or
I'll shut the
anything.
fuck out. Yeah, get the fuck out of my head. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah, no, hey, Boruto, it's Shikamaru here. Just be like, Boruto, you have company. Like, wait, what? Who said that? Like,
Wait, what's going on?
did I think that subconsciously? Hello?
Yeah, I think they just like. Yeah, there is no ringtone. It's just the call just starts.
Yeah, they definitely need like a beep or something before. Beep.
Like a countdown or something, yeah.
But I heard you guys talking about like before, like you think that the ones that created like had enough chakra to actually turn into Shinju. And I had asked in the chat. I didn't know that I had to press accept. I haven't used Discord in like ages, so I was just sitting in the audience like a peasant. But I was like asking, what about Bug though? Like Bug doesn't seem like he's like a fighter at all.
Yeah, well, I mean, we actually kind of answered at the same time,
Yeah.
but he is an outer member of Kara, so like he could have just been a
Man,
strong
not all
without.
outers were strong. That little kid was an outer too, and he killed himself. And I don't think he had any. You know, there was a lot of outers that didn't necessarily provide any anything to the Kara organization.
Yeah, but he's a high
Other
rank.
than just power, you had scientists. You just had other just people
Yeah,
that were
that's the thing.
criminals.
The
all
answer is
types.
we just don't know.
He is a high ranking member of Boro's organization, though.
He's second. He's literally the right hand man, as far as we're aware.
Yeah.
So you think that he's like probably like as far as strength wise under Boro?
I have no idea.
Well, think
No,
about
I'm like
it.
just like assuming. This is just an assumption. I know we have no idea. We've never seen him do anything. But like, if you can just make an educated guess, would you think that he was just like a tier under Boro since he was like his right hand man?
Yeah,
Or second?
I think he has scientific
At least
ninja
as
tech.
strong as Moegi.
At least as strong as Moegi.
Yeah.
Well, how strong is Moegi really?
We don't know.
I mean, probably a Jonin. We're being real.
That doesn't mean a goddamn thing. You heard what Ishiki said. This is what Joni. This is a fucking Konoha Joni.
Oh my god. Yeah, they're coming from Ishiki? Okay.
Why would Ishiki need to make Jonins?
True. Yeah. Well, what does he care about a Jonin straight? He needs Kage level at least.
Shit, Kage level wasn't even nothing to him.
I mean, I see
Bug is actually stronger than Gara.
I see oh my god. I see Bug in the same way that I see Ada, to where if he's not a combat type, it doesn't matter because he could just be massively strong anyways. It really depends on the amount of chakra, I think.
It also depends on what his abilities are. Like, for example, if Bug had the virus
just about
instead of
to say
Boro,
that.
he would still be really dangerous.
Yeah, I think he has a lot of scientific ninja tech.
Probably. I assume it's a ninja tech thing where he's probably got some like, it could be like Amado where he's more like the nerdy old guy, but he's got cool tools that.
I don't mean to cut you guys off, but is somebody playing music?
Huh?
No.
Somebody playing music?
Is it outside your house?
I don't hear it.
No.
Nope.
No, I wouldn't hear it. I have on headphones.
No, I'm not playing music. I think it could be the lobby music. Do you have it on?
I don't
That's
know
probably
nothing about
it.
anything. All right, continue. It's super loud. Just go ahead. I was just
What
wondering.
kind of music are you hearing? Like,
Probably
It's
Beethoven.
real low. It's like super low. That's why I was like
somebody background or something playing music.
Probably is the
I can't
Discord
even tell
lobby
you what it
music.
is.
That's funny.
Okay,
In
my
the-
bad.
in
Didn't mean to cut it
the-
off.
I think in the
was just-
bottom left
That is
you can
funny.
mute it somewhere like that. I don't know where, but yeah.
All right. No, it's not bothering me. I was just wondering if somebody's playing music.
Okay. Oh, I think it's in the stage is where you do that somewhere. I don't know, but yeah, this thing right here. Yeah,
Alright.
you probably have this.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah. My guess, anyways.
Just like listen to like some heavy metal Discord music.
nah. When I hit unmute, now I hear like a.
Yeah. Okay. I guess it's probably not that then. I don't know what it is.
I have a question for all you guys.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much a known fact that at this given
Sorry.
point that Boruto hasn't used his Jogan yet. Do you think that they're trying to make it towards where Boruto has to fight a certain has to fight Shibai, or maybe obtain the Jogan from another dimension or another realm entirely for him to acquire this power? Or do you think that he's gonna have to do exactly what Naruto did when he had to acquire Kurama's power and would do the exact same thing with Shibai and has to do like a little, how should I say, chakra tug of war? Not necessarily chakra tug of war, but you guys get what I'm saying.
Right.
How Naruto acquired his power and be able to advance forward.
I don't know. I will say no. Sorry. Only for the simple fact that it seems like Boruto was born with this power, whereas Naruto was given the power that he acquired as far as the Nine Tails. Like that was implanted into him. And where it seems like, I mean, I don't know if you count anime as canon or not, but as far as the anime goes, he already unlocked the Jogan. Just in the manga, we haven't seen it being used yet. So, from my point of view, I mean, just not like a theory point of view. I just think that the authors don't really know what they want to do with the Jogan as of yet. That's why they haven't been really showcasing it as much anymore. I think they're like, especially with the change of writers and stuff like that, I think that they're really just trying to figure out what the Jogan's abilities are going to be and how they're going to incorporate like Shibai or other Suskis or Momoshiki into, you know, him acquiring his Jogan.
They could have just not got to it yet. They could have just not got to it yet. That doesn't mean they don't know what to do with it.
I think it's more so like they wanted to explain the Karma Seal in part 1. And we kind of have every bit of information we know about the Karma Seal.
Right.
So now that the Karma Seal,
but even that, we don't have all the information.
We're gonna get more with the white Karma
Seal.
Not
really.
No, I hear where he's going. I hear where he's going because Mello said the same thing. Like the part 1 of Boruto is like focused on the Karma Seal, and he believes like part 2 is going to be more focused on the Jogan.
Yeah.
That's where you was going.
Yeah, that's where I was going. So
also the 10 tails itself too.
Yeah, the 10 tails. Because
tell me, I think you're missing the point.
So here's the thing: when it comes to the Jogan, it's Toneri stated that the Jogan was going to be the eye that will dispel the darkness.
Right.
Now, the darkness could be pretty much anything. Right. It doesn't. It's not really just stick to just one particular entity or just one thing.
Right.
So my thing is okay. What darkness is coming? Is it the Otsutsuki gods? Is it going to be, other Karma Seal users? I don't really know. It's not really specific.
Tobirama's jutsu?
I'm not really going to be focused. Probably Tobirama's jutsu, maybe some unknown ancient force.
Maybe it's what we're experiencing right now as far as the Shinju and whatever they're going to evolve into.
I think so.
Maybe Toneri already had this precognition about the future. Like maybe he didn't know everything that was going to happen, but he had an idea because for some reason it seems like they can peer into the future. They don't know exactly what's going to happen, but they have some type of idea.
Sort of
So
like
he
how
compared
yeah,
them. Yeah,
sort of like how Momoshiki was able to peer into other people's fates, but he can't see into his
exactly,
own.
exactly.
And we see that happen with Boruto at the end of chapter 75. He was able to peer, but the thing is he was only able to see his fate through Momoshiki's lens. Because him and Momoshiki are fused together now. They're like linked in consciousness.
Right.
And he even stated that, ever since he died and became 100% Otsutsuki, he is now better at controlling Momoshiki's power than he ever has been while under karmification or Otsutsufication. And like we clearly see that, happening in chapter 75 and in chapter 77, or no, chapter 78. Chapter 77 or 78 when
No
he
matter.
battled
You
Kawaki.
good.
Yeah. I think it was one of those chapters when he was battling Kawaki.
Right.
We see him clearly creating a bigger Rasengan than his, standard small or regular sized Rasengans without needing to go into Borishiki mode. So it's like we clearly see that he's able to use Momoshiki's powers a lot better. Now all he has to do is train with it and, evolve with this power. So we see the fruits of his labor happen at the beginning of the times. Well,
but then that goes back to the
progressing.
argument: is he using Momoshiki's power in base, or does he need the karma still to use his power?
That's
like
a very interesting
that brings
question.
Exactly. So like that brings back to that question that we was just asking about like 30 minutes ago.
And
so
I would wholeheartedly believe that it is his own chakra, but
I mean, to me at least, it's kind of like his base Rasengan size is his chakra's capability. That's why he uses Momoshiki's chakra in karma, so he can make a bigger one.
So I
feel
think
like the point is he uses karma to use the Otsutsuki's chakra.
But why, if he's 100% Otsutsuki, he necessarily shouldn't need the karma no more to draw.
Well, that's because it's like that's just his DNA genetic aspect. It's not necessarily like when Boruto was 100% Otsutsuki. Honestly speaking, he doesn't really seem that much stronger at all in base. It's more like he just is that.
But still, that doesn't make any sense because, like, he's supposed to be rewritten with Momoshiki's data specifically. He's not just supposed to be an Otsutsuki, just to be an Otsutsuki. Like a random Otsutsuki. He's supposed to be Momoshiki.
Well,
period.
In his case, he is kind of a random Otsutsuki though, because it's not 100% of Momoshiki's data. The whole fact that he's 100% Otsutsuki doesn't make sense at all because Momoshiki specifically converted his own data that wasn't extracted.
Like what, 13%, or was it like
18?
18%.
18%.
18% left.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
And he converted it into Boruto's data to heal Boruto's wounds. And so Boruto technically is 82% Momoshiki, 18% Boruto. But because it started off as karma, Otsutsuki DNA.
Why are you talking like that for?
Because stupid. Like, the point Momoshiki is like, well, it started off as karma, but it's Otsutsuki data originally. Therefore, it's still Otsutsuki data. No, it's not. You changed it to Boruto's data. It's literally human data. Still makes sense. Like, I hate that chapter. But yeah, he technically is just like a different Otsutsuki now because of that.
And what's interesting is that, I don't think chakra and DNA are linked, are they?
Yeah, they are.
They are linked in a sense, yes.
Yeah.
In a sense, yeah.
So Boruto has, I would say, Hagoromo and sort of Hamura's chakra, like a blend of that mixed in his DNA and his genes. So in a sense, Boruto himself would be some sort of pseudo Otsutsuki, if I'm not mistaken. Wouldn't he already be like a sort of like an Otsutsuki-esque type?
It's Momoshiki even said he has strong Otsutsuki genetics before he even made him his vessel.
Yeah. So would that mean that he was already an Otsutsuki before, Momoshiki, made him?
He wasn't Otsutsuki. It's just that he had inherited Otsutsuki aspects. It's like, for example, Hagoromo was more extreme, but like Indra and Ashura,
yes, I know their last name's Otsutsuki, but the point is like they're not the same as freaking Kaguya. But
Right,
they
they're
definitely
not full
inherited a
blood
lot of it.
Otsutsuki.
Yeah.
But they
Right.
do. But they are incredibly powerful, nonetheless.
Yeah, and even Naruto and
Like
Sasuke.
Boruto is like
they learn
a
Otsutsuki
watered down
basically.
Otsutsuki, but he had
Yeah.
more genetics of an Otsutsuki than a regular ninja or human or
Yeah,
whatever
like,
you want to put
Yeah,
it.
like
freaking
Indra and Ashura, sort of.
Yeah.
Well, are we
Kinda
gonna
like
say
that.
that Otsutsuki data itself is inherently strong? Like the Otsutskis are, sure, but is it because of their data or because of something else?
I think
It's
it's
because
more
they
so
consume chakra
really.
fruits.
their chakra. I mean,
Their whole thing is to go to planet and consume chakra fruit so they can gather data and become stronger. So,
and we
I
know
don't
that
think
Earth,
and we know every Otsutsuki is not created equal.
Yeah.
We know that Earth isn't the only one with chakra.
Right.
So pretty much the entire everything within the universe has chakra. I wonder if there's gonna be like a Buddha type Otsutsuki.
It seems like the Otsutsuki kind of govern the universe in a way too.
Like govern different sectors of your universe, sort of.
Yeah, because like at the beginning in the movie, they was like they was talking about the space curvature and stuff like that. So like it seems like they kind of govern the universe in a way.
Try to operate it.
To make sure everything is intact and like operating in the same in the correct way.
Yeah.
And I think
keep everything balanced in a way, I guess, or something like that.
They are referred to as farmers, so maybe there's like
No,
a
they're
certain
not.
section of the.
That was just a Mello thing.
Well, are they?
No, that's just a Mello thing.
Oh shoot!
They harvest the fruit. That's the closest you're gonna find, though.
Yeah,
they're like
farmers.
They're like farmers.
Yeah,
they're referred to as parasites, not as
farmers.
Right,
they are.
So,
yeah, there's no warrior class or anything. That's all just a Mello thing.
Well, there is classes because obviously Kaguya was a princess, and it's stated. Well, I don't know. It's alluded that Momoshiki is like a prince.
There's also an Otsutsuki king,
and there's Otsutsuki king. Yep, Otsutsuki god. So there seems to be a hierarchy. So you could say that there is a warrior.
Yeah,
also
it's branches.
Also, there's high tier and low tier Otsutsukis as well.
It's
you could say like Kinshiki was like a warrior.
Yeah, it's definitely.
And that Momoshiki is sort of like
specifically called the Guardian.
Yeah, I pulled it up on screen right here. We are descendants of Hamura and belong to the main family of the Otsutsuki clan. So the Otsutsuki clan has a main family and a side family, just like the Hyuga.
Yeah, just like the Hyugas. Yeah,
that's referring to the ones on the moon, though.
Yeah,
still the Otsutsuki clan.
Yeah, but it's Hamura's Otsutsuki clan.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's weird. It's never specified as to like.
See, yeah, it's worded kind of weird because it says we're descendants of Hamura, and Hamura wasn't a full Otsutsuki and belonged to the main family Otsutsuki clan. So
now,
Kamui,
they don't know all this stuff.
My pedantic argument here is it's not a Otsutsuki clan, it's the Otsutsuki clan.
I know I said it's worded weirdly though because they say they're the descendants of Hamura. How can you be the descendants of Hamura and be a part of the main Otsutsuki clan?
Well, I don't know. How is Boruto?
That makes no sense.
How is Boruto a descendant of Hagoromo and a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan? Wow, what do you know? Oh, crazy.
Well, I mean,
the
real answer is, like I said, they don't. First of all, they don't even know about Momoshiki and Shibai and stuff. And second of all, it's like, yeah, this is their family. They're descendants of Hamura. What's Hamura's last name? Otsutsuki. So this is their clan. They did something similar to the Hyuga. They have a main and side branch. And yeah, that's it.
And I think on the moon too, on this movie, they were warring too at the same time. It was two sectors of the of Hamura's descendants. Yeah, one is that believed in one belief of Hamura, and one that believed in another one.
One that believes in Hamura's, I would say, ideal to watch over the earth and protect it.
Yeah.
Whereas
and
the
one
other
to
one
destroy it.
Wants to destroy and remake it in their own image.
Yeah.
So I think that's where the little sun symbol and the crescent moon symbols, I think those were the opposing factors, which we end up seeing in Sarada's like Mangekyo and Ada's Senrigan. which was pretty clever of
Oh,
Kishimoto to
oh,
make
I didn't even
dojutsus
really
out of
think
that.
about
Yeah,
True.
like Stardust Mangekyo is in this is in the shape of Sun Seal. In fact, let me go ahead and look
No,
at
I know.
Yeah.
I remember the
The specific
stuff.
design is slightly different from the moon sun, but it's similar. Ada's
Yeah.
is directly like the same.
Yeah.
pretty much. And then I was also thinking about how maybe there could be a way that the Jogan could be like, activated or maybe just like brought about. So I was thinking about how the Jogan is referred to as a full moon. And Ada Seven is basically like a crescent moon, and Damon's eyes, which I don't even know if they're a dojutsu, are basically like half moons. So I was thinking with each, maybe if the only way I was thinking how each phase of the moon, like it goes through each of its phases and till it reaches a full moon, maybe you would have to combine the dojutsus of two,
Damon and Ada.
Ada and Damon to make a full dojutsu, like a more powerful dojutsu. Sort of
Kamui,
like
this
how,
is perfect opportunity to shout out your video from like 3 years ago.
Huh?
Kamui.
Oh, Kamui.
Yeah, no. So basically, I'm sorry, I'm doing something. I'm trying to pick up backup noise as I do stuff. But no. Like, yeah, exactly what you're saying. I've talked about before. Like, essentially, Damon. All right, so Ada, can you see the past and present? Boruto with his Jogan literally does like the Senrigan thing in the new arc where he sees people like it, and then Damon's ability seems kind of linked to the future. So like, essentially, they're all related to moons. The Jogan might kind of be like the complete form of what their dojutsu are. Essentially, they might have like kind of like the Sharingan to the Rinnegan.
Mhm.
Ada's Senrigan might be like the Sharingan to the Rinnegan. That's the Jogan. But
And what
general
about the?
gist anyway?
I forgot what was the Tensengan referred to as?
The Tensengan's literally just an evolved Byakugan. Literally
Oh,
just
yeah.
All it was.
you take a Hyuga's Byakugan, put it in the
Pure
eye sockets of
Byakugan.
Uzuiko, and then there it is. Like,
Yeah, and then you get this chakra cloak, and then
all this crazy
It's so
abilities,
dumb
including
because
creating
they already
truth
have a
orbs.
Byakugan.
Wait,
I think it's more so like
why it's dumb. The reason why it's dumb is because it's not like, for example, Hamura. It's like, okay, if he awakened it because he's an Otsutsuki with the Byakugan, cool, makes sense. But like that should apply to all the Otsutsuki then. Like, why is it only Hamura? Like the way Toneri did it is he took the Byakugan of a human, put it in his eyes. How does that make it stronger than his own Otsutsuki Byakugan? That makes sense.
it was stated that she was supposed to have a pure Byakugan. It was supposed to be something special about hers.
I'm guessing a special type of Byakugan is needed.
Yeah, something special about her Byakugan. That's what they targeted her specifically.
Is Hanabi from the main family or the side family?
The main one.
Main.
That could be something to do with it.
Well, even then, though, Hanabi's kind of implied to be like the next Neji in a sense, where it's like Hiyashi was like during the Naruto versus Neji fight, he's like Hanabi's like the big deal. Oh, she's the strong one, and he's like, honestly, dude, like Neji might have better potential than even you. That's meant to be like a big deal, and she's like, wait, really? Like she's aware of her potential, essentially.
That's funny. If
so, even Neji probably would have worked.
The Otsutsuki chose the
And she
wrong
trained
tuning
Boruto.
exams to invade. If they invaded during Naruto's tuning exams, they could have kidnapped Neji and got even stronger than if they kidnapped Kurama.
Literally, it's crazy. Yeah, Momoshiki could just take Neji's eyes and literally, or Hanabi for that matter, and literally them it stronger.
Facts.
I think
they don't think.
Yeah.
Go ahead, my bad.
So how you were mentioning how Ada and Damon's powers are basically like moon, like reflections of the future and the past, and how the Jogan could be like the combination of both of that. Do you think that one of its powers or its abilities is to actually be able to see the future in like tenfold, like not the conclusion of the future, but the whole thing entirely from beginning to end?
I don't know. I kind of hope not.
I hope.
Yeah.
Not
I
gonna
think that-
spoil. I'm not gonna spoil if you know you know. Hunter x Hunter, the manga only beyond the anime. There's a character with a time ability. If you know you know. If it's something like that, I'm cool with that. But I don't want
You
something
said beyond the
too-
anime.
Yeah, beyond the anime, manga
Oh
only.
yeah,
So
please
if you
don't.
know,
Yeah, no.
yeah, that's why I said if you know you know, which it
Mhm.
sounds like none of you do. There's a guy with a time related ability. If it's like that, I'm cool with it. If it's beyond that, way too OB.
How far in the dark content are you talking? I
I don't
started
think
at the
this
beginning.
is elaborated on until probably towards the I don't remember which chapter specifically. It might be the last 10 or 20 chapters. of
Okay,
what's
never
been
mind. No,
written.
I'm not nowhere near close to that. All right, cool.
Yeah.
I
All
mean,
right, continue. My bad.
isn't it technically just the precog of the Sharingan does that anyways? To a small degree.
Well, the Sharingan does it differently. The Sharingan is just essentially guessing based off
No,
your
it's muscle movement.
movements.
Yeah,
Yeah,
muscle spasms.
but because it's written into the
An
show, the
actual
guess is
fighter can do
100% accurate.
It does do that, yes.
But an actual fighter can do that. Like if you're a trained fighter, you get to judge how a person is going to punch or kick just off their spasm in their muscles.
So do you
Yeah.
think the
Like
Sharingan could precog something like the Drunken Fist? Or does it just not work?
It wouldn't work, no, because it's too unpredictable.
That's interesting.
Well, but at the same time though, wouldn't it kind of work because it is still reading the movements of Lee? I think it would still work. It would
But
just
no,
be
because Lee is moving sloppy as hell, and like he's not really using like
but the Sharingan could still
Like-
track that, I think. Like Kimimaro.
not the twitches in his muscles
I
though,
love
because
this.
he was doing kicks in weird ass ways and shit like that. Like
Yeah, but it's still I think it would still track it. I think it's just I think it doesn't work for
I
the
think it would have been a
season
dope
player.
fight to see.
Yeah. For
Yeah,
sure.
to see how it would.
Do you
Okay, I will
think-
say this: if it can't track it, it would be
We
cool
need
to see.
a
like,
Metal
Sharingan
Lee
take-
versus Sarda.
Either
Like
way,
imagine
it'd
like
be cool.
Sasuke being like, I can't track him. He's too drunk.
He's too drunk. He's too faded.
Yo, Bug actually is OP if that's the case. He's the natural counter to Hidari.
Yo, we have a chance for the drunken fist to return through Bug.
Oh, seriously though. Yo, Bug versus Rock Lee, Drunken Fist. Both of
Bug
them.
gets more drunk, but the question is, does the quality of his drunkenness is it the same?
Yo, they say that like when your blood thins out, you get drunker. So what if like when he does the 8 gates, like it affects his blood and it makes it thinner? So if he takes one shot, he gets like 10 times drunker than he would if he was like in base. This is just like headcanon.
If Rock Lee was drunk and used the 8 gates, I don't think we need to explain why he beats everyone in the story.
You know, I think I forgot that amp when I made my every amp in Naruto video.
Bro, you gotta have that amp. That's a fucking serious amp. He went from getting his ass whooped by Kimimaro. Was that Kimimaro? No, not Kimimaro. The Kaguya person.
Well, I'm
They
retroactively
went from the
applying it
Kaguya
now.
clan.
So Choji's drunk now in
I'm-
that video. Retroactively.
Hey guys, but I'm gonna drop out now. It's 12:30. I gotta work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Honestly, I think me and
That's
Tom are
alright.
getting
It
tired.
was a
of
dope
this.
conversation. Nice to meet you, Immortal Phoenix. You had some dope conversation.
Yeah. Nice to meet you too, free game.
Yeah, you guys have a good night. Good night, Kamui. Good night, Ook.
I'll see you later.
See, we'll do
See
the
ya.
other tier list at some point.
Yeah, we'll do it earlier though next time. But just let me know when you have time, because I know that you're always busy. You're a fucking muscle
Well,
head.
We'll make it work. Oodie and I have had a bad habit of making our podcast work too often.
All right, bro. Y'all have a good night.
All right.
Kamui, how much more chug you got in that engine of yours?
Oh, I can keep going.
Okay. 'Cause I'm
gonna
reaching
keep going until
I'm
you were
reaching my
you were
limit
just-
here. I'm not gonna lie.
Just whenever you've reached your limit, just say so.
Okay.
You're reaching it, but when you've
I'm
reached
reaching
it,
yeah.
past
Okay.
tense. Yeah,
Okay.
when you've reached it.
Okay, so there's a couple interesting conversation notes we took just there. Okay, so I'll go back to this. So, okay, Ginkaku and Kinkaku, did they consume Kurama?
I mean,
It's a yes or no question. Did Kinkaku and
technically,
Ginkaku consume Kurama?
yes.
Okay, we're gonna go one question at a time. I got
No,
four questions here. Four questions here. The first question, the answer is yes. Second question, was Kurama consumed?
I'm gonna say no to that one.
Okay, so far we're 100% with
Well,
I agree. Okay, now we're going to shift the goalposts here. The moment I ask the third question, you know what the fourth question's going to be. Okay. Did the claw grime, yes or no, consume Kawaki?
No.
Okay, that's where we disagree. Fourth question, was Kawaki consumed?
No.
I agree. Okay, the third question is where we disagree.
Like, I mean, I wouldn't say he was consumed.
I agree. I don't think he was consumed either.
Or anything.
But following the logic of the first two questions, you see where I'm going with this, or what I'm getting at here.
The problem, though, is, well, Kinkaku and Ginkaku quite literally consumed part of Kurama's flesh. Like, that's a thing they did. Like, that is in the story. It happened.
Okay, what about this?
So that's why.
What if they go back and show a flashback to where they actually did consume a small part of Kawaki, in the same way that Code actually secretly put a claw mark on Shikamaru and we just didn't find out till several chapters later?
Okay, but the difference with the Code and Shikamaru one is it's like his hands on his neck, you can very easily see how that would have happened, and the other one, it's like he very clearly didn't bite him.
Okay, I don't think he has to bite him, though.
Okay, so, in that one's case, though, like I said, I don't completely discredit Kawaki as an option. She's not my first choice, but I don't really know what my first choice is, to be fair.
It's not
But
Jigen?
he's not.
What?
He is one of my... between Jigen or Ishiki, as two separate options.
Okay.
I don't have a first choice between them.
Well, to be fair, if I'm being completely
Kawaki
honest,
isn't my first choice.
outside of his looks, it doesn't make any sense at all for it to be Jigen. In my opinion.
For the most part, I agree. There is one slight way I could explain it. A little bit out there, but it is theoretically possible.
I'll give my interpretation first. So my only way of seeing it is technically Jigen is the one that put the karma on Kawaki, not Ishiki, even though it's Ishiki's karma. So maybe some remnants of Jigen's DNA somehow got within that karma cell, even though Jigen should have been 100% Otsutsuki with Ishiki's DNA by that point. But I don't know. That's the only possible way I could see it.
So that's the one option. The other one's even more wacky.
Oh god.
But it's that if Otsutsuki can just turn into 10 tails, it's the preface to it. Assuming that for the rest of this, if Jigen was the one who became the 10 tails, now you have to ask, okay, then what happened to Jigen? Well, the answer would be if Amado cloned Jigen so that he could do this. Which we know he can theoretically do. I think this theoretically could be possible. It's just so silly.
I think the idea wasn't to clone him. I think, well, I mean, you know this, but like I'm just saying this for the audience, I guess, or whatever. I think the idea is to make sure Kawaki has the karma seal so he can feed himself and then revive through Kawaki. But like,
yeah, so
it's clear as day.
No, here's the wrench in the idea.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say that the point of cloning Jigen would be so that one Jigen could become the 10 tails, the other one gets fed, and then he revives in Kawaki. The problem with that is, why the heck would he not just clone Kawaki to become the 10 tails instead, or defeat them. Like why not just do 3 Kawakis, for example? That's the problem with it.
So it's very much so clear as day that, okay, let's just assume that Kawaki's Karma Seal hit 100% like during the Kashin Koji fight or whatever. So Jigen dies, Kawaki's Karma Seal is already at 100%. He has the option of reviving into Kawaki. He's just going to do it, obviously. He's going to revive into Ishiki, not Jigen. I think that's clear as day. In the same
What do you
way...
mean?
Well, in the same way that, like...
what do you mean by... What do you mean by he'll revive into Ishiki? Do you mean Kawaki?
Yeah. Like, Kawaki's gonna transform into Ishiki.
Ishiki will revive. Okay, you said he. The way you framed your sentence made it sound like Ishiki was going to revive into Ishiki.
Yeah, but like in the same way that Jigen had the same Karma Seal when Jigen died, the Karma Seal released or whatever, and it transformed him into Ishiki. The same thing just happens with Kawaki, because it should be the same Karma Seal.
Yeah, he would have chosen Kawaki instead.
Yeah. And then Kawaki would have looked like Ishiki, because he would have been Ishiki.
I will say, though, that only applies to after they discovered Boruto having the Karma Seal, because otherwise he's not going to do that.
Yeah.
Because, well, I guess he could have fed Jigen instead still.
I mean,
what would happen? Actually, as a really weird side note, what would happen? Because would Jigen be like, would he just fall over and die? Or would he go back to being normal Jigen? Like if he lost the Karma Seal because it revives into Kawaki instead. What happens to Jigen?
That's
Does
an interesting
return?
thing. So
like the actual monk?
So the Karma Seal would go away, which is what happened with Kawaki. But the difference here is that obviously Kawaki was already like alive and conscious without his brain being eaten for thousands of years.
Yeah.
So Jigen would go back to Jigen.
Ishiki would no longer be munching on it.
Jigen would definitely go back to being Jigen, but this is a different Jigen at this point. I don't know if Jigen would even be able to live, because he I mean,
he wouldn't be controlled by Ishiki because Ishiki would no longer be inside his brain. But also, would he just fall over as a dead corpse?
I don't think so, because he also is 100% Otsutsuki genetically. And even if the Karma Seal evaporates, that genetic material doesn't go away. How that's described, anyways.
Yeah.
So I think his genetic material would keep him alive. Because Jigen was alive the entire time. Even though Ishiki was like inside his brain controlling him, he was still alive.
It's such a weird question, like that would have been crazy. Like, what if that just happened?
No, I really want Jigen to come back.
I guess he could just like forcefully throw him into the 10 tails' mouth. But like, what if Jigen could still like just escape? Like,
oh my god,
he just uses, like, he just like escapes, and Ishiki's like, crap. What do I do?
How strong do you think a hypothetical monk Otsutsuki Jigen is? Where does he scale?
Like he's the brain of Jigen, but like he has the Karma Seal and stuff.
Or he just has the Otsutsuki genetics in general. Crazy.
No karma.
Oh my god. Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
Probably honestly, I don't think he'd be that strong. Honestly. Without here's the weird thing though, is it's like on one hand, you don't need to be using the Karma Seal to use like Otsutsuki abilities, Kawaki, Master Chakra Signature without using Karma, for example. So it's like you can just naturally do that with the data, but like Kawaki can't use Ishiki's power without the eye or the Karma Seal. He can't do that.
I think
so. It's like I don't think anything. Would she could just be able to Master Chakra Signature, and that's about it?
Well, I think he'd also be able to fly. I could definitely see him getting that. But so you think he wouldn't get Ishiki's
flying? And, yeah, I think he would just be able to fly and hide his Chakra Signature.
Okay. So do you think Ishiki's eye is linked to the genetic material or to the karma? with Kawaki? I know,
So here's the
that's a
thing.
hard one.
He doesn't need to use karma to access the eye, so that would imply genetic, but it's also like part of his power. Like,
Yeah, like
I
assuming
mean,
he just lost the karma seal right now, what does he lose?
now that he's already learned to access the eye, like, I don't feel like he should lose the eye, but I don't know.
Oh my god.
Shiken might be able to use the eye then.
Do you think it takes chakra to activate or to maintain the eye being activated? Because why not have it activated at all times like Ishiki?
You know, that's like a good question. Like, it's a hypothetical. Like, for example, it's a hypothetical because, you know, okay, this is gonna sound silly, but like at the same time, so think about Kakashi. You know, he just
Yeah.
covered the eye to save chakra. The eye was still active. So that would imply that like it's the act of using the eye. He's not using the eye when it's covered, but like it's still there.
That's so not how
same
that
as
should
Sasuke with the
work.
hair. Oh
so
yeah,
not
literally,
how
it
should
shouldn't. Yeah, like yeah,
All right.
you're right. Like covering the eye shouldn't like help him.
I'm about to.
Say for Sasuke with the hair covering his Rinnegan, like that shouldn't do anything.
All right. Well, I would stay here I would stay here longer, but it's about 3 o'clock where I'm at, and try not to stay up any longer than I need to.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm even closer to my limits than I was before. It's like I'm asymptotically approaching it, Kamui.
Dude, you know, I would say the same, but I took so long to make my my third out of 4 meals that I'm still making the third meal. Because of that, I'm gonna just have to be up for a while. So,
dude, I'm not gonna
that's
lie.
the reason why I said I'll keep going.
When I texted BRB earlier, one of the things I did was start thawing some blueberries for yogurt. I don't know if I'm even gonna be able to get to that tonight. Like, I might just pass out straight after stream. God. Well, we'll let you go to bed with that pending nightmare that you're gonna have now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Meanwhile, I'll hold Oodie hostage.
Really?
Completely hold him hostage.
Okay,
You
Immortal,
have cups of coffee on you, bro.
Before you go, Immortal, did Suigetsu... Wait, no, wait, not Suigetsu. So, okay. Did Samehada consume Naruto?
Did Samehada consume Naruto?
Yeah, did Samehada consume Naruto? The correct answer here is yes.
Chakra or just...
Yeah, his chakra, that's fine.
I guess.
Okay,
yeah.
was Naruto
if
consumed?
I remember correctly.
Okay, so Immortal, was Naruto consumed?
Yeah. Let me... What chapter... Was this during like the Nine Tails training, or was it like before that?
It doesn't matter when. The correct answer is a very outstanding, obvious no. Right now, Naruto is in Daikokuten. He's not been consumed as of the latest chapter.
Oh.
So no, Samehada did not consume Naruto. Or Naruto was not consumed, but Samehada did consume.
Naruto was consumed by Daikokuten.
Okay, you got me there. Well, thank you, Immortal. That answered my question.
You're welcome.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
So, Kamui, what's interesting about the Samehada question in particular, Samehada has a mouth. 90% of the time, Samehada eats chakra, it's not through the mouth. There you go.
It's through its skin.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. There you go.
I know what you're getting at there. So we never finished getting to this. So as far as the whole Kawaki thing goes, it's, for me at least, it's not so much that the idea that touching, you can't absorb chakra through touch. Literally, freaking Yoroi does it. That's not so much the problem. It's more so the fact that, the way the claw grind go about gaining chakra is by eating. That's the way they do it. This one just didn't do that. And B, it's like, under the hypothetical that he did bite him, he should have turned into a tree. If absorbing chakra is the equivalent to biting, I think that one should have turned into a tree.
Yes, but this one's different.
Just... I mean, it is different, yes. I mean, to be fair, we do need to see how the because this could change things too. We do need to see how actually, I don't think we're gonna get our answer to this actually, because I was gonna say,
I would love, Kamui, to see a story that you write. I want to see how that turns out. Just to see how you would go about it.
It's easier to just be it's just easier to be an editor so that I could like make the changes based off a good writer. Like, cause I don't know. 1 second, I'm a scriptable.
Oh, okay. But I was just saying, because like you would need the base in order to edit it in the first place, and so if you're the one making the base, it changes things. It's different for sure. You could critique the editors, but I don't know if you could critique Kishimoto, considering he's having to make the base as well, which is the narrative, which isn't focused on the power scaling or anything like that. But that's just my opinion. Well, I guess while Kamui's gone, I'll quickly say, Kawaki wasn't devoured.
Okay, real quick, so I'm not doing it for too long. So, yeah, no, I agree. I'm not saying it's easy. So, in this sense, you could say critique the editors for not fixing it, whatever. The point, though, is like, if you, it's just like, these are nitpicks, obviously. When I'm reading the Jigen fight, I was not thinking the whole time, OMG, why didn't he stab him in the eyes? It wasn't really going through my mind, but it's like, when you notice it, it is kind of like, that is plot. There's a reason why people say plot to things. Well, ideally, you don't want to have a battle show where the only reason the character wins is plot. You want to feel like he truly earned that win. You know what I mean?
I think if you don't think about it in the moment,
remember, we were critiquing the Boro fight. We're critiquing the Boro fight for that exact problem. He could have just won. He didn't do all these stupid things. You know what I mean? You don't want that. That's not a good thing. And like I said, for Deepa, I can make a character reason for why he didn't do it. And that's why it's more okay. For Urashiki, no, he's blatantly just being stupid. And it's like, okay, you don't want that.
But I think if it's something you can only notice after the fact, rather than in the moment, then it's okay. I'm not going to say it's good, but I'm not going to say
I
it's
noticed
bad
it during Urashiki and Boro's case. Yeah, I mean, that goes to show to how subtle it is. Sure. Jigen's one's more subtle. Yeah. Boro and Urashiki is not subtle. Okay. Everyone was complaining, especially about Urashiki.
That's fair. Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, it's just one of those things where, for like Urashiki specifically, it's like, either don't write these certain things that he has and his power level to be what it is, or keep it consistent. It's a consistent thing, really.
Yeah. So going back to this divine tree scan, though, technically, if we want to be technical about it, this is a defective divine tree because it devoured the wrong thing. Kawaki was never devoured. His chakra was absorbed.
Okay, but then what about the wrong thing part?
Yeah, it never devoured Kawaki. It never bit him. It only absorbed his chakra. There you go.
No, but the point is, the focus of the sentence is the wrong thing, not the devouring.
Just remove the wrong thing part. So this is a defective tree because it devoured. There you go.
No, because what if it devoured the right thing?
Well, who knows? Maybe it would have been a defective tree.
No, it wouldn't. We already know because they say it a million times.
Yeah, we already know because of Kawaki. There you go. Exactly.
No.
You really walked into that one, let's be honest.
Well, here's another thing though about Kawaki. Besides the like a narrative thing, ignore narrative for why Kawaki would be like the main guy, plot wise. Why would this one have become the main body of the Ten Tails, but not the others? Like, why only this one would it do this? If it wasn't even...
That's assuming this is the main body of the Ten Tails.
Yeah, but I mean, it's very clearly unique. Would you agree with that at least? It's got some uniqueness that only applies to Jura.
To some degree, but it's also, in the same line, it's also assuming the others aren't the main body of the Ten Tails as well.
I mean, it's possible that the main body split into the four,
Yeah.
like the four strongest trees or something. But if that's the case, Jura is just more main body. Like,
Kawaki might be an
it's just
Amado
weird
clone with multiple DNA, like Kabuto had with Snake Sage. Also, Jura Shinju points towards being Kawaki clone. I said this over in Kamui Discord.
Okay, I'll have to look at. Wait, Mr. Mayhem, are you the one? Wait, when did you do that? Because I earlier there was a message that kept like popping up for like half a second and deleting, and I couldn't see it, and so I said that I can't read whatever the message is. If that was you, I apologize. I can't see your message.
Oh my god.
If that wasn't you, well, whoever it was, I still apologize. I can't see your message. Anyway, I've actually considered the idea that Kawaki was an Amado clone just because he looks like him, but I prefer the grandfather theory much more.
Yeah,
I made a video on that, but
all right.
yeah, I don't know. I just like the idea. So cloning, it works with Amado's character because he clones freaking everyone, and like the idea would be that he would just clone himself so that he can make his plan work, which I guess works. But I do like the grandfather one. It's kind of just twisted, and I like it.
But what do you think about that, Mr. Mayhem? He's in the audience. I invited him to speak.
Also, I want to see what his Jura's Kawaki thing is about. I think it'd be funny though if Jura wasn't Kawaki. No. He was the clone of Kawaki. Hear me out. Actually, Oodie, you might love this theory. So, okay. I've been thinking about this.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Amado said that he needs it to prepare, like all Kawaki has to do is implant a karma into a cloned body that Amado will prepare. He never said who the clone was of. Is the clone of Akebi?
Yeah.
That's what most people assume. It'd be like a Delta clone. But what if he meant a clone of Kawaki? Of course, Kawaki would be compatible with himself, right? So what if there's a second Kawaki that was helping fight the claw grab and it got bitten by a claw grab? And that's actually what Jura is.
You know what? At this point, I'd be fine with it.
A Jawaki clone.
I think I put it in this chat actually, but
okay.
I might have put it in yours too. So what I'm thinking is Amado made a clone of himself, but he altered it in a way so he had like different memories, so he could control Kawaki growing up. And I'm thinking, based on all the stuff like we've seen from him, like he looks like his face looks like he's half Naruto and he's half Sasuke. Especially in the last chapter, there's one panel. If you look at it, it literally looks like you're staring at Naruto, like current Naruto, and you're looking at Sasuke, just the way his hair is drawn. And let me look real quick.
Yeah.
So I think Kawaki may be a clone created from Ninetales DNA from Amado with false memories. His 9 tattoo made me think this part. I think Kawaki is actually a collection of DNA from Jugo or Akebi/Delta, Senju DNA, Sasuke Uchiha DNA, and Naruto Uzumaki DNA. Look at his design and powers pre-Ishiki. His face looks like half Sasuke / half Naruto. Do we want to get into that, or do we want to keep
So I'm just getting to the panel real quick. I literally just brought it up.
I think
Yeah, I
that
wanna
as
see-
an idea is really
so
interesting,
the-
and I was on board.
So the Jugo thing, especially in the Akabe Delta, because of obviously his powers, he's got that Senju DNA. And I feel like you need all three, right? Like they were talking about back in Naruto, you needed all three to unlock basically, Nine Tails or whatever other, that power. Because they had to give it from Hagoromo, correct? To both Sasuke and Naruto, because they only had pieces of it.
Yeah. Naruto
So-
had the pieces of the Biju, and Sasuke had
Yep.
Indra and Ashura chakra.
Okay, so it's in the chapter 6 on page 11, I would say, on the left side.
Okay.
If you go to the Viz Media one, it's the top right
Yep.
panel. If you look at it, staring right at it, he looks like you're looking at Naruto, and the tattoo itself is the 9. So it makes me think that he's either a clone of either Amado using the Nine Tails DNA or something, but he's like Kabuto did, and he had all that DNA inside of him. It makes him a perfect vessel because he has enough power to hold an Ishiki, soul or whatever. Because now you have Uzumaki from Naruto. If you're looking at like his blonde hair, because originally I was thinking it might have been he might be like the son of Akabe, which he could still be. But now I'm thinking about it more. He might just be a clone, since everything's about this series has been so centered on clones, with Mitski clones, like everything. It's just about clones. What if he's actually Amado's clone, so he can do whatever the hell he wants to do, so he can be reborn into Kawaki's body? Because he's been misleading us the whole time as it is. But if you look at him, all of his he looks like Naruto. He looks like Sasuke with his hair. Literally, in that picture, it looks like you're looking at Naruto and Sasuke. But then, like I said, he also has the Senju ability. Like, his ability itself is just like Jugo. And they brought Jugo back up in the story in Boruto, which I thought was weird because there was really no reason to have him there other than just to talk about Senju DNA all over again.
So, two things. One, I will say Juko isn't Senju, it's a different clan, but I get the general principle of that. I want to hear your answer to this because this is the main thing that's just held me off of the clone aspect for Kawaki is how do you think Amado got like Kawaki's dad to take care of this kid that's not his kid if he's not his kid? Or is Kawaki's dad just a different clone, the fat clone of Amado?
Because he's good at manipulating people. So who knows what happened with Delta itself or Akabe? Maybe Akabe was a clone and he convinced, made this guy fall in love with him and convinced, he just took care of him just because his mother wasn't there because he didn't give a shit about him as it was. And he's a good patsy because he had to throw off Ishiki at some point because he didn't want Ishiki knowing there was any relation to him, you know what I mean? Because then it was going to draw suspicion. So he's old enough where he can't use Ada's power to look back and to see where where he actually came from. She sees him as what exactly Amado wants everyone to see. Like everything seems to be a plan of his as it is. So he only lets people see what he wants them to see, Ishiki included. Like he fooled Ishiki. How is he not how is that far-fetched to think that he's fooled the world from the beginning? Like he's clearly smarter than everyone else.
I was thinking you might like this idea actually. Kind of a blend of the grandfather theory and this clone theory. So what if Amado, so Kawaki's dad is Kawaki's dad would be married to Akebi in this case, Amado's daughter.
Okay.
So what if, Akebi died, they had a son that either died or Amado just created a son because Akebi died before they had a son. So Kawaki's dad wants a son. Either his actual son died or he never got a son because Akebi's dead. And Amado said, hey, I'll make you a son. Here you go. Here's a clone. And that's why Kawaki's dad's such a shitty dad. Because in his heart, he's like, that ain't my son. Yeah. That's why he sucks.
There's something definitely there. Like there's something where he doesn't care. Either he is convinced that she died because of Kawaki's birth is a possibility too.
That's really another one I was thinking.
Or Amado tricked him. Like I said, Amado planted Kawaki from the beginning. Like he's a clone. That he's had him ready, or he made him, and then convinced him that he died. I mean, Akebi died because of birth, and then put him on, and knowing 100% that he would resent that kid. But then he could come back later on with Ishiki. Like there's just too many things that he's planned, and he doesn't give a shit about anybody, and he only seems to care about Kawaki being alive. He doesn't really care about Kawaki himself. So it seems like it's part of his own little plan. Like if he loses Kawaki, he loses his own vessel. He loses his clone that he's put all this time and all these years into, because he needs that clone to be strong enough so he can be reborn into it. Like he's been stealing all these. It seems like he's been stealing all these Otsutsuki powers or whatever, Otsutsuki powers all along the way, and now he needs to be reborn into a new vessel himself. And like everything else just seems like a ruse.
I think,
or he's doing it for someone else. But
I'm fully on board. If I were to choose a point in the timeline where I think Kawaki was cloned rather than just made as a clone from the very get-go, because I think Kawaki was a real person, narratively, I think it can't be, like, at some point recently. Like, any time after he goes to meet Naruto, that has to be the same Kawaki that we see now. So I think you only have a few options here. The first option is when he was born. I think that's a pretty high likelihood. The second option is when he's abducted. I don't think that's likely, because why would Jigen care about some random kid? He doesn't know Kawaki's important to him yet. Third option is when he's getting the karma seal, because he should know that he's important there, because he seems to accept it. Maybe he died, or he died but accepted it, or he accepted it and then died afterwards or something. I don't know. That'd be enough reason to clone Kawaki, but if that's the case, why wouldn't Amado have made like 1,000 Kawaki clones if Kawaki is compatible, or if the clone is compatible? And so Jigen would just make sure with that. I think, anyways. Maybe it's possible he didn't have the resources or something. I don't know. I feel like Jigen would have just made it work somehow. But then Amado obviously
it feels
would've
kind of
died,
like.
but...
Doesn't it feel a little bit like Nagato from the original Naruto series, where he's being manipulated in a way like, you know what I'm saying? Like he had something implanted at a young age that he had no idea about.
The last time on the
and or
timeline,
created.
the last time I think he has the option of being cloned would be when he's first taken onto the airship and like stored inside that vessel container.
Well, I'm even saying before he's ever been like born and or like, you know what I'm saying, like when like Akabe was still alive essentially, and basically made an artificial kid, or like convinced the dad that like you know I said, going back to that, like that he's actually not a clone but an artificial human, kind of like Mitski is.
Yeah, it
I keep
doesn't
saying clone, but
it doesn't make sense to
a
me
collection of DNA.
for it to be before Kawaki's original body was born, and I don't think that he would just make a robot absent of an original Kawaki existing in the first place. Like, I get what you're saying. It's basically Cell from Dragon Ball, to where
Well, the
it's
idea
just the
there was that
accumulation
it would
of a
be a
bunch of
clone
different
of
things.
Amado. So kind of like
Yeah.
how Mitski's a clone of Orochimaru. He's his son, but he's really a clone of Orochimaru that just looks
Yeah.
different. That's the idea I think he's going for. Like Amado
Exactly.
made a quote unquote son that's really his clone.
Yeah, and it's like exactly. And it's not that he cares about him, it's that he doesn't care about him like a human being. He just looks at him like he's a vessel.
Yeah, he's a tool. It's just like Kashi
Exactly.
Koji. Kashi
Yep,
Koji
100%.
should, by all means, be his friend by this point. But no, he's just his freaking tool.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, is like the only time he ever actually really shows emotion and when he thinks that Kawaki might be dead. Because I feel like he's put so much time and effort into this vessel for himself, not Ishiki. That's why he gives a shit. He makes it seem like he wants it for Delta's vessel, but it feels like it's more for himself.
As far as that part goes, I'm not sure, because either one can really work, honestly. I could easily see Amado being driven to madness over his daughter, to the point that he just does ridiculous things that ruin the... Because, for example, let's I do think the plan he laid out makes absolutely no sense. So for a minute, let's just assume it makes no sense and it's a lie. Let's just pretend he's actually making a deal with Shippuden. Okay, hypothetical. We could easily see how Amado could be driven to that point for the sake of his daughter, basically risk ruining the world all for his daughter. I think that works just fine. He doesn't have to be malicious for that to work. You know what I mean? Like that would be fine.
Yeah.
It would also be fine if it was malicious. It was for himself. Either one works. It's just a very different story in that case.
I mean, Amado and the Code arc
Can't say we
already.
did it.
Oh god, Amado and the Code arc already literally described this obsessive kind of love that Kawaki feels for Naruto as maddening, but it's the same sort of obsession that Amado has for his daughter, and so the same thing would apply
That's
for
very
Amado.
true.
Yeah.
And he said
And
it in
he's
a
even got
way that, like,
that
he said it very emotionally, like it personally resonates with him. Like, he wasn't just saying it, he was saying it with, like, a gloomy look on his face.
I mean, he
It's like
even sorry. I was saying he even
yeah,
acts the
it's like
same
he
way as Amado.
realizes.
Like he's so sorry, yeah. He's so cold. Like even when he's like talking to Ada, he's so like just like Amado, and he doesn't give a shit. He's just cold when he's focused on one thing.
Yeah.
Amado, I mean, sorry, Kawaki's more of a dickhead to Ada, but yeah.
I mean,
They're
I don't
well,
think
Amado actually
Kawaki's
directly
been
says in chapter
Ada.
59 that no, Kawaki will do anything to achieve his goals, just like me. Amado went out of his way to compare himself to Kawaki. I do think there's a reason for that. Like in the freaking panel when it happens, you look at him like, oh yeah, you could see a resemblance between them, but he's saying it too. So regardless of what the connection is, I do think there is one somewhere.
You know, Kamui, I would just say, I feel like Ada's being the one that's being mean to Kawaki. Take that.
Oh.
Because Ada hasn't considered what Kawaki wants. She's essentially forcing Kawaki to live with her instead of go live his life, live out his aspirations, his goals, his dreams. No, he's stuck
Ada
on
didn't
this
force
mission.
Kawaki to live with her.
Let's be real, he kind of did.
Ada didn't force him on that mission. Shikamaru created the mission.
If Ada didn't want Kawaki to be living with her, what would Kawaki be doing right now?
Living with her.
Not
Shikamaru
living with
gave
her.
him the mission.
Shikamaru wouldn't give the mission
That's
if
not
Ada
true.
didn't want Shikamaru to give him the mission.
Ada didn't ask him to do it.
Shikamaru
she knew she
didn't want
liked
to
her.
give him the
and
mission.
Shikamaru knew she liked Kawaki, and that could have influenced his decision making for the mission, like to make Ada happy is like a point for this. But like Ada didn't ask him to do it. She didn't manipulate the situation. Amado, if anything, is the one who was like, yo, you should come to Konoha. Ada wasn't the one who decided to do that.
yeah, he's definitely manipulating things to his favor.
Like, Ada's not being mean to Kawaki. She's literally trying to help him. Kawaki's the one who's being a dick to her, okay? Stop the
Nah. If
nonsense.
Ada was trying to help him, then he would have told Kawaki where Boruto was. Ada is trying to help Boruto.
Oodie, you are
The
literally
way you
contradicting
said
yourself
that.
from like 2 days ago.
I changed my mind.
Like 3 days, whatever stream we did last time, you made it so abundantly clear how Ada still loves Kawaki and is on Kawaki's side more than Boruto. If she had to pick between them, she's picking Kawaki. Now you're saying the opposite. Like, let's be real. I know you're trolling.
She's on both
And
of their side the most at the same time. They're both the fellow strongest.
No, you don't think that.
And who do you think the Jura clone is? I'm convinced it's a Kawaki.
Yeah,
clone.
we should talk about that,
yeah.
Kamui. Who do you think the Jura clone is, Kawaki?
No. Actually, no. I never got to it. Yeah. So, how do you think the Kawaki thing happened for you? I don't want Oodie to influence that. Like, I want you to just say what your theory of how it would have happened.
So the Clog Rhyme has it's got the Rinnegan at that time, and
I already know where you're going.
he has to have absorbed it
Oh,
at that
yeah.
point. I mean, he grabs.
Yeah,
It's so clear, and it's
It
only
is so
like I
clear.
thought it was. At first, I thought it was Ishiki, but the fact that he says that he wants he's sitting on the chakra block. He's literally leaning right against it. He's got the exact same like stance as Kawaki, and then when he says that he wants to get kill Naruto,
I will say,
it points
Jigen
right at him.
crosses his legs too.
He
Jigen
does.
crosses his legs.
But the hands in the pocket and everything, like. And the fact that he, like, the people that were saying Gara, like, I think that he could have,
Okay.
he could have
Thank you
grabbed
for
the.
that.
I mean, I see that when he says like he loves Naruto, but like I said, he's literally sitting on the cube, and everyone else has showed their abilities, except, except for Bug. Like we don't know what Bug can really do.
Oh, like Gaara's just not allowed to sit on a cube now, I guess.
Yeah, but he
Yeah,
just doesn't
his
make
body's
cubes.
just gonna
Yeah,
vaporize.
Gar doesn't have Ishiki black cubes. Okay.
Yeah, and it's like it was the fact that
Like
he
your
said
best
he wanted to
argument
kill
is like
Naruto.
Gar would make a sand cube. But that thing's not made of sand. And at the very least, Sawaki and Aruka.
No. I actually got an answer for that. It's made out of iron sand.
But Gar doesn't have iron sand.
Shinju Gara does.
You know, actually, as a small side note, that doesn't make any sense. The ability is magnet release. That's why, like, you know, you can pick. It's like you can pick what type of metal you want to use. Do you want to use gold like Rasa? Do you use iron? Why can they only use one type? Like Rasa can't manipulate regular sand, only gold. The third cousin Kawaki can only use iron sand.
Is it a
regular
can't,
sand.
or is
Like,
it that it's just what they're
why?
best at? I think it's just what they're best at. I think they can manipulate any of them if they really wanted to.
Maybe, I don't know. But like I feel like we would see Gara use the iron sand variety at least once, like if that was the case.
Oh. Well, we know the out of universe reason why, but
Interesting what they're doing with Shinky too. It's kind of he's just
Oh yeah, it's interesting. the lack of him, you mean?
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like what the hell? I mean, it's hard to really cover all like what everyone's been going on. We have no idea what half the Leaf Village kids are doing. Like, but it felt like they really wanted Shinky in that story too.
I blame the
I will
anime.
say in the manga version, yeah, in the manga, honestly, Shinky he's not really there. They don't have the crazy fights with him at Chunin exam. He just like one shots Chocho. I think that's about it. I will say there is a slight character thing in like chapter 10 with like him talking to Gara. I think that's in the manga still, but like it's not. It's not much. Like the anime makes you want Shinky to be a big player.
He's a good character. Even Awabe's
Yeah,
a pretty good character. It's just a lot of wasted good characters, really.
Yeah, I would love to see Shinky like matter.
Well, that ability feels a little similar, like I said, to Code's. Like with the iron, it's a little different, but it feels like a twist between Fourth Hokage and Shinky's ability.
I mean,
What do you mean?
Shinky was strong as fuck. So, I mean,
Well, it's iron. Like I said, it's iron blood, but that's the only reason why I say it's not like you can't manipulate him that way. But he actually kind of can when he does it with the Nine Tails or whatever, like constricting it and reforming it.
Hagoromo? What?
no, he means that the 10
Code.
tails when Code
Like-
split the 10 tails.
Okay,
Yeah, because his bands or whatever are considered they're considered DNA, right? Like they're iron, whatever
Yeah,
iron
the iron
bands or
in
whatever.
his blood.
Yeah.
Which is so funny. Like, I know this is a small side note. Like, it's so silly that like the reason they gave is because there's iron in the blood. Like, bro, it's liquid. It's water. You don't need the iron for this.
Well, do you think
the
it's-
fact that it's natural water would be enough.
Well, do you think it's like cybernetics, kind of like Amado implanted? Like he
No,
never
no,
had that
like,
ability. Like
Well, what I meant was, it shouldn't matter that it's iron in the blood. That's why you can't absorb it with karma. Just the fact that it has blood was all you needed. You didn't need the iron aspect.
I mean, I think they're just doing it for like the
True.
phrase. I think it just sounds cooler.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just a little bit silly. And as far as the no, it's not ninja tech though, because Amado specifically says it's a shinjutsu ability.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Which is funny to think Shibai would
As a
use
side
that.
note though, we might as well ask the question, where do you think it came from? Do you think it was Shibai, or do you think it was just a different mystery person that Amado never said?
It's gotta be Shibai.
That's a good
We know it's
question.
not Ishiki.
Gotta be Shibai.
I mean, do you think that
But here's the
Josh is
thing.
coming back? Do you think that there
I
could be a
hope so.
twist with Josh? Because I think that would be great too.
think
It'd be
so.
another do you think that he could be so that Joshin could be the counter to Shibai? Like Shibai was the Hagoromo back in the day, and Joshin was the evil.
I would love it.
No,
Josh has got to be the good
I could
guy.
see that. My only thing there though is,
Sorry, what?
Josh
the only
gotta
thing
be
though
the
is
good
for
guy.
Code, but dude, Joshin's the good guy. I don't care who Joshin is. I want him in the story, but the only thing about it, the claw mark coming from Shibai though, Oodie, is okay. So we know how Amado. I mean, let me ask you this instead. How do you think Amado gave him the claw marks? Just answer it to whatever degree you want.
Via Shinjutsu. You really shouldn't have let me answer that
You
anyway.
think
I
Amado
wanted.
used the Shinjutsu? You think Amado used the Shinjutsu to do it?
The karma is a Shinjutsu.
Okay, so you think Amado gave Code a karma?
No, I think Jigen did. So I don't think Amado ever gave it
so
to
how do you
him.
think Amado gave Code the claw marks is my question.
Well, it's through the... I don't know if... I mean, you could say it was like a joint effort between Jigen and Amado then.
How do you think Amado gave Ada and Damon their powers?
That's what I always thought about too. Like how are they just getting one power from whatever he's doing to them? Because it's probably not
We'll go one
eyes.
thing at a time. We'll go one thing at a time. But like this one is in the story. But how do you think Amado gave Ada and Damon their powers?
I don't know if this changes the answer, but were Ada and Damon even human before, or were they just made robots like Delta?
They're implied that they were human before, if that helps, but we don't have a direct answer. But they're implied to be humans.
Yeah, I guess. They're born, quote unquote.
I'll tell you what the story says. Amado says he transplanted Shibai's remains DNA onto them. That's what he says he did. Anyway.
Yeah.
So that's the current canon answer.
Yeah, my answer...
that's like giving them Hashirama cells.
My answer was going to be just through scientific ninja tech, the same way he modifies or augments the other Kara members. I would say through the core, based on the explanation we had earlier.
Okay, that's not really the point though. Is the answer is he transplanted their DNA onto him in some way.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to ask you again. How do you think Amado gave Code the claw marks?
I mean, do you want me to answer in the same way that you just answered?
I want you to answer however you want to answer.
I feel like that's
thing
not
on
true.
his head, maybe?
Because I already answered how I wanted to answer.
Answer it.
I already did.
Well, for Code, okay. Do you think it's different from how we did with Ada and Damon, or the same? How about that?
I think it's via the karma that he's able to access the claw marks. Without the karma, I don't think he's able to do it. Actually, in the flashbacks... I think he's
got like an outside source. I think it's that band.
In the flashbacks, that's before he has the karma, right?
In the flashback, he doesn't have the thing on his head, though. Like when he's inside the test tube, he doesn't have the band on top of his head.
Which answers about the scar, by the way. So yeah, I think it's via the karma. Kamui?
I think he's going back and looking for something.
Oh, okay.
Which would mean the other two would have karmas too.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I had to switch headphones, and when I did, it automatically messed up the mic stuff, and I was like, "Why can't you hear me?" So, what did you say for the last 20 seconds?
Oh my god. Mr. Mayhem, you want to repeat?
Yeah. So I said that he didn't have the claw grind thing on his head when he was in the test tube, and
Claw mark?
Oodie said that he thinks that he got it from the karma. That right?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, yeah. He, no matter how you slice it, he got the karma first because he doesn't have the claw mark on his head in one of Kawaki's
Yeah.
nightmare flashbacks with Code using white karma. Um, so that is it. Yeah, that could have been a overtime process thing, or it could have been a later thing. Because I mean, realistically, I think there's one of two answers you can give. It's either this is the one I originally went with, but actually, let me start the one I don't like as much. So the one answer would be it's literally the same as Aiden Damon. He just took Shibai's remain, did his scientific mumbo jumbo, transplanted on the Code separately from the white karma. If that was the case, I think it makes absolutely no sense why Code is so much weaker than Ada and Damon, despite having the same thing plus a white karma seal on top of that. That makes sense. Okay, he should be stronger if anything. So the other theory is going to fit with yours, Oodie. This is mine. Is that this only works if it's not actually Ishiki's white karma, mind you, or at least if there's other things in there. If it is coming from Shibai, Amado would have had to have put Shibai into the karma process somehow.
Yeah.
Ishiki's doing this thing, and then Amado's like, "Oops, Shibai's DNA fell in there, whatever the hell," and that messes it up. And so Ko would be using Shibai's chakra with his white karma, or at least part of it, and through that accessing one of his abilities. And because he doesn't have the DNA, it's not as good. It's like a hypothetical. Hashirama cells are probably better than just Hashirama chakra. Just a comparison. The same idea. That's why Damon would be stronger.
That's my current theory for why it is a white karma seal in the first place. It obviously hasn't been explained, but my theory is that it's one of those stopgaps that Amado was explaining. So because Shibai transcended, the karma seal isn't allowed to compress any genetic data because obviously you don't want Shibai to reincarnate into a lower dimension.
Wait a minute. Why? So this whole time you've been on my side about that whole Amado did the white karma theory. You've never thought it. Why have you? I hate you.
What about
the whole time you agree?
What about
you've argued against me for like a year straight.
No,
You're telling me the entire time you've just agreed with me.
No, Ishiki did it.
I think you even once said that was one of the worst theories. I swear you even said that one time.
What if? So
I hate
what
you.
what if Amado used an Uzumaki seal like Sasuke and Jiraiya used to block? Like, so Code's ability is a lot like Minato's space time.
Yeah.
What if they put it
Flying Raijin?
Yeah, like it's just like Flying Raijin, which they brought back into the series too. What if they put a seal just like Sasuke and Jiraiya did to prevent them from Yorishiki from using abilities on him and draining? What if they put it on Code as a kid to prevent the karma seal from actually activating, so it looked like a dud? And it's kind of like the seal itself could be the bands that he has on his head. Like those,
I don't think Amado would have done that because Amado's not a ninja or an Uzumaki or anything like that.
But he's able to use those. He's able to use abilities from everything else. And why was the Uzumaki like? We still need to know why they were erased from existence itself. Like it feels like that's a big part of the story.
I feel like Kamui can answer that one too.
They brought that back up in the story too itself. Like that's back in Boruto. They had the sealing stuff. They brought that back in. They had that interaction between Yorishiki and his confusion of like, I don't understand this. Why can't I use this? Like when he was trying to draw the chakra out of Naruto, he couldn't get the chakra out. He was like, he couldn't figure out what was going on with the seals.
I mean, in that way, yeah. I mean, we would have to invent a new seal where it prevents DNA instead of. Okay. So.
But it blocked.
Well, is the problem though? Is the karma seal doesn't block the chakra clearly? Code's using its chakra. It would be blocking DNA, or it's empty to begin with.
It could suppress it just like it did with the Ninetales.
No, I'm talking about Code's white karma. He's using the chakra.
Yeah.
So
but
in
I'm
this
talking
case,
about
it's not suppressing chakra. It would have to be suppressing DNA. But like,
could be
why would an
suppressing the
Uzumaki
karma
ever
seal.
create that?
Because they had a bunch of sealing juices itself. Like, and they
Yeah, but
were.
I feel like their sealing jutsu would be chakra based, not DNA based. Because like, just in the average world of ninja, what is Kushina trying to block someone's DNA for? Nah, she's gonna block chakra like all the other ones, I would think.
I just think that there's
That's the only
something
thing.
with Code itself and himself being like it points towards him being Uzumaki in some way too. And it's in some way that the white karma is being suppressed. So I'm pointing towards like things that we know in the series that can do it. That's all I'm theorizing. Like,
What I will say is, if anyone ever calls Code as tenacious as the cockroach, absolutely, he's an Uzumaki.
that's what I'm saying. He's
If
a
they
lot like
ever say
Nagato in
that-
that way too.
I
He's a
mean,
lot like Nagato in that way too. He's had stuff implanted in him too that is out of his control.
I mean, to be
Actually,
fair,
all the Uzumaki have that one in common. The Kurama in the Naruto, the Rinnegan in the Nagato.
Oh
I
my
mean, his
gosh.
abilities
white-
even feel like it too. Like I said, him being able to put through those claw marks.
To be
I would call
fair,
that Uzumaki for
Probably.
that one, but
Code's been more tenacious than most of the Uzumaki we know so far.
no, that's why I thought of it. That's why I thought of that. I was like, honestly speaking, Code does take a heavy beating from Damon, and he's still going strong. So I mean, he is kind of tenacious.
He
At
survived
some
like
point,
so
he's
many
got to have
fights.
his moment.
He's
Like,
had
Like at
so
some
many
point,
moments.
he's gonna have a moment.
No, people
He's
are
gonna
like,
have. I feel like he's
Code
gonna have a
Code
big like
sucks.
Obito Jinchuriki
Yeah.
moment, like
Code's had big
where
moments.
he's just like he's been getting same thing.
Code's had several
Yes.
big moments.
Yeah, but I feel like he's gonna have a big one only to get fucked over. Like I said, much
Oh.
like Obito.
I feel like he's had those too.
Oh yeah, I think Code will eventually. I don't think the plot with the White Karma Seal will be over. Like, just the fact that Boruto's considering it as being the cause of this current phenomenon, like, implies like the White Karma Seal plot isn't over.
I talked about a lot of this
Assuming
yesterday
we're
with
correct
Zone.
and it is related to Amado's I've always thought that was Amado. Like, Amado had a plan for Code, whether it's still ongoing or not. He had a plan for him.
That's
And I
like,
think that is the cause of the white karma, and I think that's going to cause a problem down the line that Boruto and everyone's gonna have to deal with.
and don't you feel like Code mirrors Obito, like his character from back in the day, in a lot of ways, like where he could
In
be
certain
bad, good,
aspects, but-
bad. He's getting manipulated the same way. Like, there's definitely a lot of mirroring from Naruto and like shades of both. Because, like you said, Boruto is supposed to be Naruto, but he also is like Sasuke, and same thing with Kawaki.
This touches on something.
Honestly,
we were
dude,
discussing
Kawaki's barely
earlier.
like Naruto. I don't like. I mean, there's certain aspects to the comparison. Absolutely,
His
but,
stubbornness.
like,
Kawaki's got the same stubbornness that Naruto had early on.
okay, but Sasuke was stubborn too early on. He was hell bent on killing
I said that.
Itachi. What is Kawaki? Hell bent on killing Boruto, his brother.
No, you're right. They do, like I said, there's little bits of both though in each character. Like they're flip flop, but they, like you said, Kawaki's definitely Sasuke's personality, but they're flip flopped.
What I would say is, this is how I would actually frame it. Kawaki is Sasuke who was in Naruto's shoes. Boruto is Naruto who was in Sasuke's shoes. Boruto is like Naruto, but he lost everything like Sasuke. Kawaki is like Sasuke, but he was born with nothing like Naruto, essentially. So it's like if they
flip-flop-
literally take the
exactly,
same
it's-
personality, but put them in the opposite
Yeah,
position,
it's
and then you
what would-
end up, you
Which
end
is
up with
extra
characters like
funny
that.
with
Yeah,
omnipotence.
what would happen if what would happen if Naruto was the evil one, essentially, and what would happen if Sasuke was considered the good one? But in
I think
everyone's
it's
eyes,
like Five Kage
everyone's
Summoner.
eyes, they still love Kawaki, but they hate.
I was thinking
Okay.
more like if Naruto had a family, he lost, versus if Sasuke was born without a family.
Exactly.
The kind of like if Sasuke was just the Kurama Jinchuriki who everyone hated, versus if Naruto had a brother who killed his family. I feel like Naruto in that case would act more like Boruto. Sasuke would probably, I don't want to say Sasuke would act like Kawaki. Kawaki's more extreme, I feel like, but it would be more similar to that.
Yeah, but everyone hated Naruto as a kid, and everyone loved Kawaki, even though they don't know why.
Naruto has a fierce
even though he's the
conviction
bad
No, I'm
that
talking about
nobody notices.
I'm not talking about post omnipotence, like pre
Oh,
omnipotence,
okay,
like
I
end
see
of
what you're saying.
yeah, like in terms of how they approach things and the way they, I mean, just their personalities. Like Kawaki is kind of like a Sasuke personality, but even meaner.
Oh yeah, willing to do
Boruto,
whatever it takes.
yeah, I mean, I will say Kawaki is meaner than Sasuke. Boruto is, I feel like he's meaner than Naruto. Like Boruto's a nice guy, but Naruto's even nicer. I feel like
Sasuke
Naruto
has
is more of a
morals,
troll,
but
though, at the same
Naruto
time.
has none.
Huh?
Yeah, like Sasuke, he has like ethics and like convictions that he like lives by, that he's not going to break his own moral code. Naruto just doesn't have that.
What are you talking about? Yeah, he does. He
Naruto
never
His
goes,
ninja
he
way,
doesn't go
man.
back. Have you
wants.
forgotten his ninja way to never go back on his
How
word?
dare you?
No, Naruto will just do whatever he wants. He just doesn't care.
Oodie is trolling. Let's ignore him.
You can disagree all
Next
you want.
podcast.
That doesn't make you right.
I gotta get ready for work though.
The way you the way you said it was clear troll.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So, it's something I've noticed throughout this stream. Anyway, let's look at these podcast topics.
Wow. Something I will say
tell
related to
me-
what we were talking about. Hang on. So okay, but this is related to what we're talking about. So Jura, you're saying, oh, he's clearly the leader. Okay. Was Goofy Toby clearly the leader of the Akatsuki early on? Jura's not clearly the leader.
Technically, Obito wasn't the leader of the Akatsuki period.
Oh my god.
He's saying that it's Bug.
Yeah,
Plot
Oodie,
twist,
are you
it's
saying
actually
Bug's
Bug.
the leader of the Shinju clones?
Listen, it doesn't matter who it is. It's just not confirmed Jura.
He said he'll poop his pants if he does.
Clear, isn't it? Because technically speaking, Oodie, you could say that like the bug tree is the mastermind, but Jura is the leader.
Oh my god.
Hey man,
Obito
Still
might be the
holding on to
mastermind, but Pain was the leader of the Akatsuki.
I'm still holding on to Ishiki. I'm still clutching
Yeah.
them pearls.
Dude, I swear to God, can oh my God, if Urashiki never returns to the story, I will just always
So
be
sad.
salty about it. I will always
me
be
too.
sad. I'm
They
just
had-
like I cannot accept the anime ending of Urashiki.
I can't either. Literally, based on he was supposed to be a huge character in the movie, and they cut it because they didn't have time.
I know. I'm like, bro, even if Urashiki wasn't gonna be a big deal, it makes me want to know what the movie plot was gonna be with him. Like, what was the 3-hour version of the movie gonna be? I want to watch that.
And it's the whole comes back to the 3 character thing too. Like
Yeah.
the 3 Otsutsuki like literally lines up with having the 3 characters, Code, Kawaki, and Boruto. It makes sense in that regard. Like Urashiki, Momoshiki, and Ishiki. Like I feel like it's a good storytelling because it adds another layer to it. Like, okay, so there's more than 2 sides to this,
Ooh,
and who's playing
I
who.
thought. I mean, there's another thing about that is I know Oodie's not gonna like this, but there is the 3rd column of Otsutsuki tablets that we haven't seen yet.
That's driving me
Boruto
crazy
comes
too.
from one, Kawaki comes from another. We do need someone to come from the 3rd. Now, you could say that's Ada and Damon, I guess. Like, but it could also be Code. Either way, it could be all 3 of them coming from the 3rd one. Shibai could just be on that tablet.
Man,
They
there
have
could
to
be
address
more
that at some
tablets
point.
in the background we haven't even seen yet. You don't know.
Oh, true.
That is possible. It's possible. I mean, I
possible
would
some of
like to
these
think that
tablets
there's
are
more than
repeated
6
as well.
Otsutsuki.
It's possible some of these tablets are
like-
repeated as well. Like, what if 3 of them are just Kaguya?
It feels like it would do though. Like they finally just addressed the whole Kashin Koji thing, and that took forever. How long did we say,
3
like, bro, he's
years.
got to be alive? Like, he's got to be alive. It's just weird that they would kill him off like that.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's-
Urashiki,
It took them 3 years to show him.
it's canon Urashiki.
I still
passed
think
it
they
on
should have done that in
mythos.
part 1. I think they should have just had one
Okay.
freaking panel at least of the dude just standing somewhere, and
Yeah,
it just
him not
makes
being
it
in the
look.
manga just drives me crazy too.
If they were gonna save him, then they shouldn't have subtly, gradually introduced him back into the manga over time in this way.
And you can't look at that panel in the manga. You can't tell me that does not look like Ishiki on the top. And then in the anime, it looks different. Like they make it even blurry, so you can't even see it. Like in the manga, there's clearly an outline of a Rinnegan and one of the horns.
He's coming back.
Yeah, like you can see that it has the same symbol that lines up with Kagi and Momoshiki's.
Yep. But the bottom one, you can't see anything at all.
Yeah, you have
the top
no idea.
one, they clearly tease something like, "Hey," and it's just
like this guy's got a Rinnegan at least. Oh, Rene something.
Yeah, there's a Rinnegan there, and like I said, the horn lines it matches up with Urishiki's original design that he had, his sketches from the original one for the movie.
I want to see those. Can you send those if you can find them?
I will later on. Yeah, I gotta head to work in a minute, but I will. I'll definitely send it.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, I think the boring answer is if he was in the movie because they didn't have enough time, Urashiki would have just been discarded in the same way Kinshiki was, and then we just wouldn't care about Urashiki. But that's the boring answer.
There's also the possibility that they would have done basically what they did in the anime anyway, where they were basically it'd be like setting up a second movie. You know when you have like a movie and there's a clear setup, like there's gonna be another movie. Like for example, a lot of horror movies do this, where the ending it's like, oh no, the evil thing is actually still alive, so you know there's a second movie coming to solve that plot. Where they could have done something where it's like, oh no, Arashiki is clearly still out there, setting up a second movie or further plot.
I feel like they wouldn't have done that, but maybe that's
we don't know.
Yeah. I feel like
we don't know what
his role would have been just reduced down to just standing there basically most of the time. Like what Kinshiki was doing at the tuning exams in the movie, he essentially did nothing the entire time he was there. I feel like that's what Urashiki would have done most of the movie.
I mean, it's weird though, because I thought I mean, I don't know the validity of these interviews, but I thought I had seen an interview. So we're getting like, fifth party here. I think I saw from someone else an interview that was translated potentially that Urashiki had a big role in the movie.
Okay.
Hey, what the hell? All right, don't. That's not the right link. What the hell?
Sounds like marketing.
Oh, I thought you went to work.
I'm about to in a second.
Yeah. Oh no, but I thought I didn't hear you, so I thought you were gone at work.
Don't. It's the wrong one. Man,
anyway, I think it'd be cool if Urashiki returned. Like, I just think it'd be cool.
Got to.
Like, she's just had. The thing is, Urashiki had the most personality out of all of our. I feel like out of all the Otsutsuki, like I know he was playful, but it's just like he had a very charismatic personality. Like,
he had a very Toby Obito.
Yeah, and there's scenes of Urashiki where it's like he randomly gets serious, like, and it's like he can be serious. Like when there's a scene with they're in some Kaguya Palace place, and Urashiki reunites with Momoshiki and Kinshiki, and he's all goofy, like, hey, Momoshiki senpai, blah blah blah, and then Momoshiki's like, oh, chakra fruit, let's go. And then he's like,
yeah, that look is what made me think.
Sociable as ever. Like, it's like he's like, yeah.
It's the look. When he looks back at him, Momoshiki, like, he
glares at it. Like,
his Byakugan, the veins in his Byakugan, like glare up, and he stares at him. And yeah, like you said, he's playful with him, like he's pulling one over on him. Like, that whole scene messes with me wicked bad, because I'm like, that looks like he's pulling one over on Momoshiki, and Momoshiki has no idea. Like, he's been plotting something for a while.
Yeah, and like the actual Japanese is like he uses Momoshiki-san for like when he's there, or
he's
senpai or whatever. And then when he's gone, he says Momoshiki-chan, where it's like much different. So it's like it feels like Momoshiki knows that Urashiki's kind of trouble. That's why he's glaring at him like with a Byakugan. Like, he's ready to fight him. And then Urashiki's like, oh, I don't want to fight. And then he's gone and it's like, yeah, it's like you just know that he's trolling Momoshiki. And it's like, I love that.
Well, like, why is Momoshiki and Kinshiki not on the moon when they talk to Taneri? Like, that feels like deception there too. Like, it feels like if they wanted that to not feel like this like they would have had Momoshiki and Kinshiki confronting Taneri with Urashiki, but no, he comes off to the side and talks to him and then seals him away.
Yeah, like that feels like.
It feels
I
like
mean,
tying up loose ends, literally.
you could say that, or Momoshiki and Kinshiki knew and just let Urashiki do it alone. But yeah, I feel like that was an Urashiki thing. It could be like the general clan thing. He does say like, "Oh, you're betraying the clan," blah blah blah. But like, it doesn't seem like Momoshiki and Kinshiki literally had any role, and like they weren't even aware. Like they don't know. It's just something Urashiki's doing for whatever reason. Like
and Taneri
he's doing
he even says in that scene, like, "Why have you now appeared out of nowhere? I thought you guys were gone." Like he thinks that they were dead. Taneri doesn't even think that they're around anymore in that scene.
which is weird in of itself.
Yeah.
Why does he think that?
Like there's a lot of little hidden things.
How does Toneri even know about their existence? I guess you could say Hamura like just figured it out.
Well, probably through the lineage before, like the whole clan that was on the moon. I'm sure that they had, books and stuff, or you know what I mean, like history books of like just how we learn stuff. Like we have to go, for hearsay. Like you haven't been around for 1,000 years. Like I don't know, I haven't seen a pilgrim. I have to go based on what everyone else has said. Like I really like talking to you guys. I gotta go to work, unfortunately. Are you guys gonna be around tomorrow?
No.
Potentially. We don't
Well,
know.
if I
Yet.
see you on, I will pop on.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Thank you again for having me.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Have a good night. Or sorry, have a good
You
work.
too. Yeah, right.
But like, why does it like fundamentally they're not doing anything different when they gather nature energy, whether you learn it from a toad or a snake. I think it's cooler that they have different abilities, but like fundamentally, it shouldn't matter.
Sure. While you look at those, I'll read the comments that I've ignored for the past 7 hours. I've been reading them, just not out loud because there's been no room in the conversation. So Swifty 6.5 hours ago says, "I tune in for 1 minute and Ood is already chatting." I wonder what minute that was.
Yeah. There's so many poems.
So I'm gonna guess his name is Choso.
Zoomed in eyelashes.
Oh.
Okay. Floppy Rule Amir, Toppy Slew Sears, Skeppy Tool Bears, Slappy Full Fears, Peppy Cool Tears.
Which
Poppy
one?
New Year. I don't know how to answer that one.
Well, that was
Your New Year's
during New Year's, as you could probably imagine.
Yeah. What was your favorite part of the Obito stream? I don't know what my favorite part honestly was. Between his opinion on Toby or the lore. I honestly, when he was explaining the story of how he like got the role as Obito, was probably my favorite.
Yeah, for me, I really liked his explanation of basically adult Obito, his interpretation anyways, I'll say that out. His personal interpretation was adult Obito, the reason he was Goofy Toby was because he was so hurt that he like reverted back to a childlike state. He was like splintered emotions or whatever.
It wasn't the first time I heard that theory.
It wasn't, but like
wasn't
hearing it from him makes it different.
Yeah.
Just cool.
You must have loved the winning poll vote for assuming we could book someone from the entertainment industry. What type would you like? And screenwriters is in the lead.
I was shocked actually. I was surprised it wasn't more voice actors.
Yeah, that's the one I voted. That's second place. Yeah. I'm curious which one is going to be the winner of the which content do you want to see more of. I'm gonna say right now it's not gonna be the health and wellness. I'm gonna vote for series analysis. Ooh, I voted for that one, and it's still tied with heated debates. If I vote for the other one, heated debates wins.
I wish that we could add more than 5 options, but it's
I know. I like how that you also the next one. Which of our content do you look most forward to?
Yeah, do you want to see more of and
Reactions,
look
goofing
forward
off,
to?
I'm gonna say goofing off. Goofing off,
Yeah,
slamming.
I know.
Well, clearly we've perfect. That's what we do the most of.
Yeah, exactly. Like the point of the podcast now.
Oh, that's funny. Divine 10 out of 10 and 10 out of 10 tied for first in the next one
Let's go.
with my vote.
Pretty much
Who
everyone.
do you want to hear speak more? I love how you have the symbols, such symbols around Trippy.
I know. And Trippy saw this. Actually, I didn't tell you this. So when Trippy asked me when the next stream is, and I said Wednesday, and he's like, all right, better, whatever. It was immediately after commenting on this community poll. So he saw that community poll, commented the skull emoji, went to Discord, and went to my reply or DMs was like, hey, when's the next stream? That almost makes it way funnier, so.
Yeah, it's always gets this. Okay, question. Did you vote for yourself on this one?
I don't think so, no.
That'd be funny.
I think you know
Trippy's
who
in the
I
lead,
voted
though.
for.
Trippy. If I vote for Trippy, it's 47%. If I vote for myself, it's you, me, Cam tied, and then Trippy and the guest next.
Yeah.
Trippy. Okay. Oh my god, there's so many I gotta go through here. Who do you want to hear last from?
I know.
Trippy? Oh my god, this was crazy. The votes. Okay, you know what's funny? Okay, I voted for Trippy just for the joke. But like, what's funny? Okay, if I vote for Trippy on both, who do you want to hear speak more? I will have the least votes for that. Who do you want to hear speak less? I have the least votes. I have 0%. Nobody wants to hear less from me.
And I
They
can't
want to hear less
see...
from Cam and the guest and Trippy without even voting for Trippy. Oh, actually, I'm the only vote for Trippy in that case.
Would be really funny if Trippy was his only vote for himself.
No, that was me. Sorry, I realized that.
Yeah, I can't see the like updated vote, so I don't see your.
Yeah, me. I'm
now.
switching it around. Me and Trippy have 0.
Yeah.
The guest and Cam have more. I'll do the guest so it ties with Cam.
Okay.
Actually,
then
I think
I'll just
Cam
not comment on my percent there, but
64%. If I vote for you, it's 73, but I won't. At what point do we stop considering Boruto the Boruto Uzumaki that week? No.
You're really gonna hate the results of this one.
Never, lol, not my Boruto. End of series when he marries Sarah, gives up the Uzumaki name. Oh yeah, I'm gonna pick that one.
That's what you said, yeah.
Omnipotence time skip Boruto, getting karma mark, chapter 1 before chapter 1. Boruto was never ever Boruto. Nope, no, that was. The vote is tied with end of series when he marries Sarada and getting the karma mark and 100% shenanigan nonsense, which are the 2 votes I would have picked. But
yeah,
I think
before you voted, it was 60% voting my option, basically.
No, that's not possible. Someone else must have messed that up because if I vote for it, it's still only 50.
No, I'm saying that there was 5 votes before you, so it's 40% 20 20 20.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and so 60% would be before the end of series that you said.
Yeah.
Oh, this next one you're gonna hate even more.
Blue Vortex intro and never had an intro continuing last arc. Never had an intro. Started beginning of arc 1. End of chapter 1. The Vortex of Fate is intertwined again. End of chapter 4. Boruto looks up at Sasuke. Still hasn't entered the intro. Arc 1 is not started. I want to either vote for. I want to vote for that one to be funny. Who else voted on this?
I don't know. I wish I could see who voted, especially who voted for what.
Yeah.
Extra interesting.
Yeah. Well, 86% are end of chapter 4. Boruto looks at Sasuke.
It was 100%
When will Oodie
before
ever?
you. So
No one
funny.
will Oodie ever actually finally release his original animated movie.
Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, never. Scammer Bozo. I said believe.
I'm disappointed
should
with our
Oodie
community
spend
for their
on his
voting.
AOT rewrite scene? $1,000 get insane. Get the OG voice actors. Uncapped, make your own AOT rewrite $1 billion studio company.
Imagine I make my own anime studio, but it's specifically only for Attack on Titan rewrites.
Oh my god, that'd be crazy though. How does Genjutsu work? Through the observable consistent properties of the universe? It just does. I'm gonna vote for that one just to make it closer to even.
Yeah. I mean, it's very
Should you
clear people
try
vote on
know
these because it's
exactly how
funny.
optical Genjutsu works and be able to properly explain it accurately. Yeah, Drake, that's good Genjutsu mastery above Itachi over the knowledge, 83%.
Greater than Itachi is crazy. Love that.
Tanzo can hypothetically prove himself out of existence when he's Nagi. What do you think would happen to his target if he's using theory for
I wanted to bring this one up on stream, but we sort of moved on before I could. Reaper Deathsteel is way more interesting in my mind.
God, I don't know.
I know!
Because like if the Reaper doesn't get like the user's soul compensation, like does it do it?
I don't know.
Does he just say, "Oh, never mind"?
What if it's already like pulling something out, but it hasn't cut yet? Would it just like let go? Be like,
Yeah, he already
psych.
yanked it out.
Or would he let go, but it stays yanked out? It doesn't like slinky back in.
Yeah, he doesn't cut it. It's just like, whoops.
Oh god. Oh, that'd be awful.
I voted for it would work. It would seal what's already tugged out, but no more.
Okay.
Because that's kind of like when Hiruzen's about to die. I feel like, but I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea.
The Reaper itself would cease to exist 100%. No, because someone else could use the jutsu.
It's funny. Yeah, usually the top and bottom ones are absolutes yes and no's. In like the funniest way.
When was Naruto first capable of creating functional Rasengan?
I feel like this is a decent compromise.
First time he performed it against Kabuto. After Kabuto fight's kind of wrong.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, again, I'm putting
but-
wrong ones on
well,
there basically on
here's
purpose.
Yeah, you didn't put the one when he lands it on Kabuto.
Well, that would be the
You
first
have
time
like
he
first time
performed
he
it against
performed
Kabuto.
it against Kabuto. I assume
That's when he
the
lands
first
it.
time he performed at Kabuto. Oh, I thought that meant when he misses.
No.
Okay.
But
I
let's
thought
be
that
real.
one
That
meant like
one,
the first time he tried to do it.
being real, that was a real
'Cause I
Rasengan
would-
as well.
No, it wasn't.
Nonsense. Just missed. That was
Dude,
the
these are wrong.
same
Before Kabuto
Rasengan.
fight is not right.
Be mad. Look at the comments.
First,
Because
no,
he brings up something I didn't
here's
consider.
the problem though, Oodie. But Oodie, here's the problem. Step 3, the night before training Rasengan trees, is that's when he's slamming the trees with the Rasengan, right?
Yeah.
Like he's doing the third step.
Wait.
The night
Wait,
before.
he's slamming the trees with what?
First of all, is this step 3 the night before training Rasengan tree? The night before training? You mean the night before the Kabuto fight? Not
Yeah.
the night before training?
Yeah. The night before the Kabuto fight.
What's the difference between that and before Kabuto fight?
It would just be the same day, but before the fight. Like when he gets there, I guess. Oh. It's everything
Those
after
are
night
rigged.
3. It's not rigged at all. Look at the comments, though. They bring up an interesting point.
He's wrong though.
Look at did you read it?
Yeah, he's wrong. He didn't have it against Tsunade. She literally comments on how he hasn't mastered it yet.
Nonsense.
She literally says he doesn't master it yet.
Yeah, what would she know? It's not like she's mastered it.
She's seen it.
She's seeing it right now, yeah.
Nonsense. Next one. How likely is it that he's the claw grime of Ishiki? I feel like you should have I guess you don't have enough options.
Yeah, this was
But like
I agree.
really there would have been like a good chance, and not so likely would go in between maybe and extremely likely.
I tried to do
like,
what made most sense for only having 5, but I agree.
I think
that was
pretty
an option,
likely. I think pretty likely would have been better than extremely, or pretty unlikely, because that's what I would have voted for. Or actually, not even that. I would have said between maybe and pretty likely is where I would vote, but
yeah, that's fair.
I'll put maybe-ish, I guess.
Okay.
Which is in the lead.
It is now, yeah, it was tied before.
How does the
16 votes.
strength of Ada's omnipotence change over time?
This is like the next 3 community polls.
I think the bottom one, yeah. The bottom one is my pick.
Yeah, I agree.
Depends. It's correlated Ada's. Yeah, that is in the lead too. A lot of people, I brought that up in my chapter review. I'm going to make a video on it. A lot of people love that theory.
I think it's a good theory, yeah.
Like, huh?
I agree. Yeah, it was actually a tied answer.
Yeah, like I think it's great for.
With the end cap.
I think it's great for Ada's character. Like I said, I'm gonna do a video on it because I was like, honestly, I really like this idea. The more I was talking about it, so
yeah.
If that's like the reason why Shikamaru figured it out, is essentially Ada doesn't want it to work as much anymore.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because that could like essentially, like I said, I was like, I go on a rant, and I'm like, I will say, this could solve the problem if they go this route.
And
I don't know if they will. That was the only problem.
Also, I know you're going to disagree, but I think it lends credence to the theory that Momoshiki's wrong and that Ada just does have control over it. You could argue, oh, it's not conscious control. She's doing it subconsciously. She has control over it.
Well, I mean, no matter how you slice it, if it's subconscious control, it's still control, but like it's subconscious. He is a different level of control, essentially.
Sure.
Like,
yeah, so
I don't think Ada is thinking, I want the omnipotence to work 60% as well now. I don't think she's doing anything like that. I think it's more like, if this is even true, it's more like, I'm not really. Kawaki sucks, honestly. I'm paraphrasing, but like Kawaki sucks. Like I don't like the way he's being blah blah blah. And so in her mind, it's like I don't really want this to work anymore. I don't think she's thinking that, to be honest.
I just thought of a new.
I don't think she's thinking,
theory.
I wish omnipotence didn't work anymore. I think it's more like a very.
If she thought that specifically, then it just wouldn't work anymore at all.
Yeah.
But she doesn't actually believe that, so. But I just thought of a new theory. So what if... So assuming this theory is true, and it does correlate to her desire or whatever, what if she doesn't need to cast a new omnipotence? What if it can go beyond 100% in the opposite direction, to where people's feelings, their original feelings, are actually amplified? So people hate Kawaki more than they originally did in the future. That'd be crazy.
I feel like
to really flip the perspective.
I feel like something like that would require a new cast of omnipotence because it's like a different thing now.
Well, maybe not hate, but just like think he's extra Kawaki than he was before. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. I think that would be a new omnipotence because that's a completely different command.
I guess
it's not just undoing. Like hypothetically, if Ada just didn't want it to work anymore and it just stopped working, that's not reversing it. That's more like just discontinuing it.
Yeah.
But if she actively thought, I want to reverse it, like I don't want to undo it, but I want to flip their roles again, essentially. If she thought of it in that aspect, it would be like reversing it, which I think would require her to cast the jutsu again, if that makes sense.
But that's not what I'm saying. I hope you know.
I know it's not what you're saying, but my point is that thinking Kawaki is extra Kawaki would require a new thing. That's not just undoing it. So I think she would have to recast it.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, what if it's like, instead of looking at the original as one end and the omnipotence as the other end, what if the original was like in the middle? And so omnipotence is one end, but maybe through the same omnipotence, you now have the ability to go to that other end that wasn't even accessible previously.
Yeah. No, I don't think so though. I think she would have to cast it again.
Okay. I see.
Because like even hypothetically, if it was like this is gonna sound so stupid. Like for example, I think if Ada wanted to make a love charm, a hate charm for herself, where everyone hates her, I think she would have to cast the jutsu again.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess that'd be a easier example. I don't think she would. Because was the omnipotence specifically only for love, or was it for people's emotions in general towards Ada? I don't know.
I mean, like we don't. I mean, the answer is it was for love. That's why it happened. But like,
but how does it affect people, really?
Yeah, I mean, we don't really know, but like the way I'm thinking, at least, is like I want people to love me, and then boom, this thing happens. Everyone loves me, and so we don't. If it was like, oh no, I want everyone to hate me now. It depends, I guess, because like I don't know, because on one hand,
I feel like that's a good community poll.
On one hand, I'd say
there's like 5 community poll things that we thought of this stream that I'm gonna have to remember. I don't think we're gonna remember them though.
Yeah, because like on one hand, it's like if you say, oh, I want everyone to love me, well, I could just, since I've attacked the love emotion, I can also flip it around, so now they hate me or whatever. But if that's the case, it's like, okay, well, Ada has affected people's memory, so she could theoretically just change any random ass memory of anyone, like just in general. Like, is it like, oh, she could change any memory of Boruto and Kawaki? Could you just create these random things independent of swapping them? Like, it just opens up a big door to randomness that I don't know. So,
well, these memories are obviously switched, but would you consider these quote-unquote new memories that Ada formed using omnipotence? Because like Kawaki was never there. To be fair, Boruto was there, so it is swapping Boruto and Kawaki's position. Like, it is a new memory, quote-unquote, technically, because Kawaki was never there.
I mean, yeah, it's literally gonna have a different human being there. Like,
yeah,
go look different and everything. Like, because quite frankly, they're gonna be seeing a young Kawaki they've never even seen before. Like, in the academy, they've never seen Kawaki at that age.
That's interesting.
They're literally creating that memory.
That's funny.
They don't even know what that looks like.
Yeah, because I guess that just answers a question I had. Like, what if Kawaki was just tall and fat, and Boruto was skinny and small, and they have a memory of Boruto like squeezing into a really tight space to like crawl through it? How would they imagine Kawaki doing that?
Yeah, like. I don't know.
These are the questions we need answered.
Make a community poll on it. Yeah, I don't want to see these Sarada and Sumire panels. I want that answered.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Mayhem got back to you with an update here. So, Shinju and Kawaki would have a common enemy in the Otsutsuki. immediately, I feel like that's wrong. I feel like Shinju does not have a common enemy in the Otsutsuki, but okay. Continuing on, feels like Jura might agree to
I
not
get what
kill
he's
Naruto in exchange for a deal of some sort. This also allows Amado to still be controlling from the background, and he still has leverage with his kill switch command on Kawaki. I just realized
The Amado part's actually interesting there, but
the Amado part, he should
what?
realize again that he has that kill switch with Kawaki. I mean, assuming he was actually ever under omnipotence in the first place, he wouldn't have known, but now he should, in case he did forget it originally.
Oh yeah, he absolutely does know now, no matter how you slice it.
Yeah, and he's not like in prison or anything, so he can do this at any point.
Yeah.
Yeah, check
At
out
any
Sky.
point it's convenient for him. He
Yeah.
can shut up. But so like I get the idea, like the common enemy, like they want to devour an Otsutsuki, but it's like they first of all, Jura wants to devour Naruto first. Like that's what he wants to do. So it's like to make this deal would be to just not do what he wants to do.
Yeah.
And the other thing is like it's this kind of a power problem where I'm like Kawaki and Boruto are pretty relative. If like if all four are clock I mean like it's like what's the situation? If all four are clock rhymes stand a chance against Kawaki, they're just gonna attack him. If they're way weaker than Kawaki, he'll just kill them. So there's no point.
If I'm being honest, I don't think it's Ishiki based on the target. Because if it was Ishiki, I think his target would be Kawaki. If we're gonna say it's not Kawaki, I think it would be Sasuke more so than it would be Naruto. First and foremost.
No.
I think so.
What? Why?
Because he's like Sasuke, the annoying damned Rinnegan, and Sasuke, oh, Naruto's stronger, but the one I need to kill first is you, because you're dangerous.
Okay, then
he cares more
about
Sasuke.
The whole
he doesn't
mode
care about Naruto.
Dude was literally the one who was the most mad at.
He was more mad at Kawaki at the end there. Like, he was mad at Kawaki from the moment Baryon mode ended. From the moment Kawaki spawned into existence next to him. After Baryon.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have died otherwise. So I don't think he was mad. I think he was sad.
Well, no, technically he was gonna die regardless.
But not then.
Well, the point was he was going to put his Karma Seal on Kawaki, which he did, except not really because it was a fake Kawaki. So that's Kawaki's thing.
Yeah, but if he had like another 2 hours left, he could have just gone and done it again to the real one.
This gets into an interesting possibility. It's possible that Kawaki himself, because it's a Shadow Clone, purposefully dissolved the Karma Seal. Like, it's possible, you're probably going to disagree. It's possible, though, that if that clone wanted to, it could have retained the Karma Seal for longer.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I mean...
I don't think he chose to make it go away. I think it just did.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, it would make sense if he chose to make it go away, considering the real Kawaki came out like immediately after as well, even though Ishiki was still alive.
I think that's just convenient timing.
Yeah, I think it was a bad move on Kawaki's part, if anything.
Yeah, honestly, like, what if it just didn't go away? Well, actually, you could just say that he just showed up after, like, when he was just staying there all the time, and then he waited for it to go away to show himself.
Or if Ishiki just got like a second wind, he actually had like a full-on minute left. That'd be bad.
Yeah, literally, dude. If he had like 30 more seconds, even.
It's just like 10, really. Not even 5.
Dude, really didn't need that much time. He got so lucky.
Okay, so Mr. Mayhem says, also Kashin Koji will be the loose end that comes back to haunt him. I'm guessing him is in terms of
I agree.
Amado. I agree as well.
Yeah.
I think Kashin Koji will start revealing more narratively about Amado in future chapters.
I hope so, at least.
I hope that clears up some of the
I
inconsistencies
don't know what
with
he would
Amado
know
as well.
specifically, but
Yeah, like what Amado's true plan is, because I don't think Amado's going to say it until it actually happens.
yeah,
So-
no, he's not just gonna tell anyone.
Yeah, so in this case, we would know beforehand, which I think would be probably better.
I don't know if we'll know, but that's tricky. I don't think we're gonna get the full thing beforehand.
Sure, that's fine. Just as long as we have some sort of
I
idea to
feel
clear
like
up
they're
some
not
of
gonna
the
do that.
inconsistencies. Makes no sense.
But I do think we should get something at least. I would like anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So we got three options. We can do more community polls, we can do another podcast topic, or we can read some of the comments.
Hold on, I gotta go up and down stairs again. So I'm mute and do that real quick.
Yeah, we could have answered first. I don't know why I'm holding on for that unless you really wanted to think about it some more. But okay, I guess. Oh, by the way, Trippy's playing Pal World. If you saw, it's that Pokemon clone. Just wanted to point that out. In the middle of stream. 7 hours, 10 minutes in. Can't believe we missed that 6-hour mark. But whatever. So Kamui, I think this pretty much guarantees we probably shouldn't stream tomorrow. I think this is good for our stream of the
Okay,
week.
I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. I'm assuming you heard
Yeah,
everything
I was gonna
said?
say, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, okay.
I agree. We don't need to stream tomorrow. We've done plenty. We're gonna keep going, but we've done. This is gonna cover both streams.
We've hit our mark. Allocated our time.
Yeah. Yeah, plenty. At that. All right. So what were the three options? Oh yeah, he's playing Pow World. You said.
Yeah. Have you seen the game? It's like a.
I mean, to be fair,
Pokemon
we
one.
didn't ask Trippy. We didn't ask Trippy this stream if he was available, but
You're not wrong, but he knows we are. Let's
But I feel
be
like he would have
real.
noticed. Yeah. He's watching right now.
That'd be funny if he was like
We know
in
he's
the
not,
audience
but-
and directed at you also.
he
Thanks,
didn't ask
Mr.
to join.
Mayhem.
He's just listening. He's just in the audience.
Oh my God. Like we invite him to speak, like, guys, what are you doing? I just want to listen. It's the worst.
It's like he's actually the one viewer who's always watching.
He joins just to be like, oh,
like, I'm just
don't
a fan. I
invite
don't-
me.
I don't want to talk anymore. I'm just a fan.
Oh God.
It was pretty funny when Mello was like, "Is he even on the pod anymore?" I feel like I'm here more than he is.
Ooh. Okay, I'm kind of curious what would happen. We should get Free Game to invite Trippy on a podcast. On like the cloud. See what he does.
Oh,
Right?
yeah,
That's
I wonder if
interesting.
Mello ever. I don't think Mello ever got his collab with Trippy,
Oh,
but
definitely
yes,
not.
just to see if Trippy like joins.
Yeah, we should like message Free Game
Or
and be like, hey, ask Trippy when he's free to come on the Cloud Pod. You want to invite him on as guest? I want to see what he says.
Haley immediately answers, "Yeah, I'm free tomorrow."
Yeah, I'm actually free right now.
Yo, that'd be crazy if oh my God, we could test this so many ways. Like we asked Trippy if he's free. He says, "Oh, I'm not free till like Wednesday," and then Free Game asks, And he says, "Yeah, I'm free right now."
But I feel
Or
like if we ask it at the same time as free game,
imagine
it'll be
like
obvious.
he asked Trippy, like Trippy says, "Oh yeah, I'll be free Wednesday," and then Trippy just doesn't show up that pod.
Oh god.
What's your
People might
prediction?
be
We
doing
have to
it
test
now.
this. What's your prediction?
50% of me says he just won't respond at all. 25% says
I feel like he's less
he'll be
likely
busy.
to say he's free and not show up. I feel like he just won't say he's free
Yeah.
for them more so. But I also can see him just actually showing up. But then again, he didn't show up for the Obito voice actor pod, so I don't know.
Would be extra insulting is if he shows up to the cloud when they get the Obito voice actor pod. Like, yeah, I wouldn't miss this for the world, guys.
If Trippy actually hated us that much, I just don't get how.
Maybe he got sick of hearing about Madara.
How could he ever get sick of that?
Okay.
I mean, to be fair though, it's not like he ever tried to stop those debates either.
This is fair. Next.
What were the options
comment.
again for topics?
Oh, I'm just gonna read comments because we're not gonna decide.
Okay.
Okay, so Choso, but the O's are replaced with chocolate donuts. So Choso says, you might remember this topic from 6 hours ago. Fraud Walky the fraudulent, the fraudiski, Kawaki the napper, Nap Walky the sleeper. Damon was probably bullying Kawaki with code. What do you think about that?
Yeah, a lot of people are saying like fraud alert for Kawaki.
I know. Again, I just
Fraud
think it's
Walky.
hilarious. He's got
Or Midwalkie.
he's got
Everyone's calling him
only
Midwalkie
L's.
or Fraud Walkie.
Only L's in 2 blue Vortex. Though to be fair, I wouldn't classify either of them really as an L.
Yeah, I know. Like, I think it's kind of like the code thing where it's just like it's
Yeah.
really not a big deal.
I know.
Like Kawaki destroyed that clock ride. Like he obliterated it. So
I don't know if you've heard
not really that
Mello
much
talk about Boruto versus Naruto recently. Some of the things he says is just hilarious. Like, he was talking up the moment in the written exams where Naruto slams his hand down on the desk. And he was saying that was like one of the best moments. He was saying that moment was better than anything Boruto has ever done. Crazy.
The entirety of the series.
Yeah, the whole series, that one moment was better than all of a Boruto.
That's wild. I mean, don't get me wrong. I
mean,
like when he slams his hand on the desk is cool.
Yeah, it's a
big
pretty cool moment. Yeah.
But like, I do think at least one moment in Boruto was better than just that. Like, did he include the speech "I don't quit and I don't run" thing,
No,
or was it just him slamming his
the
hand?
hand slamming on the desk.
All right, that's Gab.
That's crazy. It's so funny. That wasn't the only thing he said, but that's the one that stands out in my
That must be the
mind.
best moment in Naruto.
I don't get some of the things he says. Like, if you remember, like, the same way that he was saying, man, they should have done way more with explaining why Naruto and Sasuke couldn't use their ability against Jigen. In the same way of thinking, he's like, man, they did too much with Baryon mode. They should have just explained it way less. Like, they didn't need to explain the science angle at all. Like, it's just 2 chakras mixing. That's all Baryon mode needs to be. Like, what do you mean? That's the opposite of what you were just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they over-explained Baryon mode.
I think
I
they
maybe it's because I'm
under-explained it.
smart, but I didn't think it was over-explained at all. All he said, it was, if anything, it was under-explained in a
Exactly.
sense, because to an extent, it doesn't make sense with the current explanation. Like there could have been more explanation for it.
Yeah,
If
especially
anything, in my
considering one of
opinion.
the themes is about science. And he's just like, oh yeah, it's
Yeah,
just like two chakras combining together. That's it. What do you mean, that's it? It's the worst
like
explanation.
the point was to make an obvious connection to the science scene for one thing, and second of all, if they just said it was like two chakras combined, we'd be like, huh? How is that any different than blank 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 blank? You know,
Yeah, exactly. Like that's literally what a Kekkei
we'd be
Genkai
left
is.
wondering what like why does he even die from this? Like, and I think there should have been more explanation because as it is, it feels like a little underwhelming explanation wise. So
Yeah, I'd like to know if Kurama's gonna come back or not. Whether he's gonna reincarnate.
I'd love it if he did.
It seems like not, but like I want to really know.
Yeah, it's implied not, but like, I want him to.
I mean,
Kurama didn't deserve to die, bro.
It's been over 3 years now, so it's about that time, if not already past. I would think.
How long does it take to reincarnate?
Well, I'm thinking what's the longest it's ever taken. Has it taken more than 3 years ever for any of them?
We don't know.
Yeah, we don't really see many of them
takes
die in the
Eren,
first
do we?
place. Well, we know with Isobu
Yeah,
because of Rin. Well, we don't know necessarily when it
yeah,
respawned.
we know
but
one
we hear-
died, and we don't know any time frame for that.
We hear it was a few years later, I think. And I think Kurama
No,
says it would have
actually-
taken a few months after he died in Naruto. Or would have. And the Raikage says a few
I
years
thought they
as well
said
in the war arc if he kills Naruto.
I thought the
here.
Raikage said like 10 years, like,
No, not
but
10.
I think it was just like even if it's 10 years later, like they're gonna come back or whatever. I don't know what he said.
Yeah, he says it's not a solution, but it'll buy them time. Which is something they've basically run out of, is this idea.
But with Isobu, did Isobu die twice? Because like he obviously should have died when Rin died. And then Yagura at some point gets it. But wait. So Yagura must have become the Mizukage after this point. Because Obito controls him. So, or yeah, unless Yagura was a Mizukage at age like 5.
How did Yagura die again?
So Yagura gets it. See, here's the thing. We don't know what happens with Yagura. Because Obito's controlling him. He's already got the Akatsuki because he's like, Itachi, I got this group called the Akatsuki you can join at this time. And then like Itachi joins the Akatsuki. When did Yagura die and how?
Honestly,
Who
I
killed
think
him?
the most likely interpretation is he was probably assassinated. In the same way the Kazekages
That's
are.
what I thought. He was assassinated. I thought he must have been assassinated, but not by Obito, because Obito would probably extract Imiju or something.
Well, Zabuza was talking about it, but we don't know if he was talking about Yagura.
It's possible he was talking about May, but even then, it's heavily implied that Zabuza failed his coup d'etat, so I don't think Zabuza assassinated. I think they says a failed Mizukage assassination, so
yeah. Could he have been
didn't
talking
do it.
about the one before Yagura?
Not likely, because assuming Zabuza, I mean, it depends on, we don't know more of the story is because we don't know when Yagura became Mizukage and exactly how old Zabuza, Obito, and all of them were, and how long Obito controlled Yagura for.
We know how old Yagura was, I'm pretty sure. Yagura was young. I think it was like 19 when he died.
Yeah, but we don't know when he was made Kage. Do we?
No, but the point is that Zabuza was what, like 20-something, 30? And so when he was like, what, 7 in the
Zabuza's
academy?
Kakashi's age.
Okay. So in part 1, Kakashi's what,
So-
like, again, like 30, 20,
26.
26? Okay, so we'll
26.
assume Zabuza's 26. He was what, like, we'll just say 6 in the academy to be as young as possible. So that's 20 years ago. That's before he was born. So it was already the Blood Mist Village based on the previous Mizukage, which we already know, but
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. It doesn't seem like Obito is the cause of the Blood Mist Village shit because it was already that way.
yeah. Which I think, honestly, probably a
So-
plot hole. I think it's intended for Yagura / Obito to be the reason why.
Yeah, like it's heavily implied that like it was the person controlling Yagura that made it the Blood Mist Village, but like
Timeline
it was
just doesn't
already
add
the
up.
Blood Mist Village before and after Obito.
Yeah.
Because don't they refer to it as the Blood Mist Village when Rin dies, or am I wrong about that?
I'm pretty sure they do, yeah. I'm like pretty confident in that.
I mean, let's go look.
I'm pretty confident they do.
I know what chapter it is. Let me look. I thought they did too. I thought at least the fans do, but I thought they did in the story.
I still love the fight with Yagura and Itachi and Juzo.
I know, dude.
Dude, Juzo needs more recognition. No one ever talks about him.
Okay, says the surrounded by Kirigakure ninja, that would be mist. Not necessarily blood mist. What would blood mist translate to in Japanese?
I mean, Chikiri? I don't know.
uh, waiting for
Surely they do at some point.
the
That might
word
not be
blood
in
mist.
the Obito one. It might be when Madara explains it, or maybe a different time when Obito explains it. Because there's so many times we see the scene as well. Could be when he's
I
calling
mean,
back to it.
Yeah, there's so many times in general. I mean, even as it is, I mean, at the very least, when Zabuza is in the academy doing well, you know what's another thing that's weird? Is well, yeah, like when Zabuza's age is in the academy, it's if anything, it's implied through Kakashi that the Blood Mist Village was the Blood Mist Village, but because of Zabuza going to the extreme, they were like, we gotta change our ways and not be the Blood Mist Village anymore. Which is probably, but that doesn't make sense because Obito, like, it's not like May had taken over yet by that point. So I guess they didn't actually change their ways, obviously, because
I don't
May's not so
remember that
much
at
later.
all. I don't remember that being implied at all, and I've seen that so many times.
I can pull up that in a minute, but
I must have got a different implication.
either way though, it was already the Blood Mist Village when Zabuza's in the academy, which is, you know, like I said, 15, 20 years ago. It's before he's the same age as Kakashi, so it's before Obito is even crushed by the boulder. So it's already the Blood Mist Village before Obito. Is the point. There's a lot of how you slice it.
Kakashi was 7 then. So that means we're gonna say Zabuza was at least 8.
Yeah, here. The Mist Village Ninja says it. Do not mock the village of the bloody mist.
Yeah.
This is Obito fighting them. The Mist Village Ninja says it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. So, yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I mean, you could just say Nay thinks it's because of the masked man or the person controlling Yagura when it really was just Yagura. But I would like to know when Yagura died. Exactly.
And how? Man, Yagura could have won that Naruto
how long
99
May was
ball.
Kage?
That would have been nice. That would have been so cool.
How high was he even ranked?
I don't know, probably like
Was he
200.
ranked? Let's check. Yeah, dude, a Yagura story could have been cool with the Blood Mist Village.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Zabuza or Kisame would have worked for that too, but
Yeah.
I thought Zabuza would have been really cool.
Either way. The thing is, things like this, Kishimoto probably clumped ideas in his mind. Like, if Kurama won, Minato, or Kushina, I think we would have got the same exact story. Even if Mito won, probably would have got the same exact story.
Yeah. Like, those it would have been, because it was really, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Like, it would have been the same between those people. What's interesting, though, is I'm just seeing this by chance. It's breaking up the age range of who won each vote. So, from 10 to 19, it's Minato, Itachi, Sakura. From 20 to 29, Minato, Itachi, Sakura. From 30 to 39, Minato, Sakura, Itachi. Now, 40 to 49 is where it's the most interesting. It's Kakashi, Sakura, and Minato. Let's see how it went up there. So, just randomly out of nowhere, Kakashi appears, and the 40 to 49 is the winner. So, and then at the 50 to 59, 60 over, they all vote for Minato.
Sakura getting number
Comeback
3rd
rating.
in that poll has to
Not
be the
Yamato was the number
craziest
one
thing.
comeback from the midterm to the end.
Yamato?
Gengetsu is up there. Yeah, Yamato, Samui, and Gengetsu. The
Dude.
second Mizukage. The top 3 comeback people.
Who is not voting for Yamato in the first half, but then, oh my god, we gotta vote for Yamato now towards the end? Like, what? Like, I feel like Yamato is one of those
perfect
day
attendance
one
ranking.
wasted votes before you figure out who you want to vote for every day.
So,
Then again, who's wasting their vote on Yamato on a day anyways?
So, they created this ranking for the many who made sure to show up and vote for the same character every day. Please note that we've limited this ranking to characters who were not in the top 20. So, these were I'm kind of confused of what this really means. Okay, it's people who were voted for every single day. So if somebody voted, then I think it's the most number of people who got the same votes every single day that weren't in the top 20. There's Aruka, Ten, and Orochimaru. And then characters excluding the top 3 with fans who voted every day. There's also Yamato, Might Guy, Tamari, Genma, and Tarune.
488 characters. Crazy.
Okay, so I was actually just looking for the voting list. I don't know how to get that again. Oh, 21st through 99th. Who am I looking for again?
Yagura?
Oh, Yagura. Yagura was 72.
Really? Crazy.
I wonder if it was
I love
like
that.
the most surprisingly low vote.
2,700.
Who got the least
Surprisingly
votes?
low. That'd be interesting. Kohana got top
Okay,
100.
the lowest vote we have Seka, who's a random Sand Village guy. Kusabi, I recognize. He's one of our. In fact, he is the Gato goon who, when Gato dies, it's like, hey, you just like stole our money, basically. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
There's a guy named Dango. I've heard of him. There's just a lot of people nobody knows.
Some of these I'm really surprised, tied with a lot of the lesser known characters. Oh, even Orochi, wow. Yeah, but you got like Al, which I guess based on Boruto, but like no one's really counting that. But like you got the sound 4 down
I'm
here.
just
You
looking
got
for the lowest ranked
all the sound
actually
characters.
known character.
Yeah, but like what about A, the 4th Raikage? Like he's on the last list. Same with Kurenai, just crazy.
How low are
Mangetsu,
they?
they're like 100. But again, like just random things are here as well, like the Ninja Hounds, Matatabi, Dosu got 108. Like the second Path of Pain, Shikusho. Like how is the second
I
Path
think I
of
just
Pain
found-
getting higher than
I may have
Gamakichi
just
and
found one of the
Mangetsu?
paths of pain, but like when he was alive,
Oh
not when
my
he's
God.
the pain.
I'm not sure he looks like him anyway. I'm looking for the lowest ranked person that people actually know. Oh, this is so funny. 426. This is the girl who says, it's that boy. Chapter 1. That's it.
426. Minoji?
Ibara.
Oh, okay, it's tied. Yeah.
Oh, I just noticed that too, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of these are.
Ooh, Mizumi, okay. He might be
Interesting.
like the lowest ranked like actual character who like has a name in the story and everything. 409.
Yeah. Are you working from
Now,
the top down or bottom up?
I'm going bottom up.
Oh, okay.
Now, by comparison, okay, Yoroi is at 383. People like Yoroi more. Not by much, but that's so funny.
What about
Yoroi and
Furui?
Mizumi, Kabuto's teammates, the two lowest ranked actual characters.
So would you not consider Furui a real character? I guess not.
Who?
Furui?
Where is that?
You know, Furui.
I don't know who that is. That's not bad. I need to see them.
An elite shinobi from Kumogakure and a member of the Eight Tails subduing team. You know,
yeah, you know who this guy? Oh, yeah, no, I don't count him.
No.
I know who you're talking about. I saw him and thought, wow, he looks familiar, but I'm not counting him.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I guess you could not count him. That's fine. Shinobu Mibu
So funny
looks
how
like
there's so many of these
Asuma.
random people. It's like nobody knows. Huh?
Rank 467.
Who?
This guy. He looks like Asuma. Kind of. A little bit. A weirdly sketched, drawn Asuma, but yeah.
Oh. I actually recognize him. I just don't know where exactly. What scene I'm thinking of.
Some of these are like the medical ninja from the prelims. I can't believe they gave these each unique people.
I know, like 373 looks like the guy who's like who was like, oh, like Lee might not be a ninja anymore or whatever.
Yes, I'm guessing none of the feudal lords count, obviously.
No. Although one of them is ranked really low.
Isago. Isn't this? Let me check.
Ooh, Atsui, I think is the guy who's like hot-blooded in the Kingaku and Ginkaku fight. Who keeps saying it's like hot, and then he gets sucked in.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, it's at the beginning. Okay, cool.
Oh, Hamura, the
the
village elder, 335.
Okay, this might be the lowest if you consider this, but this is like borderline. I don't think you will consider this. Look at what I just sent you.
Hold on. I also just found Oboro and Zori, one of Gato's men, and I found Kakuzu's bounty guy. I found the guy who the tuning who Jiraiya shows up the Rasengan to. I found what's his face? Mifune's bodyguard. I found the other guy on Oboro's team. I found Yura, the guy who's Soft Sweet Spy. Okay. Oh my god. I just realized I was all the way up there. Oh, Izuiko. I recognize him.
Yeah. I don't know if you're counting just
What is he doing again?
recognizing. He's the guy like in the
No.
Kazekage rescue arc at the beginning.
Yeah, I recognize. But like I said, if we're counting recognizing, I already told you the bottom one, Seka, I recognize from the freaking meeting in the office with like Gara and Konkuro and stuff.
Yeah, but it's more than just
The Kazekage
recognizing
office.
because he actually does stuff. Like he has lines, he has his own unique personality and everything. Like he's a character.
I'm pretty sure this guy says words too, but it's like, nah, he ain't like. It depends on how granular you're being with it, because a lot of these characters say a word and have a you know something about them. Like they don't like Gara's Kage. Seka is one of the guys who is like, oh, it'd probably be better if Gara just stays gone. So you get something from him. But I'm not counting him as a fucking character. Like
Zori. He's pretty cool. I like Zori. I think
I
he
like Zori.
actually was driving the plot rather than just saying nothing.
I don't remember what that guy did.
I'd
The
have
one
to
you
go
sent
back
a
to
picture
look.
of. Oh yeah, I really drove the plot, huh? Don't even remember what he did.
The fact Sakumo got
I keep reading
7th.
this guy's name as Sukuna, but it's just far away. It looks like Tsukima, but it looks like Sukuna.
Man, I wish Naruto wasn't even on this list. Then Kakashi and Sakumo would have got right next to one another.
Oh, that would be cool.
Oh no.
I think Kakashi could have been cool. Although, granted, the only thing with Kakashi and Itachi too is just like, especially in the anime, it's like we already kind of got this sort of thing,
Man, I wish we could have asked
like through the novels and stuff.
I wish we could have asked Michael what he thought about Obito getting 11th place on the poll. I don't even know if he knows the poll exists, but
Yeah, I'm not sure.
would have been cool.
Oh my god, 299. His name looks like Kaji from a distance here. Is the guy who freaking rose the boat in the land of waves.
I was looking at him, yeah. I'm shocked Tobirama got higher than Hashirama.
I think he's the lowest of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen.
Interesting. I think Tobirama got higher than Hashirama just because people wanted a Tobirama story more. The only reason, I think.
Yeah. But why? Like, don't you want to know how Hashirama died?
Not
we already
really.
know what we need to know about Tobirama.
I'd rather see Tobirama.
The only thing I want to see from Tobirama is the actual first Great Ninja War. I don't want to see his freaking Uchiha police force shit that we already know about.
No, absolutely not. I feel like there's a lot there with Tobirama that we could see. We can also see how Tobirama dies, which I think would be way more interesting. Because Hashirama, it's just gonna be like he died of his healing. Who cares?
He died from Kakuzu, you mean?
Dude, that's the only reason I would want the Hashirama story. But at that point, just get a Kakuzu story. Which, unironically, even with what we know, I would like to see that would actually be a good one.
Like, just even though we have the story, I'll say Kakuzu and Hidan. Even though the data book says the story, I want to see the story.
Exactly. Of all the stories we know but don't have, those are probably at the top.
You know, honestly though, when you think about it, literally, because especially from Kishimoto's perspective, Hidan is literally his favorite Akatsuki member, and he had stuff planned for those two that he never got to. This could have been the perfect way for him to like show us what he had in mind to an extent at least.
That would have been nice. Been so good.
Yeah, I kind of wish that happened. Although I did like the Minato one. I feel like it did not pop off though. I mean, unless I'm wrong, it just wasn't that popular.
Not on YouTube. I feel like it was pretty popular in general though. But I mean, to be fair, a lot of the popularity probably definitely came from this whole event in the first place. Like, if it just dropped, what would people think? Honestly, I think without this event,
I'm not gonna
people
lie,
would call it forgettable.
I think they would have been more hyped.
Really? I think they would have thought it was forgettable.
I don't know, because I mean, it depends on the person, but a lot of people were disappointed about Minato winning the poll, and I think that made them just not care about it. But if they just randomly got a Minato story, they would have been like, "Oh, that's cool. I want to read it." If that makes sense.
I guess.
Because a lot of people wanted something different. I mean, granted, evidently, more people wanted Minato than didn't. But like, a lot of the people who, I hate to say it, mattered, the actual diehard fans, seemed to not want Minato.
Okay.
Although I didn't have any problems with Minato. But I don't know what would have happened.
I think for this, what is this called? The like comeback rankings. I feel like they shouldn't have included people like Mangetsu, who went from rank 100 to rank 94, considering that's like the difference of a few votes. Rather than the change in ranks, they should have done the change in like amount voted for.
Yeah, because it's like nobody was really voting for them anyway.
Yeah. I just love that Iruka won the perfect attendance voting though. So good. Did we ever have his
it's
last
so
name?
fitting.
I
It's
know.
You would think the principal of the academy would have perfect attendance.
And with Orochimaru at number 3, realistically, if we wanted to, we could have influenced this. Like, we could have got a character on there.
Oh yeah, I know. If we knew about this,
Yeah.
I could have made Goofy Toby like perfect attendance.
I would have backed it up.
Yeah. Technically, you could vote more than once anyway. Like, there was a way to do it. Because I literally was able to do it sometimes.
Same,
like,
yeah.
I think it was like the difference of voting. There's a different way to do it anyway. I figured out a way to do it twice, but I just didn't do it every day. So, it didn't really matter.
Apparently,
Orochimaru's would have been really cool too, though.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to whatever we were talking about before. The poll votes.
Oh god, we have to go back.
I don't remember why we got on the poll votes. Oh, Yagura.
How did we get to Yagura?
The Blood Mist Village.
It started with reading a comment of Kawaki just losing to Mitski in the latest chapter.
I wonder how long we've been answering that. In the meantime, though, Mr. Mayhem answered 40 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we already read that.
I saw it. Yeah. I don't know if I read it out loud, but most recent one. Oh yeah. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So back to the podcast topics.
Comments, we love you.
Ino can communicate up to 100 kilometers away. What did you have in mind there?
Is that all I wrote? Can
Oh wait, we
communicate
have
up
some
to
older
100
topics
kilometers.
too.
I feel like we've already addressed this.
Minato manga anime adaptation confirmed.
Actually, hang on. I have something new to talk on with the Ino can communicate up to 100 kilometers away. So do you think it's like a hard cutoff limit? Like she's just either in range or she's not? Or do you think like gradually goes away over time? Or like it's delayed to where like Shikamaru says something, Boruto hears it like a minute later?
No, I think if he's 101 meters away, kilometers away, I think she just can't talk to him.
That's so silly.
I mean, it is, yes, but
I mean, I agree, but I don't like it.
it should be like a phone where the signal just gets bad until it's just gone.
Yeah. I think I wrote it down just to like
But-
note the feat because I thought that was a cool feat just to know. It's like random knowledge that doesn't matter, but yeah.
Yeah, it's really far away.
It's pretty far. And what were you just
I
saying?
wonder how many
for the other
kilometers the
topic?
village itself is.
I'd like to know, yeah. I feel like that answer
Just for
changes over time.
comparison.
And meanwhile, Da Arishikage says, "Are we on the chapter review?"
We're on everything today.
Do you think Momoshiki will befriended like Kurama? No, moving
Honestly, kinda.
on. Wasn't it ninjas who saved Kawaki? Define saved.
I mean, yeah.
Zabuza. Even
Ninjas did
shinobi are
save
human.
Kawaki.
Boruto. About that. So funny, Zabu. Star Chicago. Maybe they are and you just can't see it yet. Well, that's in reference to something we said probably hours ago. He's not lying. So far in Boruto, we had the Jugo stuff, Sumire, Mitski, Hashirama cells that Vic swiped. Referring to
Yeah,
Vic's dick is funny.
From what I can tell, Tsunade did not say that in the paint arc.
Okay. Last few
I
comments
hate how
here.
awake I am.
Yes, I Obito vibes from Code. I agree, Darar Shikage. So Dimitri says, Toby Rama disrespect is valid as long as you are willing to say he's stronger than old man Hiruzen. Well,
Why would I not say he's stronger than old man Hiruzen?
I mean, I'm willing to say it.
I'm gonna be honest. I never thought old man Hiruzen was stronger than Tobirama for a second.
I'm not gonna
Like,
lie.
I will say that. I guess in part 1, when the Edo Tensei reanimated,
Yeah.
we don't know that they're nerfed. So that's fair. Like, in fact, there's no implication that they are nerfed. They're like, oh my god, this is a crazy Hokage level battle. Oh my god, like all these things they did. There's no implication that they're nerfed for any reason. But in part 2, I never thought like, wow, dude, Tobirama's so much weaker than old man Hiruzen.
I did debate D1 on this in the past, Edo Hiruzen versus Edo Tobirama, strictly only based on the feats they perform against the God Tree.
For having Hiruzen over.
Yeah, I had Hiruzen over. And that was like the only thing I had. I knew I was going to lose going into it, so it was really see how long I would last. I lasted a good couple minutes. I'm pretty satisfied
Was
with that
literally
because
the only
D1 is
thing
like
Hiruzen did over Tobirama.
because D1 is like one of the more famous debaters. But yeah.
Yeah. I gotta pee like crazy. The other thing, actually, out of curiosity, I might as well test this. Can you hear this?
Oh my god. I can't believe you're asking me that.
Okay, I assume that was a yes.
That was a no. But the sheer fact you
Wait,
would
you didn't
do
hear that?
No. Maybe I was just talking
Really?
over it, but hey, if I was talking over it, then I'm
Hold
glad.
on. Wait, hold on. How about that?
I hear that.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. It sounds almost like you're stumbling though, which is really funny. Like you're just
Okay,
tripping up
hold
the
on.
steps.
We have more tests.
Oh my
I'm gonna
God.
walk up like quietly. You hearing any of this?
I hear it very faintly.
Okay, what about this?
But like if I was in the middle of a conversation, it wouldn't disrupt it.
Okay, so with the noise suppression, I might not have to keep muting every time I go up and down stairs there.
Well, are you
Okay,
walking up
good
it
to
like
know.
normally
Keep
or
talking,
like
then I won't mute.
trying to be quiet? Like as quiet as possible.
Now I'm trying to be quiet because these are like old wooden basement steps, so it's like they make
Okay.
more noises.
Yeah.
But the point though is that I can like do it. I don't have to, because last time before I had the noise suppression thing, you guys were like, "Oh my god, that's so loud!" Like, it made it like
It was
like
louder
very
than us.
apparent that it was
Yeah.
bad.
It was very bad, yeah.
So, I'm glad. I mean, this doesn't help with StreamYard, obviously, but at the very least, like, makes me feel better about the Discord because that was getting really annoying having to keep doing that.
I mean, you didn't have to do it. You just should have.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Okay. Should we speedrun these last few Boruto topics so that we don't have to talk Boruto for the rest of the month?
Probably.
Okay. Boruto doesn't care about proving his innocence. So I wrote this down because of how he's treating Shikamaru rudely in the latest chapter.
Yeah, I thought that was really interesting too, but what I don't think it's that he like doesn't. Okay. There's two aspects to it.
It's that he doesn't trust Shikamaru,
It's not that
rightfully so. He thinks it's a trap.
There's that aspect for one thing, but also I don't actually think it's not that Boruto like is like, oh, I never want Shikamaru to like me again. It's not like that. Actually, hold on. I gotta change my headphones because
It's that there's higher
the right one
priorities.
died, so everything sounds weird. Because I have noise cancellation in one ear and transparency in the other ear. Hold on.
But it's like he's putting it on the back burner so that it's like, okay, the Shinju are more important. I can prove my innocence later. I can fight Kawaki some other time. Right now, this is the thing that I need to focus on entirely. It's almost like funny to say it, but Naruto with becoming Hokage. Naruto never focused specifically directly on becoming Hokage until the very end. Really, he was just focused on like things, steps along the way, like saving Sasuke. How can I be Hokage if I can't even save a single friend? Okay, so he's not focusing on trying to become Hokage, he's focusing on trying to save a single friend so that he can later become Hokage. Like if Naruto was really focused on becoming Hokage, he just would have like read history books and stuff. Oh, did you not hear any of that?
No, because I had to switch headphones and then like apparently somehow when my other ones were charging, one ear charged to 100%, the other one charged to 1%. Doesn't make sense.
Okay.
And then my microphone's about to die, so I gotta swap transmitters.
God.
1 second.
I'll also say it's more than just Shikamaru in this latest chapter. Sarada and Sumire are nothing because they're already not under omnipotence, and like Ada as well. Sasuke, he wasn't really trying to convince them anymore. But like if you look at Two Blue Vortex, the way he treated Ino Shikacho when they arrived, hey, can you guys like get out of here for a while? Like I'm busy. Like I wasn't expecting that. That kind of caught me off guard. And then he doesn't say anything to Himawari, but like he has like a little innocent look on his face. It's like Hima, he thinks it. Like he could have said something at the very least. I don't know, maybe. Like especially how he treated Ino Shikacho. That's not how you get someone on your side. And then now with Mitski, you would think he wants to convince Mitski, but he's like, sorry, Mitski, but I'm gonna beat you up. I'm gonna be a little rough with you. Understandably, Mitsuki's trying to kill him, but still. He's like not even trying to convince him. It's just like on sight. Like at least Naruto tried to talk to Sasuke during the fight. Before it, during it, even after, technically. Boruto's just on site with the hands, I guess. I cannot hear you if you're talking.
I know. Okay.
Okay.
I don't understand why I couldn't get the other one to connect this time.
Because last time all I did was just switch the mic to the other one and it just worked. But that did not work this time. So I'm just gonna, it's got the red light. I'm just gonna wait and go with the flow, I guess. But
Sure.
all right, what were you saying?
Boruto does improve about carrying his innocence, care about proving his innocence.
Yeah, I heard some. Oh yeah. So anyway, yeah, like Boruto wasn't exactly being nice to them. Really, he was obviously nice to Sarada and Sumire, but like Naruto wouldn't have been like that. So for me, I feel like it's partly because Boruto blames himself for things. At least in chapter 80, he did. And the other aspect is, I don't think Boruto wants Kawaki to be outed. Like, I don't think he wants to have an I gotcha moment on Kawaki. He doesn't want to be targeted, obviously, but he also doesn't want them to all target Kawaki. And I think because of that, like, I feel like that's why Boruto wasn't just like, how did you know? Yeah, I'm Boruto. I'm Boruto Uzumaki. How did you know? This is awesome. Because I don't really know what Boruto is going to say for that reason, though, because I don't think he wants to actually tell the truth, as crazy as that sounds.
Yeah, I agree. So, here, I'm gonna share my screen again. I already am. I'm gonna share my screen. So stream. Okay. So what he says here specifically, I think, is very interesting. So I swear to rescue Master Sasuke, and everyone else who was turned into trees, as well as ... looks at Sarada and Sumire.
Ooh, that's right. I forgot this.
Looks at Sarada again. No, never mind. I'll be back. So what was Boruto going to say? I have my opinion, but I have a feeling that you're going to say the same answer because I think it's pretty obvious. But my answer to this, he's going to save Sasuke, everyone that turned into trees, and Kawaki.
Oh.
Yeah, but what were you going to say? Because apparently that's not it based on your reaction.
I was going to say Naruto and Hinata.
Yeah, but would he say that to Sarada?
They don't.
Because why would Sarada care? I mean, Sarada would care.
Because the way I was thinking about it is, obviously, Boruto would care. Obviously, Sarada would care. They don't. But the thing is, they don't know Naruto's alive. And to me, that plays into the whole he's not revealing the truth thing, because hypothetically, for all I know, Shikamaru can hear it. This is a side note, but do you think like when Ino, Shikamaru, and Boruto are talking telepathically, if Boruto proceeds to talk out loud, do you think they can still hear that, or is that like they don't hear that, but they only hear when he talks? Like, you get what I'm asking?
I do. I have no idea. I would imagine If he wants them to, then yes.
I feel like they would have to hear it.
Yeah.
I don't feel like he could mute them out, but assuming they can hear, that would play into the whole, wait, never mind, I'll tell you later, because he doesn't want to tell Shikamaru the truth, essentially.
That's interesting. Oh, wow, that's
So
really
I was
interesting.
thinking it was Naruto and Hinata.
Okay.
More
Interesting.
specifically Naruto.
Yeah,
I
I
hate to
hadn't
say
considered
it, but
that at all.
let's be honest. That's it.
Especially for the reason you listed, I had not even pondered that idea at all. That's really interesting.
I hadn't thought of Kawaki either. That was not someone I had thought of.
So, okay, well, I guess for
So
my
what's your
elaboration,
rationale for Kawaki?
so for Kawaki, there's two different ways you could take this. There's probably multiple different ways, but there's the optimistic way and the nihilistic way. So the optimistic way is he doesn't want to say it to Sarada because he doesn't want Sarada to feel any kind of way around Kawaki. He wants Sarada to continue treating Kawaki like as a teammate or whatever. But like, oh, Boruto's gonna save you? Well, I'm gonna team up with Boruto's side. I'm gonna be against you because Boruto's gonna save you. Because clearly you're in the darkness right now, etc., etc. Like that seems like it's something that Boruto doesn't want to involve or burden Sarada with. It's like maybe he's just not gonna say anything in regards to Sarada at all. The other way of looking at it, the nihilistic point of view, that's something he said at the time skip when he was like an optimistic, naive child. At this point in time, he might have sort of given up on that idea, which is pretty bad to say. I think you would not like that, but it's an interesting idea.
In terms of like proving his innocence, you mean?
In terms of saving Kawaki, because he doesn't want to out him or whatever with omnipotence.
Oh, with that.
It's something that like maybe he'll come back to later. So it's something maybe he thinks personally, but maybe he doesn't want to say out loud just to like, not just to Sarada, but just to anyone. Because he doesn't want to just put that out in the world. Like it's something he may feel deep down, but like hearing himself say it might just bring himself down. Like it might just give him a negative mindset or might just make him feel bad. Because it's like he knows Kawaki did this.
Yeah, but like
so over time.
But then why would he not just tell Shikamaru?
Again, he doesn't. It's not that he doesn't want to not save Kawaki.
Even if he didn't trust Shikamaru, though. But even if he didn't trust Shikamaru, how would it hurt him to be like, I am Boruto Uzumaki. How did you know? Like, how is that gonna hurt him?
Well, the way I interpreted that,
what is Shikamaru gonna think?
Because we already discussed the fact that he doesn't want to prove his omnipotence or his true self right now. He'll do it later. But I think going along with the idea that he thinks it's a trap, he thinks if he gives anything away, he could be tricking himself into falling for that trap. He doesn't want to give any more information away than he has to. He doesn't want to go along with it at all. Because if he goes along with step A, he might accidentally fall into step B or step C. Like, he doesn't want to trust Shikamaru. If he listens to him, then he might accidentally trick himself into trusting Shikamaru. Which could eventually get him in the end. If that makes sense. Are you really thinking about that one, or? Well, did your microphone die? I mean, that could be a good chance to end stream. Let me know when you give up. I guess I could just preemptively do the outro just in case. Thanks for watching this almost 9-hour stream, everyone. All 4 of you viewers who stuck around or fell asleep hours ago and didn't close out the tab. We appreciate you sticking around till 7:35 in the morning on this Tuesday morning, January 23rd at this point. My laptop is glitching out, kinda. RIP. Well, I guess that might be a good time to end stream then. And over and out is the outro of which we usually do. Usually I'm not alone when I say it, but it's the first time for everything. We didn't get to the worst line change, assuming you can't come back, and we didn't get to Otsutsuki essence, or the idea that we discussed earlier in chat. They should already know this based on the code arc, or anything else. What helped Ishikamaru went from Boruto. Kawaki's range is less than 100 kilometers, which I thought was interesting as well. And current Mitski versus pre-time skip Boruto. The fact that we have to ask this question is crazy. Current Mitski versus pre-time skip Boruto. Not current Boruto. Not Karma Boruto. Pre-time skip Boruto versus current Mitski. Crazy. Like a legitimate question, too. Alright.
Okay.
Oh, I hear you now.
All right. Okay. All right.
Dang,
I figured
was
it out.
Totally ready to end too. It's literally getting light outside, by the way.
I heard you say all right. We'll do that some other time, and I was like, oh damn. I was like, I gotta hurry, but I figured it out. I hit when I was trying to figure out how to pair the thing earlier because I knew my other mic was dying. I pressed a button, and I think the button like turned it off. So then I was like trying to pair it on the app. I was like, oh, maybe that's how I pair it. And it wasn't doing it. I was like, I don't get it. And I was like, let me just try pressing that button again. And then it did it. I was like, oh, there we go. Cool. Now I know how to do this.
Okay.
So what were you saying?
Oh god. Okay, well, I guess we will go back to these podcast topics. Current Boruto versus Mitski. Or, I mean, sorry, current Mitski versus pre-time skip Boruto. Who you got?
No, what were you saying before that?
Well, okay, let's just answer that first since I already deleted it, so I don't want to forget it.
What was the question?
Current Mitski versus pre-time skip Boruto. I got pre-time skip
Mitski,
Boruto.
dude.
Nah, I got pre-time skip Boruto.
Oh my god.
Bro's half blind, out of
on.
chakra, running away easily from Sage Mitski.
Okay, but like now post time skip Boruto couldn't get away from Mitski. So
I mean, come on, but he knew
was he stronger pre time skip?
He could get away from him if he really wanted to. And let's be honest, do we really think Boruto doesn't have a flying Raijin marker anywhere else in the world?
Well, out in the world, absolutely, but that would break him out of Ino's range, probably.
Yeah, but I don't think it really cares about that, if I'm being honest. Like, I think he has one
that
next
is
to
fair,
Sasuke.
because to an extent, if he really doesn't want to talk to Shikamaru, he could just, like, leave, so he can't talk to Shikamaru. Which means he does plan on talking to him. The question is what he'll say. That's what I'm interested in.
Yeah, well, that's why he stopped at the range limit anyways, which also is really interesting. So does he say he's just out of Kawaki's range? Kawaki's range less than 100 kilos.
Yeah.
He says, so
he said I think he says he should be beyond Kawaki's range. That's what I think he said.
So he's not even sure. So Kawaki's range has to be like greater than 90 kilometers. So he's got really lucky with Ino's range.
Oh, well, no. They don't say like where Boruto is relative to Ino's range. It's not like they said, "Oh, phew, you're just inside that 100 range." It's just he just asks how far she can go, and Shikamaru says 100.
Yeah, you're right.
For all we know, Boruto's only 25. Like, we don't know.
Okay, fair enough.
What we do know though is that Boruto was like, oh no, Kawaki's getting a little bit beyond the village. I'm starting to not sense him. I gotta go soon. And I think that's before Kawaki actually ran into Code. So their limit is probably like 30 kilometers, maybe 40 would be the top end.
Yeah.
But probably a little bit less,
I
like
agree.
30 maybe.
Well, it could be increasing over time as well. maybe as they resonate more or something. I don't know. I don't even know if they resonate anymore. I don't think they
Yeah,
do.
that is
but,
possible.
Okay, so
But
I have an
he just says he's
interpretation.
traveled quite a long way from the village. I should be beyond Kawaki's range now, which I assume is based off of his own experience.
Yeah. I have an
And he asks
interpretation.
how far the. He also, this is also interesting.
Okay.
This is just wrong. Boruto asks, how far does the mind transfer jutsu reach? That's not what Ino's doing. This isn't the mind transfer jutsu. She can't do that shit 100 kilometers around the village.
Yeah, what if Shikamaru's just answering that, but not for the mind transmission jutsu? Like, what if he successfully confused Shikamaru?
Yeah, Ino can mind transfer jutsu anywhere. Like, it doesn't matter where you are, bro. 100 kilometers, she's got you toasted.
Man, you should have seen how far she was against Obito.
Dude, she was 200 kilometers.
Yeah, she's actually rusty now. You got lucky, kid.
Yeah, she hasn't done this shit forever. Like, you should have seen her back in her prime.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
The legend of Ino Yamanaka.
Considering I
the world's
debated
longest mind
someone
transfer jutsu.
with War Arc Ino versus Pain in War Arc Ino 1.
I think you told me about that. Yeah. I don't remember how you did it, but
it's because Obito is significantly stronger or whatever than Pain, so you just say that within the like 1+ second Ino had, he would just stab Pain in the neck. Dumb, but yeah. Anyways, okay. So my dumb interpretation for this that I think you're gonna like, just as goofy as it is. Okay, so assuming this is mind transmission jutsu and it's 100 kilometers, he says, "I hate to break this off." Okay, so he's about to break it off in response to it being 100 kilometers. So what if Boruto is at 99.9 kilometers and Mitski is about to chase him out of that range?
I mean, it's possible. Like, it's possible that, because I don't know if Boruto has the choice to hang up the call outside of going outside the range. So
Right, like Boruto could be
but
like,
he also might just meet.
Yeah, break this off sort of implies like a finality thing rather than be like what he said previously of like, oh, I'm just gonna be quiet for a minute or whatever he said.
Yeah, like, it's like, on one hand, he very well might just mean like, yo, I'm gonna fight Mitski and then come back to this.
Yeah.
Instead of actually ending the call.
Well,
But he
that's what he
also might
really
just mean
means.
like,
No, because he
Yeah.
intends to talk to Shikamaru after this, let's be real. But
or, it would be really funny though if Boruto was lying. He was just saying that so that Shikamaru would just let him stop talking, but he actually just like leaves.
well, I think the
Talking.
funniest option would be if he doesn't have a choice, like if he's only at like 50 kilometers, and so Shikamaru just continued talks to him like during the entire fight. Like, oh my god, shut up,
Yeah.
Shikamaru, I'm trying to fight Mitsuki here. Like, leave me alone. He just won't shut
Just
up.
like, tell me, who are you? Or he's coaching him through Mitski. Okay, well, Mitski learned this new jutsu here. Here's what it's called. Here's what it does.
Oh my god. I could totally see
Telling him,
next chapter
just
doing
give
that
him the
too.
play-by-play.
Yeah.
Here's a strategy of how you could beat Mitski.
It would be kind of annoying if
Like,
next
Boruto's
chapter
like, how
had
do
like
you beat this guy?
paragraphs. Just paragraphs upon paragraphs of Shikamaru dialogue in Boruto. Ooh. It feels like a Hunter x Hunter chapter at that point.
No Mitski fighting at all. It's just Shikamaru talking. People would be so mad.
Oh no. Well, let's be real. During this Mitsuki fight, 60% of it isn't going to be the Mitsuki fight. They're going to cut to Sarada and Sumire, or they're going to cut to Amado, or they're going to cut to God knows what else. Yeah.
Ada.
They're not going to cut to
Damon.
anyone we want to. They're not going to cut to the Shinju. They're not going to cut to Kashin Koji. They're not going to cut to Code. They're just not going to do it.
Yeah, they're gonna cut the freaking Soe tree.
Yeah, they're gonna cut to Ino Shikacho being sad, standing next to Moegi still.
They're like, oh, I'm so mad.
Repeat
Oh
information
my
we've heard
god, I hope
4
you're right.
times before.
I
God.
know you're right, but I hope you're wrong.
I mean, let's be real. They do
Okay,
that
okay.
every
With that
chapter.
topic in mind, okay.
Yeah.
So I know you said they're not going to cut to any of them, but if we have to pick the likely, all right. So between Code, Amado, Kashikoji, and the Shinju clones, who do you think is the most likely that we would get to them to show up in the chapter?
Definitely Amado. I feel like he should be excluded from that choice. Because the next one would be difficult. But Amado is by far
You think
the
Amado is the
easiest.
most likely?
Oh, for sure. It's like not even close.
Why is that?
He's not only in the village, but like he's someone we would cut to anyways.
Yeah, but why necessarily then? Because the thing for Amado, at least, is he's usually cut to, alongside like Sumire.
Yeah.
Or Sumire, who's not there. So that Sumire can suss Amado out.
Well, you're gonna hate this, but what
or
if
Shikamaru or whoever.
what if next chapter Sumire just is magically by Amado's side? Like nothing happened.
I think that was stupid. That
Realistically,
that, but...
I could see it though. Like you could say Boruto was flying for like 15 minutes or something, and Sumire just went back to work.
So as cool as it would be to have like Amado by himself for once in the entire story, have we ever just seen Amado think to himself in the entire story, like by himself, thinking his thoughts?
We've seen him
I don't
thinking
think so.
around other people, but not by himself.
Exactly. We've never seen like Amado just on his own.
Unless you want to
because of that,
count,
I'm kind of inclined to think that he won't.
unless you want to count the like minute he goes to Konoha before he encounters Ino Shikacho. But I don't count that.
Yeah, the one panel of him standing by the tree.
Yeah, and he's like, "Ah, I'm here," or whatever he
But
says.
like, yeah, like, yeah, yeah, I guess that would be the only time. So realistically, as much as I want to see it, like him thinking to himself about the situation, I don't feel like they're going to do that. So the more likely way I would see Amado is if he just shows up. Like if he this to
Yeah.
me, this is more so like if Amado was affected by omnipotence theory, but if he showed up and it was like, and he says it out loud, "Are you Boruto Uzumaki?" So instead of doing it in secret like Shikamaru, he just boldly does it. But if he's not affected by omnipotence, I don't see him doing that because that would out himself more so.
He
So
definitely shouldn't know Boruto's in the village right now.
yeah, there's no reason why he would know that. So that's a problem. So that's why I don't know why they would cut to him. So
Yeah, that's the only thing I guess. Other than just Sumire magically going back to work, like nothing happened.
yeah, I mean, it's possible they could like have Katasuke,
Or Sai.
show up, but we haven't seen that guy in like. Yeah, Sai would be more likely, but
It's possible because
even then, he wasn't even in the same room.
Boruto does say he's breaking things off here.
Did Shikamaru?
What if Shikamaru contacts Amado for something? I could see that
Yeah,
as well.
he. Well, no, because he didn't want Amado to hear the conversation, so I don't think he's gonna talk to Amado about this topic.
Not about this, but about something related to this. Something like Big Brain Shikamaru.
Yeah, he tries to like ask him something, so he doesn't want to give away. That would be possible, I guess, if he wants to do something indirect.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd be cool with that.
Okay. Between the
I don't
next
know what
few, it'd
specifically
be
he would ask.
very difficult. I feel like we're not. If we see the Shinju, the next time we see the Shinju clones is when they're going to be relevant. right now they're not relevant to the story. So if we see them, they're going to be relevant for the rest of this arc. But like so far, they're not even like introduced.
Yeah, they just set their targets and then that was it.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see them for a bit.
Yeah, originally I was thinking they might just attack for the sake of, getting Mitski and Boruto to fight, and then like Sarada would be busy with Hidari, Kawaki with Jura, and so on. But the Sarada's being useless and Kawaki's knocked out, so I guess that doesn't matter.
Yeah, because they've already set up the Shinju clones nicely. If they did cut back to them without them being relevant soon, what more would they even want to show with them?
Yeah, I feel like the only thing would be either showing more of them, so like the Sawagi tree as an example.
Oh yeah.
Or they just cut to them actually getting their targets.
Yeah. The only thing I could imagine is Bug getting his name. That's such a dumb reason to cut to them.
I don't know why they didn't give us Bug's name.
They could have literally just forgot.
Why do they not?
It could have also just not
Honestly,
fit in the script,
yeah,
but they could just fit it in somewhere.
Yeah, but like, why did Kishimoto not put that in the script? Just, it's not like if they didn't say Jura's name, I would get it. It's like it's because they haven't given us a ton of things about Jura, so that would be like the big reveal kind of thing. But the Bug, we literally know it's Bug.
What if it's a spoiler? What if it's Shiba?
There's no reason to hide his name. His name's Shibai. His name's Insect.
Oh my god. Crazy. I think Kashin Koji is possible, especially if Boruto still has one of his toads on his shoulder. That'd be the easiest way to cut to him. Or if Boruto uses flying Raijin to teleport to him, I could see that as well. That's honestly probably how he got away in the first place. He probably has a flying Raijin on him, on Kashin Koji. The options for what?
What were all the... there was the Shinju clones, Kashin Koji, Amado. Who was the other one?
I forget. Well, we probably won't cut to them if we don't even remember who they are.
What the hell? Because honestly, I was gonna say I don't feel like Kashin Koji's that likely either. To this moment, I feel like he'd be more relevant to like
Code.
a Shinju thing.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna. I think we won't see Code until he's relevant.
I don't think he's irrelevant. I don't think any of them are relevant.
Yeah. Well, Koji, I could imagine being relevant, just because he feels like he's more relevant.
But no, I don't see Boruto contacting Koji about this. Like, oh no, Mitsuki's attacking me. Like, no, dude. Koji's worried about the Shinju clones.
It might not be about Mitsuki himself. It could just be like, hey, the plan went awry. I wasn't able to tell Sarada everything I wanted to tell her. And then Koji could be like, all right, we'll come back. And then he just teleports back to Koji.
Maybe. Like I don't know if that was part of Koji's plan.
No, it would probably be just Boruto's plan, but Boruto would let Koji know.
I don't think that was relevant to any plan. I think that just Boruto wanted to talk to Sarada.
Yeah, but I feel like he would still let Koji know. He wouldn't just wander off, I don't think.
Yeah, he might say, like, oh, yeah, I'm going to go talk to Sarada. But I don't know if he needs to tell him exactly how much he told Sarada.
Yeah. Well, considering I think it's also
like,
just
oh yeah, Sarada hugged me, and he's like, attaboy, dude. Like,
that'd be so stupid. No, but I think going to Konoha itself is a risk.
That would be really funny if Boruto like says like, yeah, dude, she gave me a big hug, and he's like smiling, and he's like, that's my student. So out of Koji's character.
Boruto could also be there for another reason. Like maybe he's there for Koji's orders as well, to like take something or do something. I don't know. Could be interesting. I wouldn't know what.
It could be related to Amado too, as well.
For sure.
If
that makes sense.
Because for Koji at least, I'm kind of like still waiting for like a Koji and Amado thing.
Yeah.
I
Boruto
want to see
has to
Amado's
know.
reaction to Koji being alive. Like,
I want a Boruto and Amado scene. What's gonna happen? I could imagine Amado immediately trying to use his genjutsu thing on him. He doesn't even
oh, the
want it.
sound
Yeah,
device.
on sight. He doesn't care what Boruto has to say. The moment he sees Boruto, he's done. I can imagine Amado trying to pull something like that.
Depends. No, I mean it depends on why Boruto's approached him, and if Amado knows why. Like, if
I like
Amado
Amado.
was immune and he thought Boruto knew it, or something like that, I could see him doing it. But otherwise, I feel like Amado would do some like sussy acting.
At the
You
very
know, what would be
least,
really interesting.
if he doesn't know,
Really interesting
yeah.
would be if Amado pretended like he thought Boruto was like Kawaki. Like he's like, oh, you finally returned. Like he's like putting that would be really interesting if he
Yeah.
pretends he's affected. Even if he's was affected, but he knows the truth, if he pretends he doesn't.
Yeah. I
Because
think
it's not like Boruto knows.
if Amado doesn't know,
Well, actually,
the
I guess
moment
Shikamaru did say he heard Amado's talk, but
I think the moment Amado hears Kashin Koji is alive, whether that's from Boruto or from however, that's gonna change the game entirely for Amado. He's gonna act way differently after that.
oh, absolutely. I feel like if anything, he might be like actually a little bit worried.
Oh, it's gonna
Because
be
I
so
think
good.
Koji's gonna know something
Yeah.
beyond this point that no one else does, and he's
Yeah.
gonna be like, "Shit!" Like he knows about blank,
hmm
and because I essentially let him walk to his death, he might betray me, kind of thing.
But now, because Boruto's been hanging out with him, Boruto probably knows too. Boruto probably knows a full relationship between Koji and Amado. I'd imagine that's one of the first things Koji would tell Boruto.
I would hope.
At the very least, yeah, be aware of Amado. Like, be a little sus around him. Like, you probably be a little careful. Like, he's not your buddy.
Like, yo, this guy is slimy. See, that's what I'm like. One of those things I'm really hyped for is Koji and Amato stuff.
Yes, absolutely.
But I don't think we're gonna get this next chapter. Code is tricky because he's I want to say he's not a threat anymore because obviously he's a strong guy and he's threatening, but like he's essentially just been like, you know what? I'm just gonna let the divine trees kill you instead. So what is he even gonna do? Like, just wait, let them do it.
I mean, yeah.
Just like, is this plan to let the divine trees eat Boruto, become a divine tree, and then he's just gonna take the fruit after without doing anything? That's his plan.
I mean, I don't think he should want to kill either Boruto or Kawaki. Like, he should want to kill them, but I don't think he should actually think they should die because he could just feed both of them to a tree. Why not? Like, don't.
Wait, what?
It's not worth wasting killing them. He doesn't have to feed one or the other to a tree. He could just feed them both to two different trees. Like, if one dies, he just loses an opportunity.
Yeah. Literally, yeah. He can just get two trees out of this now that they split up anyway.
Yeah. Still dumb. I can't wait for the tree to just sprout on their bald head. Stupid.
You know what I was thinking about? If like Matsuri eats Boruto, does that mean Chura will turn into a tree too, or is only Matsuri? Because
I think
if
only
that's the
Matsuri.
case, aren't they gonna have to compete with each other? There's only two Otsutsuki for them to eat.
It depends what their
There's four of
target
them.
does for
They
them.
can't.
But I think it
True.
would be separate
The
because
target
Juro was saying Matsuri has her own feelings in regards to, like, when she's mentioning Konohamaru.
Yeah, exactly. But he's like, we're one entity, but you have your own consciousness, basically.
Oh, that's interesting.
So if that's the case, like
If they're one entity, they probably were all born at the same time. It was probably
which is
from
what
one
seems to be the
catalyst
case.
event. Yeah. And that catalyst event, you could say it's whatever. I still think it's Kawaki.
Whether it's Kawaki or just the time it took for the Ten Tails to evolve, either way. I mean, something else actually, this is also interesting, is Boruto says that Sasuke was absorbed into the Ten Tails. So this will help support your theory in that if when Sasuke was bitten by a tree and it formed roots and blah blah blah, if that went back to the main body of the Ten Tails, essentially, that would apply to all of them, absorbing into the Ten Tails. And so it could be, in that case, that would apply to the other claw grime too. If it absorbed chakra, regardless of the tree shenanigans, it would just go to the main body. And so just like it just split into the four. But the thing is, yeah, why did it split to the four? Like those four? That's the weird part.
Thinking about it, it's based on this. I think it's likely that it's whenever Kawaki's chakra was absorbed, only those that had been bitten by that point would have been turned into a tree. So I think Soegi would have been bitten after this, or anyone else.
Soegi, I think, was, but let me double check.
Yeah, I'm pretty
but
sure.
Granted, though, we don't know when Moegi was actually bitten.
Yeah, but based on this,
to confirm,
it would just
but we'd have to just assume she was before, just based off the theory. Would assume
exactly. Which I think is fine.
Yeah, it's not like we saw.
But I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Kawaki's first.
Least. There's a lot of ways it can make sense, but I think that way makes sense. Oh. At the very least, we know Soegi
I never really got back to this, but why did that one from Kawaki's a kick to Kawaki's shoe? Why would that make that one evolve?
Hey, you saw that shoe? It was open toed. It got that cut on the side of it. There you go.
The broken shoe.
Yeah. Physical contact. I mean, if the Naraka path can pull out someone's soul just by touching their skin, I think it's fine to say you can absorb someone's chakra by touching their shoe. Like, I forget which path. The path of pain that sucks chakra.
Absorb Boruto's chakra by touching his sword.
That's a little bit different. Plus, Boruto...
It's touching Boruto.
Boruto could have been hiding his chakra there, too.
Who masking his chakra signature? They had already sensed them.
But like, I'm saying
like
afterwards. Like, it doesn't matter if they sense him, if the claw grimes don't contact him when he's emitting his chakra.
Do you think he just undid his chakra signature for like 1 second?
At least to take down the claw grimes. Possible, yeah. If he knows that's a threat, then yeah. I mean, does Boruto have any reason to share his chakra signature? Like, why go in with it on in the first place?
Why did they not resonate the first time Boruto encountered them? Back in this when Sasuke dies. He's still 100% at Suzuki. It's not like he would know yet what these things are. It's the first time he ever saw them.
I mean, he didn't come into contact with any of them, did he? No.
We don't actually know, but
he didn't. I don't think he did. We don't know, but I don't think he did.
I don't think he did either, but he could have kicked one.
Yeah. But which path of pain is it that absorbs chakra?
The Preta path absorbs chakra jutsu.
I think the Preta path only touched Naruto's clothes when it turned into a frog. So you can't use that.
I mean, Yoroi absorbed chakra from Sasuke through his clothes, too.
I think his forehead, but I think it's funnier if we say his hair.
I thought he did it from his chest, too, at one point. I think he does it more than one way.
Probably, yeah. Bro should not have got kicked off. How do you get kicked off in that situation? Oh my god.
Dude, it made no sense because it's like
Sitting
he's
on his chest.
literally already like physically overpowering Sasuke to get him in that position, kind of. And then he you know what I mean? And then he absorbs more like first he absorbs like so first Sasuke like kind of tackles him, then he absorbs he's like, yeah, I'm fine. And he absorbs chakra. Sasuke gets weaker, then he punches him, and then he stands up. This is the funny part. He stands up, walks away, then lunges back at him, and absorbs more chakra from his forehead. And it's like, and then Sasuke gets so weak his arms fall limp, and then he's like, ha ha ha, you're just noticing it now. And then he just kicks him off. It's like, how? Sasuke just got such a crazy mental amp, I guess, by looking at Rock Lee.
You could say it was like pre-curse mark shenanigans. Like the power was like preemptively flaring or something. I don't know. The only possibility.
Dude, it was a mental amp. He saw Rock Lee and he realized what he should do.
That's the
dude. The funniest thing is the data book
though.
said that this makes no sense. So Yoroi basically confirmed that like Kabuto's a higher ranked position as Orochimaru's right hand man. Orochimaru literally says he's the right hand man, and the data book literally says that Yoroi was annoyed about Kabuto's promotion, but it also says that he's technically Kabuto's superior. Like what?
Really, I think that just means superior in name on their fake team.
Maybe that's what I was thinking. Like he's the leader of their fake team, maybe.
Yeah. But apparently Kitamaru is also the leader of the Sound Fives. If he's Sound 4.
Yeah, well, no, that one was a question. Is he the leader of the Sound 4?
That'd be so funny if the data book is just wrong on the question.
The answer is no.
Yeah.
Like, no, he's not. I mean, he seems like he could be like the number 2, but like Sakon is clearly like the leader, the Sound 4.
Okay, if I had to like designate a leader, I would designate Kitamaru though. He has the most leader-like qualities. I would not designate
Kitamaru should be the leader.
Yeah.
but it's definitely implied that Sakon is the one being the leader.
I think Kitamaru makes the most leader calls as well. I think he's the one that sets up the trap in the first place for like the team chasing him before the Jirobo fight. The like tripwires. I think that was Kitamaru that set it up. I don't remember if they even say who set it up, but
oh yeah, Kitamaru was the one doing it. He was using his webs as the tripwire.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
But like,
that's so funny when they first got blasted out of the bushes. Like, hey, what are you guys doing? And Shikamaru's just trying to play it off. Oh, hey, what's up, guys? It's so funny.
That was funny, dude. I can't believe they were talking down the Sasuke retrieval fights.
I know, unbelievable. Bro, the Sasuke retrieval arc was peak before they left to retrieve Sasuke.
I'm like, man, they really hated Nechi versus Kitamaru, dude.
I know. Like, it going on for longer is a good thing. If it's a fight that never ends, that's good because it's a good fight.
Yeah. I know. I was like, how could you say I don't know, dude. That's crazy. There's so much good shit in this arc.
Fights are already a good thing, and in itself, it's still a good fight. Literally a fight to the death. Oh, but let's not forget, obviously, why would we care about Neji versus Kitamaru when we have Naruto slamming his desk or his hand down on the desk? Can't forget that.
Yeah, I guess the death slam really is more important. The tuning exams. I mean, the tunic stamps is great, but like, I think I would give the Sasuke retrieval arc over it.
Kitamaru literally impaled his chest centimeters away from Neji's heart. How are we not saying that's like the best? Like the anime did like an angle to where you think Neji was sniped through the head. You think he's just straight up dead on the spot.
Like,
but the whole fight's just him running
I
away.
thought the fight was great. Kitamaru like had me won
Spider.
over. Like, I was like,
bro, some people say this is the best fight in all of Part 1, by the way.
Neji versus Kitamaru. It was Neji versus I don't know if you recall the what I'm about to talk about, but there's the fights with there's an filler episode of Naruto where they like the anime was saying like the best ranked fights.
Yeah, I know what you're talking
in
about.
Naruto. I don't know where the poll was based off of. Neji versus Kitamaru was either 4th or 2nd.
Yeah. It was definitely up there. At the end of the episode,
Naruto
my
versus
favorite
Sasuke
part,
was number
Sasuke
1.
comes around on TV.
Kiba versus Sakon was number 3. I believe Choji versus Jirobo, I think, was 5. I think Zabuza versus Kakashi was an honorable mention. And I think Neji versus Kitamaru was either 2nd or 4th. I don't remember which.
There's a lot of good answers too.
Oh, actually, no. I think it was Naruto versus Sasuke Rooftop was 5, and then Choji versus Jirobo 4, and then Kitaba versus Sakon 3, and then Neji versus Kitamaru 2, Naruto versus Sasuke 1. That might be what it was.
And then Sasuke comes around at the end of the episode on the TV, and they're all like, "What, Sasuke? What are you doing here?"
You know what? That's it. I'm gonna go look for this right now.
I know. I'm gonna do that too. Okay, but we should probably stream first.
Let's figure out what episode it is because, like,
I'll do that.
This would be a very easy debunk.
Yeah.
For them. Oh yeah, the fight sucks. Oh really? It's the 2nd most popular fight in Part 1.
You need to send that to him. That'd be so funny. Oh my god.
Absolutely.
Okay, so going through a couple of these topics.
Do you think the title of the episode would be like noticeable, like
I don't think
filler, like this is the ranking, or like I don't know what.
It's pretty
I
early
thought it was right
on.
after the Sasuke retrieval.
Yeah, it is right after it.
But what episode? Because these titles don't indicate this to me.
We'll come back to that one. Okay, so they brought up a new concept in this latest chapter, Otsutsuki essence. So Boruto says in reference to Code, he may not be an Otsutsuki, but he's got a karma that comes from Ishiki, which is a lump of Otsutsuki essence. Are we going to officially coin this term? Is this going to be a vocabulary term that comes up in the future? Otsutsuki essence? Pretty sure this is new.
Not exactly, but it's like new in terms of the specific word, but the meaning not really, because the whole point is that it's a compressed file that contains the Otsutsuki's DNA and chakra and stuff, which would probably be the essence of the Otsutsuki.
Yeah, but it's a white karma.
So, like, I think he's speaking on a sense of karma. Karma is like the Otsutsuki essence in there. It's a lump of Otsutsuki essence. And I think he's attributing that to Code's white karma probably still being Otsutsuki essence. It was created from an Otsutsuki, as far as he's aware.
Yeah, it has Ishiki's chakra, but I don't think it has Ishiki's genetics.
No, it doesn't. It's missing that.
So does it have Otsutsuki essence?
Well, if it has his chakra, that's an essence of Ishiki.
But are we separating essence from chakra? Because it could have just said Otsutsuki chakra.
Well, I think his point was just that, I mean, the way I interpret it is that it came from an Otsutsuki. It's like it's a Otsutsuki in nature. Was the way I interpreted it.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right,
So what the
but I think this is way more fun to do it this way. because like I'm
the
just
top 5
thinking,
ninja battles. That has to be it.
yeah, I'm just thinking like, okay, what if Ishiki has like 100 chakra, and then Ishiki's clone has 100 chakra, but then original Ishiki has like 5 Otsutsuki essences, but then the clone of Ishiki has like 3 Otsutsuki essences. Well, I guess the original Ishiki wins. Like, can we even separate it?
3 Otsutsuki essences.
Yeah, like how do you quantify Otsutsuki essence?
So
It's a lump.
ridiculous.
Do we quantify it in lumps? So okay, a karma still has 1 lump of Otsutsuki essence.
Yeah, 1 lump.
So how many
It's
lumps?
a lump.
Yeah, how many lumps is a 10 tails worth?
But like a chakra fruit is just a lump of chakra. So
Is that how it's
you
described?
know,
A
on the
lump
lump
worth?
scale.
How big
Let
are
me
these
see the
lumps?
specific wording. He says lump. Amado says lump in there. I think he says lump of chakra and data or something. But
That'd be so funny if he's like, oh yeah, the fruit, it's 15 lumps worth of chakra. Okay. Well, we'll come back to Otsutsuki essence in a future chapter, maybe.
What does he say what the chakra fruit is?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh,
Lump
it's
of
the chakra. Wait, the chakra fruit are lumps, plural, of tremendous energy and
Yes,
genetic
let's go.
information.
All right,
So it's more than 1 lump.
and the karma mark is only 1 lump. All right, so we're getting some sort of scaling here.
So how many lumps do you think?
That means
in
the
one fruit?
fruit is at least double the amount. To be fair, it's comparing chakra to Otsutsuki essence, so I don't know how that scales per se, but it's at least double.
You know what's just kind of random but interesting? So I'm sure you noticed in the war arc that the divine tree and even the ten tails at one point, when Obi does ten tails jinchuriki, it has like a fruit-like shape and it's opening an eye.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Are you gonna say what if you just ate
So
that?
like that was one question.
Okay.
What if he just ate the eye? Is that the fruit? Second, why does the tree have the eye in the first place?
It was blooming like a flower. Okay, you can say that, but at the same time, 10 tails is a seed. Why does the seed have an eye?
I know. I get that point. The reason why I'm bringing it up isn't because the divine tree necessarily shouldn't have an eye. It's because it was blooming like a fruit, but we know what is supposed to be inside the fruit. Like it's a fruit, not an eye.
I don't know. I mean, Urashiki ate his eye, so maybe that is the fruit. Just turns
Yeah,
into
the
a
eyes
fruit.
literally are fruits.
Yeah.
So the honorable mentions though, one's Kakashi versus Zabuza, the other one's the freaking rock paper scissors with Kakashi. Yeah,
That's hilarious. Which episode number is it?
literally 202.
Oh wow, that's later on. Okay. Interesting.
I know. I thought it was earlier too.
I'm kind of surprised I remember that being early then. That means it's after like the star.
Yeah,
arc,
I
not
thought it was
star.
earlier too,
That means it's after all those other
but
arcs.
it wasn't.
Crazy.
But yeah, Neji is number 2.
Interesting. Okay.
Neji versus Kidomaru is literally the second. I mean, I imagine this was a popularity poll. Let me just see what the characters say.
It might just be randomly voting in universe.
Lily.
It'd be weird for a filler episode, but
I mean, I know it says. I mean, it's determined by votes from the guys in the leaf.
guys in the leaf.
I mean, I assume that they mean it was actually a vote, but like, they're just saying like you're part of the Leaf Village, like the viewer is a Leaf Village member.
Yeah.
I assume is what they're doing.
Yeah.
That would be so funny though if like the Village studio just pretended this was like, oh, I think this is probably the top 5 most popular. It's just not. But because to be fair, Gaara versus Rock Lee didn't make this list.
Yeah. Better yet,
Was Kiba versus
it'd be even funnier
is
if
Kiba versus Sakon really more popular than
God.
Gaara versus Rock Lee?
I think it'd be way funnier if the filler staff was guessing what the characters in universe would think are the top 5 fights. Like, what's Sakura's opinion on this?
Sakura would obviously pick all the Sasuke fights. All right, so I gotta take some screenshots though for them.
Send that to Mello.
All right, now for the presentation of second place. It's not gonna say. I just want to see them say Nechi's in second place.
So did we want to discuss the worst line change in the latest chapter? And the different
yes, that was one of the ones I wanted to get to actually.
Yeah. So Sarada says to stop to the Sage Mode Mitski in the latest chapter. Sage Mode Mitski's response between the spoilers and the official, two completely different lines, two completely different meanings. In the spoilers, he says, I can't afford to be nice. He's like, no, Sarada, I can't afford to be nice. So, like, get out of the way. In the official, he says, I can't control my strength. Personally, I like the spoiler version way more than the official version. I think I can't afford to be nice is a much better idea than I can't control my strength. First of all, Sage Mode Mitski should be able to control his strength, so that's just wrong.
Exactly. He shouldn't have any problem controlling it.
Like, thinking about it, I think the more powerful character would be the character that can control their strength in this case. Because if you have, you have a Mitski and the Mitski does a shadow clone. One can control their strength, the other one can't. I think the one that can is more powerful because they have more ability to do stuff. They have the ability to stop. If you want to consider it that way. Like, think about it like KCM1
Naruto.
Just like,
Mitski can control his strength. He's literally controlling it right now.
Yeah. Like, I'm thinking like KCM1 Naruto, I would consider him more powerful against like the Raikage or Obito than he was against Kisame when he couldn't control his strength when he first unlocked KCM1.
Wait, say that again?
I think Naruto was more powerful later on in the war than he was against Kisame when he couldn't control his strength. Even if KCM1 didn't change power levels, he was able to control his strength. So I think he was more powerful. He was able to do more stuff. He had the ability to do more. The ability of control. Okay,
yeah,
anyways.
Like, if Mitski can't control it, it's like, okay, Lily can't control his power. Like, it's not that crazy.
Okay, so that's why that line is bad. So on to why I can't afford to be nice is good. That implies he wants to be nice. Not even just to Sarada, but to Boruto. Like, he doesn't want to have emotion because he wants to be able to kill his emotions like a shinobi to kill Boruto without having to think about it. He wants to be a tool, essentially.
I mean, you could also just interpret it as like he's so mad. I mean, it depends on things, but like if he's just so mad, it's like he can't afford to be nice because if he is nice, Boruto might go kill Kawaki. It's simple as that, but either way.
Yeah, but I can't afford to be nice implies that his natural state in this context would be to be nice. And that he's going out of his way to do the hard thing, which is to not be nice. And so Sarada's trying to convince him to be nice. He's essentially saying to Sarada, I can't do what I want because I have to do what I need. It's similar to what Sasuke is thinking when he leaves the village. He wants to stay with Sakura, but he needs to go to train with Orochimaru to defeat Itachi.
Yeah, like It's not that he hates the village for any reason. He just has something else he needs to do more.
Yeah. So a line such as "I can't afford to be nice" shows that Mitski isn't dead set determined, angry, out of this world, like unreasonable, irrational, not gonna listen to reason. He's just doing this because he feels like he needs to, which adds a more tragic layer to his character. It's more despair centric.
Yeah. I like that OP Scans line better too. I mean,
Way
it just
better.
it just doesn't make sense. Like the other one, like
it's just something you say when you know
what did
you
he
have
say?
to fight a loved one. I can't control my strength is the other one.
Oh yeah,
Terrible.
it doesn't make sense, bro.
God.
Like I get what they're going for, but like no.
But this line shows us that he considers Boruto to still be someone that he loves, regardless if he thinks it's Kawaki or not. Maybe not loves, but like someone that he likes at the very least, like a friend at the very least. He still considers him that.
Well, he wants to be his he wanted him to be his friend. That's why he's so mad. It's not like you saw Mitski get this mad about Boro trying to kill Boruto, or
Yeah.
He's more mad because Kawaki was a friend of theirs.
Yeah, it's because it's Kawaki, not because it's someone trying to kill Boruto.
Yeah, like if Code tries to kill Kawaki, he's not gonna get as furious about it.
Yeah.
As crazy as that sounds.
Well, actually, this line is the same idea that I was saying for Boruto's words earlier of like, I'm gonna save my master, everyone's stuck in the tree, and no, I'm not gonna say that. In reference to Kawaki, he could be thinking the same sort of idea in terms of I can't afford to be nice, is my idea there.
Yeah. I still think it's Naruto and Hinata, but
Yeah, I like yours better. But either way. Honestly, it's like 50-50 in terms of who is saying. I'm not sure.
I mean it should be one of the two options. I
Yeah.
don't think it's gonna, and also Kashikoji is still alive,
No, it could
Probably
be
not.
it could be something crazy, something that we don't even know yet. I don't know. It's possible.
Yeah, it's like, and also, here's the truth about Amado, the 10 tails, obviously.
And also, the Uchiha clan actually isn't extinct. There's like 500 due west of here.
Yeah. Yeah, all of their names are Shin. In fact, you've met them.
That'd be the worst. Okay. And also, Choji likes potato chips. Wasted.
Okay, moving on the list here. What was the Minato manga anime adaptation about?
Where?
1/14/2024.
Oh god. That's so above. Minato manga. Oh! I saw that. I probably should have posted the picture or article. I saw it somewhere. Maybe a YouTube thumbnail. It might have been clickbait. Seemingly for 2024, but I just wrote confirm because I'm not sure.
Interesting.
But I definitely saw.
What about this next one with Sasuke and the wires?
We'll come back to that. It's marked as spoiler for a reason.
Thing.
Yeah, we can just delete it. So it is 7. It's not 5.
Okay, so
Age is 7. Okay, whatever.
We've talked about that one before, though.
Yeah, I don't know if we did it on podcast. I think we did.
Okay, the next one is this post on wherever.
So one of the reasons for which I'm glad that Sasuke lost his Rinnegan is because of the poor use he gave it See the image? He should have been able to absorb the shadow paralysis just like Momoshiki did. Something you've been yelling at me for months about. But Sasuke's use of Rinnegan was so stupidly limited to Uber. What's Uber? Is that a typo?
Do you don't know what Uber is?
It's clearly an acronym or like a shortened version of something.
Bro, you don't know what an Uber is?
So it's the concept of an Uber in real life. It's not like a jutsu name.
Yeah,
That's
he's
dumb.
literally saying he moves around, like he just teleports people. Like the point is that it's a meme that Sasuke's like an Uber driver. It's
Okay,
a
well
meme.
they
You never
shouldn't
heard
have
of
put
that?
it. Okay, they shouldn't have said stupidly limited to Uber. Like he should have said limited to a Uber or something like that. And he shouldn't have put it right next to Chibaku Tensei.
Yeah.
It's Uber and Chibaku Tensei, implying Uber is on the same caliber as Chibaku Tensei. Anyways, come to think of it, a Menoteji Kara should be an instant death to anyone. That's not true. Doesn't even make sense.
No, the reason why he's saying it is kind of true though. Like Sasuke could just time these jutsu up better. Like also as an example, so we see versus Madara, there's another use to that jutsu that Sasuke doesn't use in Boruto like at all, but it's the ability to teleport people to himself or to teleport himself to other people, but not necessarily swap with them. He does this in Shippuden. Like for example, he just teleports Naruto, or sorry, he teleports Madara right in between himself and Naruto, essentially teleporting Madara to Sasuke to do that without swapping anything. He just teleports Madara there.
Did he not use the flying
Likewise, he
Raijin
just
to do
teleports
that?
right next to Kaguya. Huh?
When did he use the flying Raijin to swap with Madara?
Not flying Raijin, Amado Tejikara.
No, but I'm saying he used the flying Raijin marker that Naruto had to swap with Madara at some point. Was that not it?
No, he doesn't use the flying right. No, Tobi Rama teleports Sasuke to Naruto's flying Raijin marker that he's holding, if you mean that.
No.
They don't do anything with the flying Raijin marker, like teleportation wise. Sasuke just teleports Madara. What are you talking
Funny
about?
because in this video, you yourself say it. I'd have to find it. But
What?
What do you mean what? In this
I
video,
never say that Sasuke.
flying Raijin. I don't know where it is. Probably gonna be here. Let's just listen.
Look, looking for when
Here he gets it. Here he is. He puts it in his mouth right here. He randomly gets it. Okay.
I mean, I'll show you what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. That's not what I'm talking about.
In the manga, I don't think it's just picking it up. I think he just pulls it out of his pocket in the manga.
And he doesn't say anything about it at any point. Okay, can we just say this was a stupid move on Naruto's part? Not only is it technically slowing him down, no matter how insignificantly, but also Minato doesn't know it's in his mouth. What if it's possible Minato teleports into Naruto's mouth, breaking his jaw?
Well, in fairness, I don't think that's what would happen because Sasuke teleported to Naruto because of that kunai.
Okay, that is what you were saying right there.
Have Tomoe and his Rinnegan here.
No, Madara never had Tomoe and his Rinnegan.
But he says that Sasuke awakened the Choku
You
Tomoe.
need to share your
just like
screen.
No,
I
the
can't
sorry,
see what you're doing.
Oh, am I not sharing my screen?
No.
Oh, I guess it doesn't really matter. Immortal
Well,
Phoenix.
I want to
awake.
see it.
LOL, still awake. Did you see what I typed to you guys after I went to work? Yeah, we did. Hey, Immortal. How was your sleep?
Oh yeah, we already.
We didn't. We're 10 hours in.
At this point, should we just break our record? Just for the sake of it?
No, we can't. There's a whole nother over an hour. We're almost done.
Well, no, I think technically our record was 10 and a half hours. So if we just do 10 hours, 35 minutes, we beat it.
Let me move this out of the way. Okay, so this is
Anyway,
So you had already said back here that he used the flying Raijin to teleport to him, but Tobirama wasn't doing that. So at this scene, you know,
Tobirama teleports Sasuke to Naruto.
not at this scene. Because
I don't know
Tobirama's
what
not
scene
around
you're
here.
talking about right now.
This scene, I'm sharing my screen.
Okay, now I see your. Okay,
This scene.
you weren't sharing your screen before you said it.
I was. You just didn't check.
Oh, well, I'm an idiot. I'm watching it on the YouTube right now, and so it's delayed.
Oh my god.
Hold on, I'm behind you.
Oh
Okay.
my god. Well, like at
I
the
was
same
so
part, though.
confused. I'm like, no, you didn't. Okay, I'm watching Discord now.
Yeah, okay. So this scene is Tobirama's not in this scene. Any of this. So what are you talking about?
Okay, I was talking about when Sasuke first appears to the battlefield.
Yeah, I know. That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about this scene. When he has
Okay,
the
I
flying
don't know
Raijin
what you're
marker in
talking
his
about.
mouth. Right here. This flying Raijin
Okay.
marker. You say in this video that
Okay.
Sasuke uses a flying Raijin to swap Madara and the flying Raijin marker.
Play the video so I can hear myself say
I don't
it.
know exactly where it is. Also don't know if I'm sharing system sound.
But he says that Sasuke awakened the
I'm
Choku
not
Tomoe,
gonna
just like
believe that I said that until I hear it.
I'm confident he refers to his Rinnegan.
And then I can figure out what I may have accidentally said
Sasuke
instead of what I
is the
meant.
only one who- oh my god.
If
Yeah,
it
yeah,
actually
yeah,
happened, but
Hang on, he also says that left eye should suit me well.
Oh yeah, that's Sasuke. Yeah, he awakened a straight pattern Choku Tomoe Sharingan, just like mine.
And then like 10 seconds later, he says that left eye should suit me well and goes for Sasuke's Rinnegan.
Yeah, because his eyes are the
Oh my
same.
god, Trippy's there?
Probably already
He literally says
found
he
it.
awakened the same Choku Tomoe Sharingan just like mine. Sasuke and I make sure some relationship beyond just blood. And then I think that left eye of yours will suit me quite well. He's saying because of those two things, and he's
So
probably
dumb,
right. He
though.
probably would have suited him quite well.
Whatever. I don't know
He
where
would
it
have
is.
had Rudo and a Menotichi card. Madara would have been even more busted.
You go
By the
watch
way,
the
what did
video when it
Sasuke
comes out.
switch with here? His sword and what? Or did he just put it into Madara? He just teleported.
No, he sloughed himself in Madara.
Then Sasuke would be in the air. Sasuke in the air.
I don't think I said the flying Raijin marker, but if I hypothetically did, I just meant that sword.
No, it would have been earlier. It would have been because this scene is long. It's like several minutes long. We're just talking about this stupid thing. But yeah. Anyways.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We're too tired for this nonsense.
I don't think I said whatever you're talking about.
I think you're stupid.
There's no scene of Sasuke swapping places with a flying Raijin marker ever, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, weird. I wonder why you said it then.
I don't think I said it, Oodie. And if I did, then I obviously must have meant that sword. Like,
Well,
there's nothing else it would possibly be. And I don't think I said it at all.
when the video comes out, I guess you you can let me know. Now for the presentation of second
Hey.
place.
Not that they'll know the kanji, but
Now then, a few words from the second place Neji.
just to make sure they got it.
Okay.
But no, I don't think I said that. You said something else I said in a video that didn't make any sense. I don't think it was this. I thought it was something else.
It's definitely something else.
But it was in reference to a video that you haven't put out yet.
Probably the same video.
Probably the same video, but
we'll figure it out.
I
when
don't
the
think it
video
was
comes out.
that quote that you were talking about.
No, for sure not. Anyways, I disagree because Sasuke is
What
the
was it
most
about?
skilled user of the Rinnegan. Confirmed by Hagoromo. So anything you say Sasuke could have done, no one else could have done it either. Sasuke would be the most likely and closest to actually have done it.
Bro, it's complete bullshit.
He's the most skilled.
Like, Sasuke might have the
Confirmed by
most.
Hagoromo.
Sasuke. Okay, let me change it to this. Sasuke might be the most skilled user of the Rinnegan, but he's the dumbest user of the Rinnegan. Like, he has the skill to use it better. He's just being stupid. He's just being
The
stupid and
reasoning
using
they
it badly.
use is dumb anyways. Oh, he should have just swung earlier. Then Ishiki would have just reacted earlier, or the sword would have just not cut through. Or he would have shrunk the sword, or he would have moved out of the way.
That's a different. No, but here's the thing, though. Like, I won't use that as an example, but for example, Sasuke literally in the Jigen fight could have just opened the fight off before he reveals Amado Tejikara at all. He could have just run towards Naruto with a Chidori and been like, Naruto. Naruto just, with their perfect teamwork, just knows what Sasuke's doing. And then Jigen's just like, what are they doing? And then he just teleports Jigen inside of their clash. And it's like, oh shit, he's not ready for it. Just like Madara.
That's nonsense. It didn't work against
Jigen's gonna be
Madara.
off
It's
guard.
obviously not going to work against Jigen.
That's so stupid. It did work against Madara. Madara just had an out with Limbo substitution.
Okay, and Jigen has an out with Sukuna Hikona.
Yeah, he can tank it and then shrink and escape after he got hit.
Tank it. What did Madara do? The same thing.
Swapped the exactly that. He took
tanked
it and then
yeah.
swapped out with the Limbo clone.
Okay, so he's going to tank it and then swap out with Sukuna Hikona.
Okay, but that doesn't mean Sasuke shouldn't do that. It's objectively a smarter strategy.
He would waste
At
a
least he
lot
got
of
a hit
chakra.
off. No, he wouldn't. He literally uses the jutsu like 4 times in the fight.
Yeah, those
Just
4
use
times
it
it
that
almost
way
works.
instead.
So you're just swapping it with something that would have...
It's literally the best strategy. Or in the case of what he's saying is that, like, he should have waited to swap so that, like, the sword was basically in contact with Ishiki's. Like, essentially, if he just... This is silly, but, like, if he essentially... Well, to be fair, though, with that one, it's a little bit weird, but, like, basically what he's saying is he should have completed the swing so that, like, he would teleport and the sword would just be inside Jigen's neck.
That's not how that works, first of all.
It would never do that in series, but...
Yeah. And even if it did, that's not slashing through it, that's just impaling his neck. That's not going to do that much.
I think a neck stab would be pretty...
I don't think it would even kill Jigen. It wouldn't
better
kill.
than nothing.
It wouldn't have killed Madara. It's not going to kill an Otsutsuki. They can just heal.
Madara had regen.
Okay.
Damage doesn't matter for Madara. Ishiki doesn't have regen.
I feel like Jigen had regen.
Lily doesn't have healing abilities. Neither does Momoshiki or Kinshiki or Urishiki. Literally just Kage.
I feel like that's cap.
Lily not Oodie. Ishiki never healed his bisected body for a reason.
Okay. You say so.
They don't have regen.
Whatever you say.
It's like Kinshiki didn't just heal his horn.
I don't think Kinshiki cares.
It would just auto do it, bro.
Can they even feel their horn?
He was mad. What do you mean he doesn't care?
Like,
he was mad about it.
Do they feel pain?
He was pissed that his horn was chopped.
Actually, I think the more interesting question is, did Boro feel pain? Because Hidan very clearly did. So Boro's beyond stupid. Boro's more of a sadist than Hidan is. I don't see any reason why Boro wouldn't just feel all of that.
That's true. Like, he should be hurt. It should hurt when that happens. Like,
Yeah.
whether you can regen or not. He just chooses. Imagine the pain of having your whole body blown in half. You just chose to take that.
Oh my god. I'll also say he's not limited to Uber and Chibaku Tensei, even if that's pretty much all he does. Doesn't mean he's limited to it. This means that's what he does. Like, Naruto's not limited to the Rasengan. Not limited to Shadow Clones.
I mean, realistically speaking, for like Sasuke, the big one for me is jutsu absorption. It is kind of objectively stupid
I don't think
to
he
not
can do
absorb
that.
jutsu. That's fine. That's fine. If you don't think he can do it, I would prefer that he can't do it. I would prefer that every Rinnegan was just blatantly different, like completely different, because a lot of them are. The only problem I have with it is like Madara. Okay, so I mean, you could just say that, like, honestly speaking, Madara's Rinnegan is like Hagoromo doesn't have those abilities either. Like, maybe Hagoromo literally can't do absorb jutsu either. Like, but the only thing is, Madara and Sasuke's Rinnegan are, in a sense, a Hagoromo variant. They're made by deriving his chakra. So you would feel like Hagoromo could do it, and then Madara and Sasuke just each awaken their own unique ability because they are still unique people. And if that's the case, Sasuke should be able to absorb jutsu. But if it's completely just unique for Sasuke and it's just like Chibaku Tensei, a common Rinnegan ability, but that's it or something, I would prefer that.
Yeah. I mean, what Sasuke could have done, instead of
But
absorbing the jutsu, if he can't absorb it, then when he's captured by Momoshiki's shadow possession, he could have just probably switched himself with Naruto. And that wouldn't have done much, but that would have kept Naruto alive if he goes after Naruto. That's probably what he would have done.
you know, actually, it would
Or
have been
just
funny
swap
if you
Naruto with
swapped
Momo.
Momoshiki. If you swapped Momoshiki in Naruto, so that Momoshiki was stuck in the shadow possession with jutsu.
Yeah. Or even
Would
more
that even
realistically,
work?
Boruto with Momoshiki. Just so that the shadow
Yeah, the
possession
shadow
just
possession.
goes
Does the
away.
shadow possession jutsu move with
I
Momoshiki?
think it would just disappear. Because if
Or
Shikamaru
like it would
leaves
just
the
be
shadow
spawned over
possession,
there on nothing?
it's like it has tensile strength. So like when it breaks, it like pulls the user with them. So I think they have to be within it. And it's also
True.
like a chakra tug of war kind of. So this is also another thing. I think Momoshiki could just like chakra flex out of it, which is how he's able to absorb it in the first place. Even if Sasuke is able to absorb it, I don't think he's strong enough to with his Rinnegan from Momoshiki.
No, it just absorbs the jutsu, bro.
But could
It's
could
not a
Sasuke move to absorb it in the first place?
Momoshiki did.
Momoshiki's stronger.
Sasuke
Exactly.
doesn't need to move though,
I feel like he has to activate his
because
eye, which requires
the way
movement.
Madara and Nagato can absorb jutsu with their Rinnegan, at least, is it's like a sphere around them. They don't have to move; they just do it without
But they have
moving.
to
They don't need to
activate
use
it.
their hands like Momoshiki.
I feel like they have to
Yeah,
move
he
to
doesn't
activate
require
it.
movement.
I feel like it does.
No, they don't. They just have to think, activate.
Okay, well then that's movement of the brain. What do you want to say? Like they
Bro,
have to
Sasuke
move
can
their
move his
eyes.
brain. He literally talks. He's able to talk to Naruto in the Shadow Possession. That's more movement.
But is he able to activate his eye because it's an eye power? What's the point?
I don't
Like,
see why not.
I don't think he can even blink.
Yes, he can, Oodie. Shadow Possession doesn't prevent him from blinking.
That's okay. You can say whatever you want about the eye activating. Shadow possession stops you from blinking. I don't care what you say. That's absurd if you think otherwise.
Only if you're like super duper paralyzed, but
Like you usually are, yeah, I agree. So
you know
unless you
what,
can
actually,
chakra
though,
flex out of it, like
Shadow
your
Possession
Momoshiki.
Jutsu used to be different from how it is. Like, after the tuning exams, Shadow Possession Jutsu just isn't the same. Like, Shikamaru, it used to mimic. Or I guess in Hidan versus Kakuzu, they do it. Like, it mimics Shikamaru.
but like, yeah, that just like disappeared.
Yeah.
Like when Shikamaru could do the goofy hand thing over his head like he did with Dosu again.
Honestly, I think it's a different jutsu. They just
Dude, I'm
call it
sorry
the
about-
same thing.
Yeah, he's using the shadow paralysis jutsu instead of shadow possession jutsu, maybe. Is the difference.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Which, I mean, technically, Shikamaru says that was the old name. So it implies it's the same jutsu, but maybe it is just a different jutsu.
Oh, maybe it's a new name for a new jutsu. New variant of it, at least. New update.
Yeah. Either way, though, Sasuke doesn't need a blink to absorb jutsu. So
I feel like he has to blink to activate the eye. He usually does, at the very least.
he doesn't need to do that. No,
he opens his
Nagato and
eye
Madara never
wide.
do that.
Okay, find me any animation of Sasuke using any Rinnegan jutsu without doing something crazy with his eye. Whether it's blinking or
All he
opening
does
it wider.
is they just focus on his eye. They just focus on the eye. He doesn't have to blink first.
I'm not saying blink, but he moves his eye. He does. It's more than just
He doesn't
focusing
move
on it.
his eye. The freaking animation just zooms in on it.
Okay, then I'll be able to tell. I'll be able to tell that it's just a zoom rather than the eye moving.
God, now we gotta go find a scene.
Because I can find plenty of scenes where that's not the case.
Killing me here.
Like, I feel like it's more than
honestly,
just the
let's
eye
just
as
go
well.
to the scene.
Like, they're moving, like, their whole bodies every time they do anything at all.
Not every time. Sometimes they move their hands, sometimes they don't.
Even Kaguya, with the slightest movement, changes reality. With the, what is it, Ameno Minaka? She's still moving her eye. Like, if she's under shadow possession, I don't think she's able to do this. She's under it by, like, Shibai, someone who's stronger than her.
I mean, I will say this, dude. Okay, if Dari can talk and move his mouth to talk, you really think he can't blink and move his eyes?
Okay, but that's just dumb. That's
Come
just
on,
anime
Dari.
logic. But that's just anime logic. Because they're going to be able to talk anyways because they have to speak dialogue.
Sasuke did. Oh no! Sasuke moved his eye. Okay, hold on.
My argument
Alright,
is that he does
share
move
my
his
screen.
eye. Or no, that he doesn't. Okay, where?
Huh?
What?
It doesn't matter. Sasuke can move his eye
see.
in Momoshiki Shadow
In
Possession,
Shadow
so it
Possession,
doesn't
let me
matter if
see
he
it.
needs to or not. Unshare your screen.
Not his
I'm
eyeball.
gonna prove it to you.
Not his eyeball, but like his eyelid. For clarification.
Oops. So wait, hold on. What does he need to do?
Not his eyeball. He can't just look around with his eyeball. He has to move his eyelid.
If they can move their mouths, you don't think he can move his eyelid?
God. But again, that's just dumb anime logic.
Like, what
because
kind of
if they can
focus
move
does that
their,
require?
if they can, but that doesn't make sense. If they can move their mouth, why can't they move any other part of their body? Their mouth is just randomly.
Oh, he moved
their
his
jaw.
eyelid. Did you see? Hold on.
No, show it again.
Hold on. Is there a playback speed?
I swear to
Wait a
God,
second,
if it's
like,
just him
0.5.
sweating. Okay.
Dude,
okay.
Come on.
Okay.
Come on.
Whatever. Listen, they can add that in, but they're not going to add that in for a
okay,
writing
look at
moment.
this.
But they're not going to add it in for a writing
that
moment.
changed, okay.
It's not because he's dumb. It's because in the writing, he can't do it. The animation's going to give it to him anyways. The same way they gave him talking. Because why would they be able to blink
Bro,
or move
the
their
point
mouth,
is-
but not be able to move the rest of their body?
Okay, but if the only thing he needs to move is his eye, which he doesn't even need to move in the first place, he can absorb jutsu.
But again, they're only doing that for the times where it doesn't matter because that's not the writing. Nowhere in the screenplay is it
Oodie.
saying Sasuke blinks and looks to
Oodie.
his right.
Freaking Borushiki does it too. Okay, they all do it. Everyone who can absorb shadow possession jutsu just freaking does it every time.
Borushiki's
Consistently.
stronger. And he's also
I don't
literally
care.
Momoshiki.
People will argue Sasuke's stronger than Momoshiki.
People
so
will argue that, yeah. Oh my god.
But like,
Immortal, what do you think?
he doesn't even need to move in the first place.
I think he does.
And he can.
Immortal,
he can
do you
move
think
enough to do it.
Immortal,
if freaking needs to open his eye more, he can do that. He literally does it.
Okay. I guess I just won't talk then. Immortal, do you think Sasuke can use his Rinnegan jutsu without moving at all?
I don't think so. Why?
Thank you. Finally, some reason here.
Well, okay. No, hold on. We have the stages to this. Okay.
Stages.
Let's just. We'll come back to this one after. Okay, but the point is, with Nagato and Madara, they just make a sphere of jutsu absorption around them. And also, you know what? While we're at it, why don't I prove to you that you're wrong? So where's okay. Killer B versus Nagato. Okay. So Nagato literally absorbs the jutsu without moving at all. He's literally does not change his movement whatsoever from what he was doing. Literally just doesn't do anything. He just absorbs the jutsu. He's pulling out Naruto's soul, and without moving or doing anything, he just absorbs B's jutsu. What's your thought on that?
Subtle movement, but go ahead, pull it up.
If it's subtle movement, then Sasuke can do subtle movement. We've seen it.
I don't think he can do enough subtle movement. It's too
Bro,
subtle.
hold
So
on.
what's the
Alright.
question?
Probably episode 299. Okay.
So what's the question? Can Sasuke use Rinnegan abilities while moving or without moving?
Well, okay. The real question is, do you think Sasuke has jutsu absorption in general?
He should. It is a Rinnegan.
Okay. So he's in that camp. So now, when the heck is this?
Okay, so why can't Pain teleport Immortal?
That's
Maybe
not a general
as-
Rinnegan ability. That's a Sasuke
I would say that's just a
Rinnegan ability.
unique ability attributed to Sasuke. I think it could be because, well, his powers come from, his powers come from Hagoromo. So I think it's probably just a unique ability attributed to his Rinnegan specifically.
Mm.
Kind of like how every sort of Uchiha has a different type of Susanoo, depending on their personalities and the reflection of, well, their heart.
I think it's definitely possible that you only get the 7 paths of pain if you do have 2 Rinnegan as well. If you only have 1, you probably don't get that. Just like the left eye
Yeah,
Mangekyo
you
is different from
probably-
the right eye. And combined, they're
Yeah.
stronger.
That could work. But at the same time, Sasuke's not implied to be limited by only having one eye. It's more like he just has only one eye, but also Oodie real quick.
What Mello?
Mello's
Okay.
here. Okay.
So Naruto's I said B, I meant Naruto. Naruto's Naruto's holding him, ripping out his soul. Naruto makes a Rasengan.
Yeah.
Okay, and Nagato didn't do anything.
He moved his hand
Bro,
up.
how y'all still
Literally
alive?
didn't move.
How
I
you guys
just
still
woke up.
here?
Kamui
back.
and Oodie were up for
Go
9
back.
hours straight. Holy crap.
Go back.
Jeez.
No, go back further.
What
You
you
have to
guys
see what
talking about?
position
I'm
Nagato
trying not
is
to
in.
get copyright.
Yeah, I know. He moved his hand up. He's already ready to absorb.
No,
I'm-
he's
His hand is
literally
already
pulling out
up.
his soul. That's what he's doing. He doesn't put his hand in front of the Rasengan. No, he just makes a sphere. For
Is he
Jutsu Assumption, he
conscious?
literally doesn't change as where his hand. Look at his hand. His hand's got the purple thing for the soul. It's clearly a different color for the other thing. He doesn't need to move.
Mello, do you think Sasuke is
They're talking
capable of
about-
absorbing jutsu with his Rinnegan?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think he needs to be able to
Do you think
move?
he should have been able to absorb Momoshiki's shadow possession?
Yeah.
Even though he can't
Let's
move.
go.
Even though he can't move.
I mean, he can move. Like, he can use like talking.
Okay, talking
Do I need to
doesn't
show you
count
the
because
panel
it's
of
freaking
Sasuke's eyes
anime
moving?
logic.
Here. Wait, just to make sure. Am I still staring my screen?
This doesn't
So
count. This is
yeah.
not in
Slow
the
motion.
writing. This is the
Moving
animation
his eye.
randomly.
Well, I'll say this. I think if I look at how he like absorbs chakra out of like Naruto or whatever, he didn't like he was like stationary. He didn't like need to like move his body. He just activated the ability.
Definitely did some
So I would
subtle
imagine.
movement. But go ahead.
I mean, we
No,
can
we
go back and
didn't.
look.
Dude, Nagato was completely still.
His
I'm talking about
clothes
Sasuke
were
versus
still.
Naruto.
The body underneath
Oh.
his clothes were trembling, moving.
That could have been the wind.
Okay,
but-
Sasuke, Naruto, everyone's trembling in the shadow possession jutsu.
That's not true.
That is true. Are you saying he shouldn't be
Literally,
able
really?
to absorb
You
the
think that's
jutsu?
not true, Oodie? That they're not going to tremble? Watch this.
Stupid.
Look at it shaking. Hold on, let me
I still say
put
it
it back
didn't
to
happen
full
in the
speed.
manga.
No, Rose script. Let's just do watch the full scene. Look, oh, did you see that shake? Hold on.
Dude, that's the shadow possession. Momoshiki's shaking them. He's controlling
Dude, they're
them.
trembling. You said
Yeah,
that Nagato was
Momoshiki's trembling.
trembling.
They're
Look at them
copying
tremble.
Momoshiki.
They're doing it. They're doing the trembling. That's all Sasuke needs to do, right?
Momoshiki's doing the trembling for him.
Oh wait, real quick, Mello. Did you see Michi versus Kidomaru is the second most popular fight, part 1, literally.
And
Officially.
I think officially, what's officially? Where's that source?
It's right there.
The actual Naruto anime,
Yeah.
episode 202.
Literally a whole
Okay,
episode.
so it was this.
dedicated.
Wait, so the majority rules? Like, what are we talking about here, bro? Like, if the majority wants like a dictator in America, am I going to go with that? No, absolutely not.
How is an
The majority's
anime
telling you.
majority
I'm just
rules?
telling you, it's the second most popular fight.
Wait,
Yeah.
isn't this like a poll or something? Like, how else are you measuring how popular it is?
I assume they did a poll. I don't know how else they would have came to this conclusion.
But yes,
like a poll
Mello,
would just be
majority
popularity
rule is
contest.
how popularity works. It's the second most popular fight.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
I do
what-
think
wait,
majority rules
wait.
applies for popularity.
No, that's fine. That you can say that. I'm not arguing whether it's popular. I'm saying, are they right in their assessment? That's what I'm
Well,
arguing.
the assessment
think
is that
they're
it's the
correct
second
in
most
their
popular
assessment.
fight. So yes, they are.
No, I mean
I
the people
assume
who
they're right
voted
about
for it. The people who voted for it. I just don't.
Well,
I don't
they-
agree that it is correct. But what I'm saying is, just because the majority of the people voted for that fight, it seems wherever this is coming from, that doesn't mean that that fight is like the most popular.
But what were they voting on? Were they
I
voting
don't
on
think
which
the
fight
vote
is the
was-
second most
I don't
popular
think
fight
the
in
vote
Naruto?
was what do you think is the most popular. I think
Yeah.
it was what is your favorite fight.
Yeah,
I would have to imagine that was the question.
I don't think.
Okay, well let me reframe it then, because I didn't. What's that noise? Is somebody okay?
Oh, it's probably
Probably
let
just
the
me
water
laughing.
running. Well, Mello, Oodie, I guess he can hear the water running.
Hell no. Hey, I thought you had like a gas leak. Okay, you
God.
alright, bro? No, so yeah, they're asking them their favorite one, and yeah, sure, okay. Per this poll, it'll end up being like the most popular. But getting back to my point, I don't think just because the majority of the people think a thing that makes a thing correct. It may make it the most popular amongst the people polled. Like I would need context about the polling parameters and how they set it up, of course. But yeah,
So how would it be incorrect?
like
Point is, a lot of people like it.
because what what exactly is being asked? What's their favorite fight in part 1? Is that's what being or in the arc?
In part 1.
Let me just double check in a second. I
'Cause
think it was.
I'm
I
meant to
think it
believe
says in the
that.
beginning of the episode that it's just like these are like your favorite fights, according
Yeah.
to you guys or something.
Okay, and it's just like a Japanese audience. Is it American audience? And then also like
We
I'm
have
meant to
no
believe
idea.
that Neji versus this dude whose name I can't never remember is better than Sasuke versus Naruto. Am I meant to believe that? That's crazy.
No,
Like, this
Sasuke
whole-
versus Naruto is number 1. This is number 2.
Oh, okay. So it's not the most popular.
It's the second most popular.
Oh, I didn't hear the second part. I just heard it was the most popular fight. Okay.
No, I
so-
mean it's on the share screen.
oh, I can't. I'm not looking at it right now.
You heard
Okay, so
most
But
and
yeah,
popular in
no.
the same
The order.
sentence.
Actually, I don't want to say the order.
is this like the arc? Like they're measuring the arc?
No, because
No.
they mentioned honorable mentions as Kakashi versus Zabuza, for example, is an honorable mention.
Okay. So what conclusion does this get us to? That it's popular? Okay.
The second
Yeah.
most popular, yes.
You guys were hating on
Clarify.
the second most popular fight in Naruto.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Officially.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good fight. Yeah.
Okay.
Like how Oodie hates on the Pain Invasion arc. Okay, like, bro, what are we talking about?
Okay, but Oodie is objectively wrong. There's no way to spin it. Like, I can at least give you credit for like an
There's
argument.
no
but Oodie,
official
no.
poll stating that the pain arc is popular. There's no official poll anywhere stating that.
You know what?
Bro, wait, what wasn't Hitler
Naruto
popular?
arc popularity poll.
I
I'm sure
bet
Hitler was popular.
I'm crossing my fingers.
Okay, just character.
Let's go.
I want to see a poll
Sucker.
for
Yeah, I noticed how you ignored that right there. Okay,
If it's
said-
not
oh,
official,
yeah,
it doesn't count. I'll have to go back and check whatever.
How
that was.
popular was he compared to the president?
I mean, in Germany, Hitler was pretty popular. That's how strongmen work. So does that make?
So are you implying that Neji versus Kidomaru is Hitler here?
I mean, Neji got a swastika on his forehead, bro. I mean, I don't know.
You're not wrong.
I don't know. What do you guys think about this idea? Putting Boruto as like the strongest in the verse from episode 1, chapter 1, because he's the omnipotent person narrator.
That's
It's like so then Hiruzen must have been the strongest,
hold on.
like omnipotent in the verse, because in episode 1 of Naruto, he's the one narrating the nine-tailed fox's attack and everything.
I thought about this actually. Yeah. I would. My answer was kind of yeah, but I felt like I didn't want to lean on that because I'm thinking, like, at what point would Hiruzen even be able to tell the full totality of Naruto's story before his death in part 1? Because the story wasn't finished by then. So, like, at what point is he telling this story?
He's still telling it, like
Yeah. So I feel
like in the he's like Hagoromo. He just never fully died.
yeah, like so I feel like there might be a contradiction with Hiruzen that I don't like there because it's like, okay, he's dead, but how does he know the totality? Because I think he ends the like during the last era, like he ends it off, like when Naruto Shippuden ends, right? Like his voice actor came back. So I don't remember, but I think I remember, but so I'm figuring there's a contradiction there that doesn't make sense and that wasn't shown. Unless he's like in the Pure Lands talking to somebody or some weird shit. So I kind of rule him out. But as of like time of recording, there's no contradiction with Boruto's situation. He could be dead, like Hiruzen, to be fair. But yeah, until I see the end of the Boruto series and see what condition Boruto's in. Like if Boruto died when Kawaki like ran him through, then I would be like, how the fuck is he still telling this story? He's gone. Yeah, so that'll be pretty interesting. But yeah, maybe if you want to give Hiruzen that. I mean, how does he know? But yeah, I think for Boruto specifically though, we know for a fact like he's telling this story. Like he says, this is my story or whatever. there's an argument I could make, but I'm not gonna make it against myself. But I think it's interesting how he knows what people think, even though he wasn't there, or in general, like how do you know what people are thinking? So it's pretty interesting. But yeah.
Well, there's a few interpretations here. With the Hiruzen thing, I think the most obvious thing that everyone knows is that it didn't actually literally happen in verse. Like, you can't point to anywhere on the timeline and say, Hiruzen said all of this here. Like, it's not actually happening.
Is it confirmed to be Hiruzen in the... Is it confirmed to be Hiruzen in the manga?
I don't think they have a narrator voice in the manga.
They have the same dialogue. I don't think it says who's saying it.
Yeah, it's probably like the square bubble. It's probably not like a voice text bubble from someone. Like, it's not going to be pointing to anyone.
Yeah, chapter 1, there's like this mural of like the 9 tails and like this guy like messianic figure holding his hands up or some shit. I think that's supposed to be Naruto, and they do that at the end of the Shippuden series as well. Like,
yeah, they just have like a there's like a Kurama art depiction, and it's just like it's really just it's like the black text that's not like it's like a narrator thing. It's like it's telling you, but it's not like a speech bubble, you know, or a thinking bubble or anything.
It might just be the anime in particular did something that the manga didn't, which was tell you who the narrator was, which could have been like a error.
I mean, technically, I don't think they actually did. They even tell us it was Hiruzen, or did we just know from the voice?
From the voice, we were never told.
Yeah, from the voice.
So another interpretation.
I think we just knew it was him.
The narrator just so happens to sound like Hiruzen, but they're really two different quote unquote characters if you want to consider the narrator character.
Yeah. But that's the less fun answer. So it was Hiruzen. Just like how Kakashi and Iruka were in the Akatsuki in part 1. You can hear them. They're clearly there. What's also interesting is I'm looking at this.
The voice actors.
The image changed.
They didn't have the voice actors yet, so they reused them. Yeah.
Okay. Damn.
Go ahead, Kamui.
The image of the Kurama thing is actually a little bit different. This is interesting. I'm just looking at the difference. In the first one, they have the same 9 tails thing, but it's like Kurama more in a vicious pose, and then there's clearly the 4th Hokage on top of a toad, clearly in reference to Minato and Gamabunta, without knowing it who specifically. In this last one, though, it's got like the village symbols, and there's a shuriken, a giant shuriken that was originally on Minato, and then instead it's above Kurama, who's chained up, it looks like, and there's like the Rene Sharingan inside a thing, kind of like the Divine Tree Chakra Fruit or something. It's a little bit different. Interesting.
Yeah, so really that's Kishimoto as a character, what that is.
Yeah, but in the case of okay, that's fine with Hiruzen. I'm good with that. But in Boruto, it's like him talking specifically. He's like, "Yo, this is my story."
Yeah, I mean, he's literally saying like, "I used to be a brat." It's like,
yeah, he's using like me and I.
But again, I think you can separate it as well, because at what point is Boruto saying this is my story? Who's he saying it to? The real answer is the audience. But in universe, who could we pinpoint that to? I don't think he's just randomly going around thinking it one day.
But I think Boruto, that's why I think he's like the omnipotent first person narrator. I think that that's an actual term. I'm not like making that term up, but I think he fulfills that role based upon like him using the words like me and I, and then also we know that the story being told is from him as the narrator, and then there's also things that he just shouldn't know, which would speak to him being like omnipotent, like the thoughts of other characters or stuff like that.
But that would just be Boruto the narrator separate from Boruto the character, because Boruto the character wouldn't know Boruto the narrator exists.
No, I agree. There's 2 different Borutos, but like when we like, so like if we power skill a character and we want to be like genuine about it, or depending on like what versions, we like typically pick like them at their apex, and I don't think Boruto like in Two Blue Vortex in the first 6 or 7 chapters is his apex. I think his apex is the narrator. So if I'm scaling Boruto, I'm gonna scale him to like the narrator, which would encompass everything that he's narrating, and then also like again like this omnipotent status that he has to where he knows what people are thinking, and he's literally like crafting and molding the story as it's being told, which I think is like, well, omnipotent.
The problem
in
with
this
that is that
context.
you have
So,
to separate those characters because at no point does Boruto in universe become the narrator.
yes, yes. We
When?
just haven't like caught up to that time yet. But
Okay. When we catch up to that time, let me know.
yeah,
But
but like
if we're
we know
using,
as a result of the narrator existing, he has to become a narrator at some point in the series, right?
I think the narrator would exist exclusive outside of Boruto, in the same way Hiruzen exists even though he's dead as the narrator at the end.
Yeah, but we already explained like there's like a contradiction with Hiruzen knowing the full story of Naruto post death. That's
But we
never
don't know if that's
explained. With
the
Boruto, there's
case.
no contradiction.
For Hiruzen, we only hear the
What do you mean by
prologue and
that?
the epilogue. Hiruzen doesn't narrate the middle parts. That's just the story that we see. Hiruzen's not telling that. In the same
I'm
way,
pretty sure he
Boruto's not
is.
telling the middle parts of Boruto.
Hold on, let me see.
So we don't know what story Boruto's telling. We see the story that we're shown. That's not necessarily the story that Boruto's telling.
So I'm trying to so this would be the argument that I didn't want to make against myself.
Yeah, I figured.
So I'm like I'm trying to figure out a way to get around my argument, but okay. Cuz I was going to say he's like, I think there might be a differentiation between starting off a story but then also not being like not telling the story. Like you could separate him saying, "Okay, this is my story," but at no point does he say like, "I'm going to tell you the story of me." Right? So you can say, "Okay, well, he's presenting the story about to be told, but he's not telling the story himself." That was like always my problem with this, and you brought it up.
Yeah,
you
so in
bastard.
that
Fuck.
case,
Okay.
Sarada's thoughts aren't Boruto's story. So yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, it's more. Well, if he's the omniscient narrator, he does know Sarada's thoughts.
You would bring up that one fucking point. Damn it. Okay. I didn't think we'd get there. Okay, no, that's fine. I underestimated Oodie. Okay, fair enough.
It's easy work. Light work.
Let me see if
Here,
I
I'll bring
can
up something you probably
counter
didn't
my
think
own
about.
thing.
So in some episodes, if we're using the highest version of the character, in some episodes we see Sakura at the end, like after credit scene, where she's talking to the audience. So Sakura is breaking the fourth wall, making her fourth dimensional, which scales her to Shiba. And then similarly with the Rock Lee spin-off series, that's Toon Force, and every character that's in that series has Toon Force applied to them. So that would be the strongest.
So I think there's something like maybe something baked into like statuses that you place on characters, or am I saying this right? Like I don't think just because a character is fourth dimensional that means that they scale to other fourth dimensional characters that have very clear fourth dimensional like it's very specified what they can do. Because I think if you want to say Sakura's fourth dimensional, there's a lot of assumption about what she can do as a result of that, rather than her just being fourth dimensional in this one specific instance that was presented.
But that would be the peak of her character.
Or even like Toon Force.
Yeah, so we wouldn't use the other versions of her character, only this version. Because it's the strongest.
Yeah, but then I would say, and I could be completely off basis here, so maybe you can help me out. So what I would say is Sakura, this wouldn't be the strongest version of her just because she's fourth dimensional, because her being fourth dimensional doesn't yield any result that I think would put her over an actual like combatant inverse version of herself, depending on like the framework in which we're measuring. That's like fucking whole sentence. But if I'm saying, okay, Sakura versus Madara, and you're like, well, I'm going to scale her to her highest version, so Sakura can like break up the fourth dimension by talking to the audience. And then I would say, okay, well, what utility does that serve in an actual fight versus Madara? And then I don't know what your answer to that would be.
So with this, I would say this version of Sakura would say, "Hey audience, watch me punch Madara to smithereens," and then she would do that, and then Madara would just evaporate because she told it to the audience.
Okay.
And then the gag would be for the audience because it's a comedic scene. So it would have to happen in that way.
So I think two things would have to happen. You would have to look at the instance where she broke the fourth wall and then see if something she said correlated, like outside of the whatever, what dimension would you even say she's in, like 2D or whatever, like on paper? Something that she said while breaking the fourth wall translated into the actual series and materialized itself in the canon. And if that's not the case, then there's no precedent for her having the ability to like say a thing and then have it influence the material. That would be A. And then B, I would say just because she can talk to the audience doesn't mean that what she says she'll do can translate to the material. I know it sounds the same, but it is actually like one thing you're establishing happens, so you're using it as precedent, and the other thing you're saying she's capable of doing, and you need to prove that.
I don't think it necessarily does.
Kind of similar,
but I think because she's talking directly to the viewer, it's able to influence the viewer, meaning it can influence the show. Because the viewer could be the audience member, or it could be a member of the production staff who could then listen to Sakura.
I think it can influence. I think it can influence the perspective of the viewer, but I think it can influence what happens in the actual material itself, unless shown specifically.
See, but if I'm an animator, animating the scene of Sakura talking about herself punching Madara to smithereens, that means I have to animate Sakura punching Madara to smithereens.
That's not true. You can just have her talking about doing a thing, but you don't have to illustrate the thing she's doing.
Yeah, there's plenty of times where a character talks about something and it never happens.
It depends on the way they go about the dialogue.
Like She-Hulk, or that's true. She-Hulk, or like these Deadpool, these fourth wall breaking characters, they can like look at the audience and say a thing, and then like the thing that they said has no bearing on the actual, like nothing changes in the actual series. But then also they can say a thing and then like hop out of like their panel and then jump into another panel and then like drastically change the series. But then you would need to like, okay, well, that's a thing that character can actually do because I saw them do it. It's not like me assuming that just because they broke the fourth wall, that inherently comes with a whole bunch of other things that they can do. But
yeah. So if this fake Sakura or whatever, hypothetical Sakura, she's like, "Hey audience, watch me punch this real version of the canon Madara from in series to smithereens." Bam! There, I did it. This real Madara is officially dead in the official series. I did that. You just saw me do that. I actually did it. Then the animator would have to animate that, and there's not really any way to get around that.
Well, in that case, you have precedent, right? Like,
yeah,
she said the thing and through breaking the fourth wall, and it actually influenced the series. But I don't think that's like what happened, right? Like, what are you talking about in particular?
But in this case,
where she broke the fourth wall.
In this case, it's influencing the animator who has no other option but to animate that.
No, because I think there's like a source material, right? Like, and then also just because you say just because you say that you did a thing doesn't necessarily like you can voice you can speak a thing that you're doing or a thing that's happening without it being illustrated. Like reading a book, for instance, it has no pictures or no visual elements, but you're like voicing the actions that are occurring without it actually being shown.
But this is an animation. And saying there's an animator implies that there has to be someone to animate it. So even if the original animator quit because he's just not going to do it, he'd just be replaced with someone who would. And so eventually someone would come around who would animate
saying is
the way it's intended.
No, but even if that's the case, like Sarda, a character that's in an animation being animated, which it could just be a still frame in the animation, to be fair. You're just hearing her thoughts, but you don't see her move. But just because that's her being animated doesn't mean like the thing she describes needs to be animated inherently. Like, that's not true. But I mean, unless you want to like alter the hypothetical to fit that, then that's
well,
fine.
that's
I
what I'm
can't
saying. If
change the
the
hypothetical.
okay, if you don't think my hypothetical doesn't fit, that's fine. You're saying I have the ability to alter the hypothetical to where it does fit it, to where there's only one possibility. So whatever hypothetical that is for your mind, just apply that.
Well, then that's just the hypothetical. So that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
So in your in how you've crafted your hypothetical, then yeah, I guess the animator has to animate what he's saying, but I don't think the character breaking the fourth wall is going to influence the animator outside the animator wanting to be influenced as a result of, I don't know, shenanigans being afoot, because clearly the character isn't real. Right. So yeah.
That's fine. It's because it's real enough to have a real impact on real world people, to have a real impact on the series in turn. So there you go.
Uh,
Because it's not
I mean,
Sakura herself
I-
doing this. It's not this Toon
yeah.
Force version. It's the animator who's doing it because of the Sakura, because the animator was influenced by the Sakura.
What do you mean by what do you mean by this? Her breaking the fourth wall, or like her descriptions being illustrated?
Her breaking the fourth wall because she's essentially forcing the animator down one path to animate. Because under this
In your
hypothetical, we're
hypothetical, yeah.
assuming the animator is going to animate. And so if there's only one possible
Well,
route to
yeah.
animate, that's the only thing that could be animated.
Well, if you're crafting the hypothetical to only arrive at one conclusion that fits you, then yeah, like there's nothing I can really do about that. But if the idea is that like just because a character that breaks the fourth wall, I think I said that wrong. Just because a character that breaks the fourth wall comes with all these other abilities or other happenings that will necessarily follow as a result of fourth wall breaking, I don't think that's inherently true. And that was just the overall point that I was making. Now, again, if you want to craft a scenario to where the conclusion has to be the truth, I mean your truth, then I can't really fight against your crafting of the hypothetical. But yeah,
I think for your side, it's whether or not forcing it down that hypothetical to where there's only one path is possible in the first place. Like I can say it can happen, but just because I say it doesn't mean it can actually happen, because there might not only be a single possibility no matter what.
actually is doing a lot of work in that sentence. But if you're the one crafting the scenario, you're doing like you've positioned yourself in like an omnipotent position, right? Like you're the god of this particular artificial construction, right? This construct. So I have to operate underneath the construct that, well, I don't have to, but if I choose to operate like within your parameters, then your parameters are going to lead me to a conclusion that you want me to get to, right? So it's like the game is rigged. So
Okay,
yeah,
but I
there you go.
will note, I only went down this avenue because you were the first one to bring up this idea of going down one avenue.
Example, refresh my mind. What did I say?
I forget exactly. I mean, you could just rewind on stream if you were that curious. But like you were saying, like you could just go down one avenue with the hypothetical. You were the first person to say that. You could say you brought it up based on what I was trying to imply, but that could be an assumption of what I was trying to imply. Because what I was
No,
trying to
so what?
say,
So
you're right. I was trying to imply it by saying
Mhm.
this very, very specific directions for the animator by Sakura to try to force them down one path. And you're saying, okay, if they do go down one path, then yeah, you're right. But you're saying it in a way to where there's no if. You're saying they
no,
go down this one path, therefore there's only one path. But I'm saying now, is that the only option? If they go down this one path, then yeah, that's the only path. But if they don't do that, is that possible to not do that?
So the only reason, so the whole problem I had, because like you said, you're saying now, right? You weren't saying then. So you're adding ifs and possibilities. What you made was a definitive statement originally. that the author had to necessarily illustrate what was being spoken by the character who broke the fourth wall, and that is what I have the contention with. I don't think the animator or whatever has to animate what's being said inherently. I don't think that's true. But you made a definitive statement that it was true. So what I'm saying is when I say like you're crafting like your hypothetical, what you're doing is moving the goalpost and you're like molding it as the conversation continues to like fit your narrative. And now I'm like cornered in a box in your like construct, and I have to like arrive at your conclusion as a result of you like molding the conversation in real time.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
yeah.
Here, let me a clarification here. Okay, they have to animate
Fair.
the scene, and they have to animate it in response to what's being said, but they're able to freely animate it however they want. So, for
What do you
example,
mean by the scene?
the scene
This
of
is important. What do you mean
Sakura
by the
punching
scene?
Madara when she says she does, or whatever.
Okay, we still disagree. I don't think they have to animate what's being said by a character who breaks the fourth wall. I
But
think
yeah,
a
this
character
is
who
this
breaks the
is the
fourth
difference
wall
though.
can
They're
just
able,
break the fourth wall.
yeah, they're able to animate it however they want. They're not able to
Yeah,
animate
wait,
it
wait,
in
wait,
a
wait, 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 wait,
nonsensical way. But they have to animate it
wait. They
based
can
on what's said.
animate. They don't have wait. They don't have to animate her fighting Madara under any circumstance.
No, but
That's
I'm
not a
saying
thing
like
they have to do.
if they animate a purple elephant eating peanuts over top the dialogue of Sakura saying I'm punching Madara, that's not going to be uploaded. Like they have the ability to do that, but they'll just be fired and replaced with an animator who will. But eventually, it's not just one singular animation where a single pixel out of line would get them fired. There's going to be some leeway to where the artist has creativity to express the scene in a way that logically makes sense and follows, however they wish. Something that would
But
follow
you
the
you
storyboard or
do
whatever.
okay. So you're using words like maybe and has, which opens up a possibility for them to do an action, right? An act.
Yeah.
Not that they have to do it. They have the option to do it, right?
An individual does, but
Yes.
the animator would eventually have to produce it to a bare minimum of similarity.
Okay. That's I don't know. What do you mean an individual does? What does that mean?
Because
Like who's the individual in this
an
situation?
individual is a person who happens to be the animator at a time, but the animator is the person who delivers the final product in this case. So a person could just be replaced. In that case, they animated, but they weren't the animator. Because their work would just be scrapped anyway.
Okay, so you're trying to draw a distinction between
the role versus the
Joe
worker.
Biden. Yeah, so Joe Biden in like the presidency or the president.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, but Joe Biden is the president.
Yeah, but Joe Biden could
So
be
it's like
replaced.
a distinction without a difference.
Yeah, so if Joe Biden acts unpresidently, then he would just be replaced by a president who would act more presidently. There is a bare minimum. But that doesn't mean Joe Biden's forced down a singular path.
So you realize you're doing the thing I said that you were doing, because at no point are we differentiating the person who's doing a thing and then like the role that they embody while they're doing it. So like the individual is separate from the author who's also the individual. At no point was this presented in the original argument. So when I say like you're changing and molding the conversation like, in real time to like get me to your conclusion, this is what I'm talking about.
Is it changing or is it adding context that wasn't originally present?
A distinction without a difference.
So what's what from the original argument has been transformed?
The context.
I think that's fine.
Because I'm going to provide an answer. I'm going to provide an answer based upon how you originally presented your argument. Now, my answer is going to have to change the more context you add into it, which is what you continuously do, which I do think is fine, but it does speak to what it's talking about.
Whereas, yes,
that you are indeed molding it.
In a conversation, I would put the burden of asking for further context if they aren't sure of an answer on the one that gives the answer, rather than the one giving the question.
you're saying I need to ask you,
if you're not sure. Yeah.
but I'm sure of everything. I'm sure of what you're doing. And I'm sure of my position based upon your original presentation. Like, there's nothing I'm confused about, so I don't need clarity. It's just you doing a thing. But I know the thing that you're doing. I'm calling it out.
Okay, but if you think there's more for me to do, you could ask for that. If you give an answer before asking, then I don't have to give the rest of the context.
I don't think there is any more that you need to do. You presented your thing as a definitive. The author needs to animate necessarily what's being said by the character breaking the fourth wall. That's a start and a finish. I don't think there ought to be anything that you add on to that once you presented that. And then once that's presented, that's when I come in and then I have my perspective, right? Now you can maybe have a rebuttal to it, but once you present what you presented and I give you my answer based upon what you presented, it's kind of solidified. Now you can say, okay, I want to add like, here's a caveat, and then now we're branching off to a different thing, but then that gets you to doing the thing I'm saying that you're doing, which is molding the conversation in real time so that it can like get me to your conclusion. So yeah,
Let me give you,
I don't think you have to do that.
let me give you another analogy, going back to like more simple version of this argument. Okay, so
Sure.
I think you would need to not assume the gaps that are being filled in because there's a finite amount of gaps. For example, if I asked you, hey Mello, what is 3 plus? So what's your answer?
Okay.
Yeah. You could
I
assume...
can't provide an answer.
You can. You could say it's 6, assuming you think the other part of that is 3. But if you don't ask for the context, you could still answer it. And you could be sure of your answer. I mean, it'd be ridiculous in this context.
Okay,
but...
well, I'll reframe my answer to your question then. Can I give you an answer? Yes. Can I give you an answer that I feel confident is going to be correct? No.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. But the point is here that there's a finite amount of context. Because if you ask for more context, I say, okay, well, it's 3 plus 3, and that's it, then I don't have further room to add leeway to say that there was actually more later on.
Want to say that one more time?
So if the original question is 3 plus, but really what I'm intending is 3 plus 3, then I can't ever go beyond the original intention. So if I say 3 plus 3 is the full context, you now have the full context, you can answer the question. And once you answer 6, I can't be like, oh, well, I actually meant 3 plus 3 times 3, because that'd be a different thing. That's beyond the full context.
So what it seems like you're trying to do is put like the burden of you presenting a complete full thought onto me. And I don't think that works, right? Because you presented your complete full thought, right? And I know this because I only spoke when there was like a pause, like a gap, and then like you didn't like stop me from continuing to have a rebuttal to the thing that you said. So like there's like indicators that are like inherent in communication that led me to, hey, you've concluded, and now it's okay for me to proceed, right? Now you can say after the fact that, well, I didn't give like the full context of what I was really thinking or talking about, but then that's not my problem, right? That would be on you, right? Because even if you think I made an assumption that you weren't finished with your thought, then the burden would be on you to stop me from continuing and then proceeding with the totality of your thought, which you didn't do. So either way, it all comes back on you.
See, I disagree with that. I think the first thing you said, I think that's true. I think I am applying that burden on you, and I think I would be correct in doing so. Because even if there is implicative evidence of me indicating that I'm done with my thought, that's still an inherent assumption that you're continuing the conversation with. Which is, in my opinion, unnecessary.
Well, so you're trying.
I am,
okay,
yeah.
so there's two things. Obviously, number one, there is baked into the way we communicate through language in particular, assumption that has to be made. Otherwise, I don't even know how you engage in conversation.
Because there's
right?
a finite
when
amount
you just said what
of
you
assumptions.
Said,
There's a finite amount of gaps to
well, it
fill
depends.
in.
Well, it depends on how long the conversation goes and how long we can go with the conversation. But um, so when you just said what you just said, there was a pause that gave me an indicator that it was okay for me to have a rebuttal to what you just said, right? So there's baked into this engagement, the way that we're engaging, assumption inherently that has to be made. So saying that I made an assumption is kind of asinine because I have to make those assumptions to even engage in this activity to begin with. That's A. And then B, again, if my assumption is incorrect, the burden is on you to make sure that the clarification is provided. You stop me from continuing or having a rebuttal, and you continue with the totality of your point. So either way, it gets back onto you.
Not necessarily, because your rebuttal could inherently be asking for further context, or are you done? So for example, in my case of, hey, what's 3 plus 3? You could then ask, are you done? Because I could still be thinking of the rest of the question. I could be thinking of, hey, what's 3 plus 3 plus 3? But then if you don't get that final plus 3, then you could just answer 6 before I'm done. And so doing so would be an assumption on your part rather than waiting for the full context, or asking for the full context rather than waiting. So the asking is still a possibility.
So you're addressing one point that I brought up, which is like the burdens on you to clarify when you're finished.
Yeah.
Which I don't think this answers your question, but you're still not. I mean, answers my thing. But you're still not answering the second part that I mentioned, to where assumption is inherently baked into the act that we're engaging in to begin with. So you saying that I made an assumption doesn't do anything, because I have to make those assumptions to do the thing we're doing.
In this case, if you ask for the full context, I say that's yes. The inherent assumption is that I'm telling the truth. But I agree, for the sake of the conversation, it is in the best interest to assume I'm speaking truthfully or validly, to continue on a line of validity throughout the conversation, which I think is fine.
It's not the assumption. Okay, so I think you're changing the conversation again in real time. So my assumption isn't linked to the validity of your conversation, where I can trust what you're saying. It's linked to when I can have a rebuttal to begin with, right? So it's linked to where you start and end the thing that you're presenting. So that's a completely different. My assumption is being placed in a completely different way than what you just said. So what you haven't done is addressed the fundamental truth that assumption is baked into the act that we're doing, and since that is the truth, I would imagine you have to agree with that, which is an assumption. And if that is the case, then you saying that I'm making assumptions is irrelevant. You have to move on to a different point.
But okay.
So just move on to the different point.
So if we're both making assumptions, though, then there is no burden. The burden can't be shifted back onto me.
I would say that's not true, because the utility of language is to make sure that you get your point across, right? So if you present some kind of information and you don't get your point across, you haven't expressed the totality of the context, then that is your burden to make sure that happens. Otherwise, you haven't met the utility.
What if I'm not aware that it happens? So if this is
Even by that,
crazy territory. Okay, if I ask you 4 plus 4 times 4 based on PEMDAS, I could think it's either the correct answer or the incorrect answer. I'm not going to do the math in my head right now. I don't care. But you could say the correct answer, and I could assume it's the incorrect answer and go down that line of thinking, believing that's the case, based on our two different assumptions of what the correct answer would be. This is why the truth or the validity of the conversation matters.
not necessarily, because you can I can give you an answer to the problem that you presented, and you can think that I'm wrong, but you still made a choice to proceed, right? So choice is like a super important thing in communication, right? Like maybe like there's pathways that you could have taken. You could have called me out on the thing that you assumed that I was wrong on, and then that would have taken us down a completely different branch. But you made a choice to continue down that process. Truth is not a necessity for a conversation to occur. We could be talking gibberish, You can ask me what's 1 plus 1, I can say 7, and you can know that's wrong and continue the conversation.
But that would miss the
So
purpose
truth
of the
isn't like
conversation
inherently baked in.
to understand one another.
Well, it depends. Well, it would depend on the framework of the conversation to begin with. I mean, I think there again is inherently you want to understand someone in a conversation, sure, right? But understanding is an interesting word because it can mean several different things. Like you want to express something to me, right? And you can say that thing and then I can hear it, but then I don't understand what's being said. Well, does understanding in that context, I can understand like you say A, but A to you may have a completely different meaning than A to me.
Yeah.
Or you can say apple, and apple means something different to you. I understood what you said, but I don't understand what you're saying. Right? So understood or understanding is an interesting word to use. I don't think it's inherently needed to meet the utility of conversation because we could have two different perspectives. My utility can be different than yours. At the base, at the foundation of it, I want you to understand what I'm saying, sure, but I could be saying something to you. There could be 3 people in the room, two like us two. We know what apple means in our like little gibberish like context. Right? I think twins do this sometimes. They'll come up with their like own little language, and their parents don't know what the fuck is going on. Right? So you can say a thing like go clean your room, and you can say okay, bet. And your parents like, what the fuck does that mean? Bet? Like, you trying to bet me some money or some shit? Like, they're fucking boomers. They don't know what that means. But like, you and your brother knows what it means. So like, you've disseminated like speech, and it's understood, but it's not understood the context. So yeah, I don't think. So my point is, I don't think truth inherently needed for conversation to occur. No, I don't think that.
As individuals of society who are attempting to maintain and further the productivity of society, I believe it would be necessary because the purpose of the conversation would be to do that thing within the bounds of society.
You're assigning. Well, okay. Let's make it clear that you're making a hypothetical where you're framing everything because you're assuming people care about society, and then you're assuming the purpose of the conversation within the society to begin with.
Not people
But in your
generally,
hypothetical,
this society and us.
Okay, this society and us,
Yes.
but I still think we have to operate under like a hypothetical because some people don't care about society, and
Yeah,
some people don't care if their conversations lead to positive outcomes for the society that they don't care about.
From what I understand about you, without a shadow of a doubt, I can confirm that you are productively increasing society.
How do you arrive at that?
I was hoping you weren't going to ask that. Based on the rules and standards society has set. For example, you're not in prison. You have a job. From my conversations with you, you have certain values and norms that you hold and carry with you consistently. And that makes you, based on what I understand, to be a productive member of society by society who taught me what a productive member of society is.
Okay, so I could probably do all of it in a vacuum, or in a way that doesn't like benefit society at all. Like if I make money, the idea is that I'm going to pay my taxes, right? So I can put back into the economy. I could just make the money and keep it. That's possible, right? So I'm not benefiting society by just being a worker or having a job. And then also, in terms, which I don't do, by the way, I pay my taxes. But and then also, I can say like I have like morals or ethics or whatever, but never actually like make use of that moral or ethical framework in a way that's going to benefit society. So it's entirely possible for me to have those like beliefs in a vacuum that doesn't benefit anyone at all. X, Y, and Z. But my only point is that I'm saying like it isn't inherently like there's no like objective truth that just because you have like X, Y, and Z, it necessarily follows to like society. So we have to operate under your like hypothetical. It's more likely to be the case that that's true, to be fair, but it's not like objectively true.
Yes.
That's my only point. We can do the hypothetical thing.
I think it's a necessary assumption for the framework of this conversation to exist in the first place. Because the first assumption is about the taxes. So if you didn't pay your taxes, hypothetically, if you didn't pay your taxes, you would go to jail because that's illegal. So assuming society operates in the intended functional way that I was taught for it to interact with, you would go to jail 100% of the time, hypothetically. So I would assume, hypothetically, that that would be the case. Not that it can be the case, but that it would, based on society and the way it taught me.
Not true. There's a lot of people who go there many years without ever paying taxes, and they never go to prison. Like, for instance, homeless people, right? They'll have like a side hustle. They'll make money, but there's like no way to track them down and like send them to prison. Like, I think this is actually a problem. Like, a lot of people don't pay their taxes, in fact. But yeah, but you said 100%. That would be
hypothetically for this case, yes. So based on the guide of how society teaches us.
Now we get back to my point. You have to operate under a hypothetical. Okay, cool. We agree.
Some hypotheticals are necessary for the conversation to exist. For example, the intent to understand one another, and that there is a purpose of a conversation because we're members of society.
Yeah, but you're just assuming you're assuming there's a shared purpose outside of like the baseline of even engaging with the person.
Because we live in the same society.
I mean, yeah, but there's different like values within society. And again, people can exist in a society and not care about like the values of said society, like the shared or status quo or collective majority values of the society.
Individuals can hold their own society, yes, but when you look at it from the societal framework, certain societies hold norms and values. And so you would look at the society and then measure every individual based on that society rather than on the individual level. For the assumption. So, for example, a Japanese society is known to have very traditional standards, and so you would apply those traditional standards to every Japanese person in the assumption of entering the conversation before you understand them on an individual level. In order to have a conversation with them.
And it is the point of you saying this is that what is the point of you saying this, by the way? Just let me know.
The conversation.
But more detail, please.
Yeah, that's the purpose is for the understanding of the assumptions of the morals.
What?
Kamui, what do you think?
You say that in a way. Wait, what?
All right. I was on down for a minute. What was the question?
Mello, what was the question?
We just woke up. The point that we kind of pivoted to, again, you changing the conversation in real time, was that the just because Sakura breaks the fourth wall does not mean that the animator has to animate what she's saying while breaking the fourth wall. The animator can do it. The possibility exists, but the animator is not bound to do so. That's my entire point.
Bound by the metric of society which we were taught.
What is the specific exact quote by Sakura?
Mello, you would take this one?
Why would I take it when you presented it? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Because you're presenting my presentation.
That you're not lying.
So that you can present the idea that you understand, so that I'm not assuming your understanding of my understanding.
Well, I asked you for clarity about the thing. I've yet to see a post. So I am assuming that you are telling the truth, that it even exists to begin with.
Okay. So Kamui, the exact quote is, "Hey audience, I'm the real Sakura, and I'm going to punch and kill the real Madara. Bam! I just punched and killed the real Madara. I really did it. The real official Madara is dead." So that's the quote. Well, I'm saying hypothetically at the end of an episode.
It was like a possible thing they would have done in part one, or where they're like talk to the audience. They do this in part one, some fillers. Yeah. Like that episode I sent you, Mello. But that last part, no, she would not have said, "Boom, I killed the real official Madara," or whatever.
But in this case, she's talking to the audience, so she understands that the real official Madara is within the Naruto IP. Because she has real world knowledge. Hence how she's able to talk to the audience.
The animator, like, I've given examples Deadpool, Jennifer Walters, She-Hulk. She looks over at in the manga panel at the audience and she speaks to us, the audience. She breaks the fourth wall. But the things that she's talking about don't have to be illustrated in the comic book. She can just say things and not have it be illustrated. Like the author isn't bound to illustrate or has to
Yeah,
illustrate.
because like in the Sakura example, Sakura could hypothetically be holding a manga within a manga. She's holding like a Naruto manga of Naruto. So she sees Madara and just punches it and says, "Bam, I killed it," within the story. That could have been the scene, which means she didn't actually kill Madara. She just punched a fake book Madara.
See, but that would arguably be within the bounds. So there are bounds, but there's not one bound. As long as you operate within the framework, which is unestablished, then you're able to go through with that.
Yeah, this never happened, first of all.
Yeah, I know, it's a hypothetical.
Ah, he admitted it.
But yeah, it's hypothetical now, but how you originally presented it was something that happened in the actual material and that the author had to illustrate what happened.
I did not present the Sakura thing as real.
Bro, I won't say we, I don't remember, but I've been asking for you to prove or provide something from that thing since you mentioned it, bro.
Oh no, I was never saying it was real. Okay, this goes back to our conversation, so you misunderstood my understanding of the intention.
Then why would I ask you to provide something you would just like say, again, the burden's on you. Hey, no, there's nothing to provide. I'm just using this in a hypothetical. And even if it is a hypothetical, you're still wrong. Because the author doesn't have to do anything. He's not bound to do anything. It's like some universal law.
Based on the consistency of Mello's actions, Mello would not have had that conversation with me if he believed that this really existed, or that I thought this really existed. He would only demand that I show which episode or pull it up on screen or the timestamp or whatever.
No, well, I don't demand, because believe is a strong word. Okay, I assumed that you weren't lying, but then at the same time, I was saying, I'm gonna assume he's not lying, but he's probably lying.
Also, you were assuming.
He's probably not presenting it. Yeah, so I'm making multiple assumptions. So
necessary assumptions.
Because I don't think they were necessary.
Oh, I'm glad we agree.
I don't think the specifics of my specific assumptions are necessary, but I do think assumptions in general are necessary for a conversation. Yeah. Let me clarify.
So it sounds like we agree.
We don't agree. No. No. Nice try though. Nice try. Did Kanye West replace his teeth with titanium dentures?
I have
You
no
guys
idea.
probably don't even know. Yeah. I don't keep up with
cool.
this stuff. Does it? Does it?
But I bet he can eat pretty easily with them. You know what'd be really cool is if you had a blender setting on your teeth, it just like chewed up meat for you. That'd be pretty dope.
Oh God. How would you ever have sex? That's crazy. No, absolutely not. That's crazy. Jesus
All right, never mind.
Christ.
What was the question? I heard, what if you had a blender setting on your TV? And I don't think that's what you said.
The question, Kamui, was actually what help does Shikamaru want from Boruto? So in the latest chapter,
This is not what you said.
In the latest chapter, Shikamaru says there are things I can do to support you in my own way. Plus, I want your help. So what help?
Yeah,
Shikamaru
he did say
want
that, but that's not what you said to Mello.
Mello, can you confirm that's what I said to you?
Oh, sorry, I was watching this video. I don't even know what you just said now.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. All right. So Mello's an unreliable narrator, therefore I'm the only reliable narrator in this conversation. Therefore, you have to take my word. Yeah.
Even if you're the only narrator, I still don't trust you.
That's crazy.
So Kamui, what's your answer?
On that topic that we never got to, help was an interesting choice of word. Actually,
Does he say that in the OP scans one too?
Yeah, it's the same.
Cause like, oh wait, is that the next one in line? Oh yeah, that is the next one in line. Okay. I guess I mean the help. If I had to pick something, would be like confirmation. Like I want your help confirming my suspicions.
Ugh, boring. No, different answer, Kamui, go.
All right, he wants he wants Boruto's help with his relationship problem with Tamari.
Let's go, I like it. Okay. I'm gonna say
Oh, actually, he wants Boruto's help in fixing Kawaki's shoe.
Jesus.
he should know that Code is still out there, so I'm gonna say he wants help dealing with Code. As far as he knows, that's the only threat because Shinju clones don't exist.
Yeah, that can make sense.
I don't even
But,
know
like,
if Tentos exist.
Shikamaru wouldn't need to ask Boruto for that. He clearly sees that Boruto is doing that anyway.
Yeah.
So I feel like he's asking for something that Boruto wasn't already going out of his way to do.
It could be something that
So
we
he's not
just
gonna
don't know
say,
yet.
Boruto, I need your help talking to Sarada, which he's already doing.
The only other thing I could imagine would be Amado, but I don't know
No,
what.
I got a
Boruto
better
helped
one.
there.
I need your help demoting Sarada again. Like only you can convince her.
It might be help confirming the whereabouts of the Tintels or something along those lines. Checking up on the claw grind, seeing what's up with that. Well, I guess he already has Ada, so he doesn't need Boruto for that.
Shikamaru, that's not in his mind, bro.
So it has to be something Ada can't provide. So maybe it is something like
Yeah.
talking to Sarada.
No.
Unironically,
He
I could
wants
imagine
proper-
it to be something like that.
Yeah, can you just make her go away? I mean, the real answer is like, I want confirmation of the truth.
Yeah, it could actually another pretty good or possibility here is asking about Sasuke. What's up with him? He's one of the Leaf's strongest assets. Did he really betray us, or is he on our side? What's up with him? Is he still alive? Is he still fighting on our side? Is he stronger than before? I think knowledge on Sasuke would be huge. Or even Naruto, because
Yeah, I'm sure he wants to know that.
actually this
Like,
chapter
I don't think Shikamaru's like,
about Naruto.
I don't want to know what happened to Sasuke.
So Shikamaru, based on this latest chapter, should think there's some sort of lie going around, or like his memory can't be accurate. So it's possible, based on this chapter, he would be asking for help dealing with, okay, this sounds silly, but dealing with the elders wanting him to be Hokage. The way he would get help on that is confirming about Naruto. If Naruto's actually dead, he would have to take the position. If Naruto's still alive, he could do something about that. Whether that's aiding Boruto privately or something, I don't know.
Oh,
The way you said it is hilarious, but I like the idea that he wants confirmation of whether Naruto's still alive. In fact, I would be really happy if Shikamaru says, like, is Naruto even actually dead? Like, if he
Yeah.
asked Boruto that, I'd like to see that. But I think it was hilarious how he said he needs help with the elders
I know.
because they're trying to make him a Hokage.
That's why I had
It's
to
like, help
preface
me, dude, please.
That's so funny. God. But yeah, definitely based on the context of this chapter.
Turn it down? Like, why does he just turn it down like Jiraiya?
It's because of Japanese society. He's not really allowed to, especially after he said 3 years and it's been 3 years. He's not allowed to anymore. Too many social pressure from the.
I mean, that aspect, yeah, but like, I mean, Jiraiya turned it down.
I feel like that was different. Jiraiya also found someone else who could do it.
Shikamaru found Konohamaru.
The thing with that is he has to find someone who's as capable as Shikamaru is.
I don't think the elders thought Tsunade was as capable as. I mean, maybe they thought she was as capable as Jiraiya, but it doesn't seem like they respected her as much as they did Jiraiya.
if we swap Jiraiya and Tsunade's positions there, I could see the Elder saying the exact same crap about Jiraiya to Tsunade. If Tsunade turned down the role.
I mean,
I could see it.
yeah, I can see them being like, "Oh, he's such a perv," but like the way they talked to Jiraiya was more respectful of his thoughts. I feel like they just looked down on Tsunade more than Jiraiya. I just always got that vibe.
Yeah, because they were talking directly to Jiraiya, whereas Tsunade's not there.
No, even when Tsunade's there, dude, they're the ones talking down to her decision making and shit. Like,
I feel like that's in reference to Naruto, though, because Jiraiya would make the same decisions. They're not doing it because she's Tsunade. She's doing it because of the decisions.
yeah, but I don't know if they would have. I mean, they might have talked down to Jiraiya, but I don't know if they would have. I don't know if they would have or not. I don't know.
Well, look at it this way.
They probably would have.
In terms of Naruto, if Tsunade was like, you know what, you're right, I'm gonna do that, would the elders continue to talk down to her in terms of Naruto?
You idiot.
How dare you agree with me? Hokage should be more stubborn than that.
Yeah, Asani should put up more of a fight, don't you think?
Okay. You know what, maybe those elders are just cruel no matter what.
That'd be so funny. But yeah, I mean, but Shikamaru could convince them with his intellect that Konohamaru is as capable as he is.
I don't know. It's possible, but they're the elders. Like, they're a little stubborn.
Oh yeah. To name the times that the elders have been smart.
It's not that they're smart, it's that they're stubborn. In fact, it's their stupidity that would hold them back from being convinced.
Okay. What if Shikamaru just like says, okay, I'll help Kakashi do it. You know, frankly, why don't they want Kakashi to do it?
Kakashi's probably retired. He doesn't want to do it.
Okay, Shikamaru doesn't want to do it.
Okay.
That seems like they care.
But Shikamaru's already dug himself into a hole. The difference is that Shikamaru said he would in 3 years, and it's been 3 years.
No, Shikamaru could just retire.
I don't think that's like an option. Once you say you do something, you have to do it. The elders
Kakashi said he'd be Hokage. He never said he would retire.
That's nonsense. Pretty sure he has said that.
Yeah, Hiruzen never said he was gonna die on the job.
Oh god. But he did his best.
Yeah, Shikamaru did his best. That's intro Hokage.
I don't know if that's how that works.
I'm trying to think of examples. Trying to think of when someone says they're gonna do something and they just don't. Oh yeah, Hiruzen said he would take care of Naruto. What do you think about that? Where was his Japanese honor?
But who did he say it to?
Kushina.
Yeah, people that can't hold him accountable now, can they? Gotcha.
So much for the honor aspect.
Dead people can't honor. There you go. Didn't lose any honor on that one.
So Hiruzen's doing it selfishly.